partner of Studio Symbiosis, delivering the keynote on technological interventions in practice. Joining him is architect Shruti Dimri, principal and partner Anagram Architects, who will shed light on if smart is possible in the world of architecture and design. So give a big round of applause to architect Amit Gupta and architect Shruti Dimri.
Can you project? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we just had lunch break, so some of you might be a little sleepy, so I'll not try to bore you. So the topic of today's discussion is technological interventions in practice. When we speak about technology, it's not just about designing the building or architectural piece, but it's also about delivering the piece, because that's where architecture comes in place. We're not just designing things on paper, but it's about how we execute the final product. That's what we are discussing here. So the subtopic of this is about the technology involved, artificial intelligence, maybe some iterative loops, the scale of projects, and what is being smart. So it's a very big term and a very general term, but let's see if we can cover this. So from our side, I thought that maybe it's better to go through projects which went from concept to execution to show the various iterations of these elements in design and how we dealt with them. So the first project we are presenting is Hilton Kathmandu. So the idea behind this project is, first I'll just take you through what the project is about, because to know someone, it's good to know what it is, and then we can speak about the technological aspects and what was done in terms of engineering as well as the design elements. So to begin with, just the background on the project. So as an architect, we have to also look at other aspects of FAR and how we maximize the area. So in this particular project, we had to use something local to get extra FAR in the project. So what we did was we did a lot of research, but as Symbiosis, we did not want to use wood or this kind of local brickwork. We want to be a bit more contemporary and a fusion architecture. So we looked at these prayer flags of Nepal, which are everywhere. And we transformed this into a dichoric vertical fin. So the idea was to create a very small gesture by using this local element and translating this into architecture of the entire building. Now the site is located in the heart of Nepal. It's in Naxal area. And from here, the highest mountain range which is visible is Lantang range. So as a design response, what we have done is trying to extrude the form, maximizing the views and opening up the top terraces towards the view of the Lantang mountain range, which is there. So this is what you see. And the entire form itself was also about efficiency and robustness of the program to get maximum key count per room and to get views of the surroundings. So this was the initial concept render which was done in the office. So for us, it's very important that our concept images and the final images. So the final image should look 10 times better than any concept which we have done. And this is only possible through rigorous engineering and technological innovations which we do. These innovations does not have to be really groundbreaking. At times, a very small detail also makes a very big difference in the project. So just to take you through, it's a high-rise project. Also, Nepal, Kathmandu is one of the most harsh environments to build for an architect. It's zone 5 earthquake, which means we have to deal with all these earthquake parameters, and the client wanted an immediate occupancy building. Immediate occupancy, if there's an earthquake, there's no damage to structure, internal walls, or glass. So glass cannot break, otherwise not immediate occupancy. So it's a very clean layout which we tried. Because of the form bending, we have a nice drop-off, lobby, back of house. And then also there's the urban response to the street. So we have a all-day dining, which grab and go, which extends onto the street level. So it's more of a cafe feeling on the ground floor. Typical floor is all about efficiency of the rooms. Then the idea for us was usually all-day dinings, like in this hotel also, 360 is on ground floor. But because you're in Kathmandu, we wanted a person to really enjoy the view of the surroundings. So the last habitable floor is where a person sits, and this is the all-day dining. So if you're in Nepal, you see the view with no view. So you should experience pool, which is an infinity pool. Here again, we wanted a person. So this view actually looks at Lantang range. So from here you see the highest mountain range which is visible from Kathmandu. And here again the seating and everything is very relaxed. It was a very chill vibe which we're going for in this project. So this was just getting to know the project, what the project was and how the project is organized. Now in terms of this technological innovations on looking at materiality and trying to execute things. So a large part of the practice focuses on mock-ups. So mock-up is a lifeline of the practice. We do a lot of mock-ups to arrive at a certain aspect of the design. So dichroic glass, around 6 years ago when we started using this, we had shortlisted a couple of things. Short glass was one. But then costing becomes a very big aspect in any architectural project. So that was costing around 300 euros a square feet, which was not possible. So we came up with the dichroic glass, which is a laminate fin with the dichroic film in between, laminate glass with a dichroic film. And for this, so dichroic glass effectively is based on the angle of incidence. It reflects a different color. So if you're standing on ground floor and looking up, so you'll see different shades of color on the glass. So these were some mock-ups which were done. So what you see here was a mock-up with the integrated light. And also moving the camera, you see how the glass changes a bit of a color. So this is our interpretation of the prayer flags of Nepal in terms of the facade. This is the same thing during night. So we also want to light up the facade in night, because night lighting is something which I feel is neglected at times. And this really brings the building really up and also activates the skyline of any city which we are speaking about. Then furthermore, the actual form is curved. It's a curve and plan, but we don't want to use curved glass because of issues of costing. If the glass breaks, replacement will be an issue. So this is one of the views which shows this curvature coming in the center. Actually, during concept design, we flattened the glass for all the images. So we ran an algorithm to see the iterations of, and also this glass sizing were coming from the sheet sizes of the manufacturers. We looked at the sheet sizes, and typically there's a glass wastage of 12 to 15%. In this project, we have a glass wastage of only 5%. So we tried to optimize the glass wastage as well as trying to make it plainer. So this is just the skin of the glass, and this is to show, so green is all planar glass, and then if it was red or blue, it was convex or concave. So 100% glass in the project is flat. So the idea of technology was in terms of little bit about backend, wherein using computational softwares, we try to simplify the geometry so it becomes easier for people to execute on site. So it's really a back and forth precision. So in precision in construction, again, moving forward. So the entire skin is made of these different elements. We have the GRC elements, we have the dichroic glass fins, and we have the glass itself. So these three elements of the facade is what we are looking at. Now coming to GRC, glass maybe I'll cover a bit later, but GRC was very critical because I've heard a lot of people complain that the finishing in curves is never coming good. And the idea for us to use a GRC system in this case was because it's a mold-based system. We can control the mold, we can do digital fabrication of the molds, and the precision we can get is within a precision of plus minus 2 mm. And this is what we're aiming for. This actually shows the repetition of molds. So red is the same mold, here blue, and then we have some non-standard molds which we're using. This is just one of the fabrication drawings which we're looking at just to optimize. For this, we worked out also a special bracket detail in terms of how, so we don't have any spandrel glass in this project. It's a full height glass with a shadow gap. And this is the final GRC panels which were manufactured. So if you see these two panels next to each other, in this case, there was only 2 mm difference between the alignment. And anyway, we need a shadow gap between the GRC for expansion and contraction. Now in terms of seismic, because earthquake zone 5 is one of the most harsh zones to design, given the movement. So for this, we had Miyamoto International doing the structure. They were doing drift analysis and ground acceleration analysis for us. It is a little different because Indian code, so usually Nepal code refers to Indian code for structural guidelines. So in Indian code, zone 5 is defined as complete and utter destruction. So there's no guidelines for zone 5 in Indian code. So that's why we had to change the way we designed this building in zone 5. It was all about acceleration and drift. And based on this, the structure and the facade was also designed. So there's dampers. I don't know if you see in this image, but 32 dampers have been installed, which are like shock absorbers on the lower 4 floors. And then the glass, because it's an immediate occupancy building, glass usually moves horizontally or vertically. So the glass system which we proposed is moving in all these directions to counteract the movement and thrust of earthquake, so the glass is not breaking. Otherwise, 80 to 90% of a building glass will shatter during earthquake with all the forces it has to encounter. So, like I said, I'll try to keep it very short and very fast. So now one of the last parts of this project is articulating the complexity. So this is concept design image, which was done 6 years ago, and this is a built image. So the idea was to get the precision from concept to execution, not just in terms of the materiality, but in terms of the execution and how the alignments are done. So to hang something as complex and as heavy as a GRC, you would remove usually the spandrel panel, go directly into the beam and hang it. But in this, we did not expose the beam. It's a full height glass. We worked out a special detail for the mullion, and there's only brackets coming out of the mullions on which it's all unitized system. So nothing is being manufactured on the site. It's all factory produced. You just bring, hang, and you go home. So the idea was to really look at this thing of trying to produce things in factory, because in factory everything is much more controlled. If I was making GRC panels on site, maybe the factory manager is not there. They have some, the quality of staff will be lower. How many times? Is it 10 minutes over? Okay. Is it done? Should I stop? Okay. So I'll just run an animation from the second project and then I can stop. So this is Oberoi, which is an air purification tower. So pollution is a huge issue in the country. And for this, so this is the highest, in terms of cleaning the air, it has the highest potential of 7 lakh cubic meter per day. Since the time is over, I'll just take you to the video and leave it there. Yeah, okay. One important thing, this is a quasi 3D printed project. So it's a product which was developed by Studio Symbiosis. And yet 3D printing was used in a way that we are material efficient and trying to be very precise in terms of execution. All these images are final built images. This is because for me, actually, we like to take images 6 months after a project is finished to see all expansion, everything which happens, to understand what we have done in the project. These are the values. So in terms of efficiency, PM 2.5, we reduced from 127 to 12, PM 10 from 87 to 12. So the efficiency is actually quite good in terms of what we're doing, and just a video to leave it with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Amit Gupta, for sharing your insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is session 2 and it focuses on Smart Challenge. I would like to invite on stage architect Shruti Dimri, principal and partner Anagram Architects, who will shed light on if smart is possible in the world of architecture and design. Architect Shruti Dimri.
Good evening, everyone. Very impressive that last video we saw, Amit and Britta. I'm going to talk about how and in what ways can we integrate smart technology at a more urban level. I'm going to show you one specific proposal, actually, not a project that we worked on in 2008. I'm going to take you through this proposal that we had done alongside NASVI, that's the National Association of Street Vendors of India, for what is called the ring rail in Delhi. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this. The proposal was made in 2008, hasn't been implemented, and becomes more relevant as today's population has only increased and the potential of the city only increases. The ring rail project was a venture born in the mid-1970s with the ambitious goal of circumventing the urban expanse of New Delhi, originally conceived as the Delhi Avoiding Line. Its primary objective was to alleviate congestion on existing interstate lines and efficiently manage passenger and goods traffic. Over the years, the project evolved, introducing the ring rail Parikrama Seva to connect new residential colonies and government housing areas. However, as we will discover, the journey of the ring rail has taken unexpected turns, facing challenges and prompting us to reimagine the role. How many of you have heard of this project? Not the project, the ring rail itself that exists. Not a lot of us, I would say. The manner in which the city has grown subsequently, the development of other transport networks and numerous systemic issues have left this urban transport system grossly underutilized. In fact, the city has slowly turned its back on the ring rail, and it has become a forgotten asset that is hidden from view except for an occasional glimpse from an overpass. I grew up in Delhi, but I was not aware of this throughout college. I went to college here in Delhi as well, and you remember seeing exactly, I said before, a glimpse of a train track or a bridge connecting two places, but you don't know, what trains there are, because I've never crossed that bridge being on a train itself. In 2023, Delhi's estimated population is 33 million, with an overwhelming presence of 8 million motorized vehicles on its roads, dominated by private vehicles, cars, jeeps, motorcycles, and scooters. The official count of non-motorized vehicles including bicycles, is limited and inaccurately reflected, with unofficial estimates ranging from 3.5 to 4 million. The discrepancy in cycle rickshaw numbers highlights the challenges in accurately documenting these figures. Furthermore, independence suggests that despite the extensive roads, they only fulfill a fraction of the city's commuting demands. The track was not originally intended to be urban transport corridor at all. Rather, it was designed specifically to move goods trains discreetly away from the three main passenger stations of the city. The three stations are Sarai Rohilla, Nai Delhi, and Nizamuddin railway station. This explains its out of sight, out of mind route and the isolation and inaccessibility of the stations. The track was laid in a ring to allow the trains to loop back into the interstate lines while completely avoiding the main stations. The running of an intra-city passenger service was an afterthought meant to augment its function beyond merely increasing Delhi's shunting capacity. Since the urban passenger service was always secondary to the ring's functions as a goods train line, integrating it with larger transport plan for the city has faced many systemic hurdles. I'm going to take you through the history of this because most of you are not aware of this, and to just see how it came to be and how it's just lying pretty much defunct here, not very much used by people around, and while it's taking up so much of the real estate in this city. Deploying smaller capacity transport like RTVs or minibuses to connect to existing bus services or the metro is unfeasible, since that would mean increasing the number of mode changes in a single trip and more vehicles on the roads. Although initially the service did briefly increase connectivity to then remote West Delhi colonies and expansive government housing in South Delhi, the success was short-lived. The size and pace of sprawl that the city subsequently witnessed meant that the service was accessible, useful and relevant to a gradually reducing percentage of population. Today this number is negligible and the ridership is very, very low. So, imagining the ring rail beyond the rail. Suppose we were to imagine it as an urban context outside its functional role as a railway line. Could the very reasons for its failure be leveraged to create a vibrant alternative engagement within the city? Where the ring fails as an urban rail corridor, it lends itself surprisingly well to becoming a zone exclusively for pedestrians and non-motorized vehicles. At an unobstructed continuous length of 35.2 kilometers through the city, the ring corridor is cyclable. As Delhi is a radial city, it is intersected by arterial roads, the metro and the BRT corridors at regular intervals of 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers. It could play a crucial role in drastically increasing interstitial connectivity within the city. Since the ring rail is a segregated corridor, it decreases the transit time for non-motorized commuters and generally greatly increases their safety. If the ring rail seva was replaced by a pedestrian come cycle trip sort of thing, the shunting line could coexist as a rationalized segregated fortified rail corridor. You might have heard of EMUs, within the city that run on this particular corridor. So I wonder why that black spot is hiding my title of the, but you know how the industrial towns are getting connected, the industrial local hubs, the Narayana area, Mayapuri, Kirtinagar, all of this falls on the ring railway. The ring as a precinct for the informal sector, Delhi's street culture lies at the heart of its urbanism, whose vibrancy is powered by a bustling street economy. But I can't point because it's covered, that black thing has covered my title sheet. Fine, thank you. With slower moving traffic of pedestrians and cyclists, it presents the ideal opportunity for conducting street commerce, also increasing the area that the vendors cover. The ring passes through the hidden back end of many residential areas. So, you don't realize that the ring is actually crossing behind your residential areas, making it an ideal service zone for these colonies. Allowing temporary day-long markets at different locations on different days would also increase business by allowing consumers to access multiple goods and services at one time. The ownership of the land would still be with the railways, with no squatting, land grabbing to be allowed. There are fringe benefits, we're calling it the fringe benefits, opportunity to improve lives. The informal sector then thrives on a track like that, provides an intricate web of services necessary for the smooth functioning of our day-to-day life. Also, the people who are involved in this sector then, can access the ring on their bicycles, moving from, one part of the city to the other. Ultimately, these issues are linked to the lack of legitimacy of this sector, and more specifically, the lack of a legitimate space within the city from where they can operate. Why is this important? We're talking about smart solutions, smart technology, but we feel that to integrate that, we have to identify a place at the urban level such that we can then integrate smart technology. And I'll come to that, how we integrate smart technology with this. If the ring were to become a legitimate zone of operation for the informal sector, it will become possible for them to organize themselves into cooperatives, avail benefits and improve their services and wares, while enabling the owners, that is the railways, to conduct smoother financial transactions like rent collection with this sector via the cooperatives. This is the map. Again, it's hiding my title, but it's location of the residential areas in the city and how the ring connects, all over here, Sarojini Nagar, Lajpat Nagar on this side, and Patel Nagar, Kirti Nagar on that side. Then these are, I think, the commercial hubs in the city, Sadar Bazaar to Seva Nagar to Sarojini Nagar Market, Mayapuri. Someone on a cycle, actually, this is an existing kind of ring that we can develop into a cycle track, and all these areas can, so someone who lives in Sadar Bazaar can come to provide service in Sarojini Nagar via this instead of, getting into the main roads of the city. The institutional areas of the city are also connected by this very ring track. Forests within an urban jungle, sustainable engagement with the city forests is also possible. The ring can act as a buffer to help evolve an eco-sensitive culture, an interface that would not only control access to the heart of the ridge, but also be a space that educates and encourages sustainable engagement. Pedestrian ring would also be an interface that could house facilities like, of course, toilets and equipment hire that would support eco-friendly activities such as nature workshops within the ridge. And then, fun and games, these become areas to have people get into these sort of very small spaces where street games, urban sports, entertainment activities can also come up, creating a culture for the city in a space that is actually not recognized or utilized in any way. Okay, this slide says the interactive city, which is where we get smart now. We're talking about a mobile-enabled information cloud network which is connected to the city. The ring can have a digital-wide area wireless network powered by collective participation and accessed through the simplest mobile device, creating an interactive urban living. Various opportunities for advertising, specialized services, event management, and public participation are created. I am going to just finish the last most important one here, and created, leading to substantial revenue generation for stakeholders. Accountability and services of the various vendors are also improved as a result of peer-to-peer recommendation, creating a healthy competitive environment among vendors, leading to greater customer satisfaction. Further, the information cloud evolves into being the transactionary interface between cooperatives, their members, and consumers. Transferable subscription in mobile telephony could be made an avenue for non-monetary incentivization of quality in goods and services. This could also be used to deploy microfinance and welfare benefits from the cooperatives to their memberships. In envisioning the ring as an interactive city, we propose the implementation of a complex digital network along its expanse, forming a mobile-enabled information cloud. You have to, this proposal was done in 2008. It did not go forward, but the land still remains, and the need for something like this to connect, that sort of informal sector and part of the society still remains absolutely. This transformative initiative would harness collective participation and be accessible through the simplest mobile devices, fostering an unprecedented level of connectivity and engagement. The digital network would function as a dynamic hub for information dissemination, creating an interactive ecosystem. So I'm just going to run through the last bits of the slides. But this is an attempt to bring, smartness to something that goes beyond a single building and connects with the urban level of the city. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Shruti Dimri, for such an informative presentation and shedding light on how smart is possible in the world of architecture and design. Before moving ahead, I would again like to request all the presenters to kindly adhere to the time limit. The time is displayed right on the monitor now, so the timer will be on once you start delivering your presentation. Moving on, continuing our journey into the India Smart Cities mission, we are honored to welcome Mr. Hitesh Vaidya. Apologies as Mr. Vaidya is not here. So moving on, we have Architect Swapnil Jaggi, Principal of Swapnil Jaggi Architects. He will be our next speaker, focusing on the topic of smart buildings and interiors. With his expertise and experience in architectural design, Architect Jaggi will illuminate us on the innovative strategies and technologies employed in creating smart and efficient buildings, as well as the integration of smart features into interior design. Let's hear Architect Jaggi's insights as he delves into this fascinating aspect of modern architecture. Architect Jaggi with us.
Good noon, everyone. So yes, smart buildings. We consider that to be with artificial intelligence, with technology, which is electronically generated. But today what I'm going to do, I'm going to only discuss about the techniques, which is generally building techniques, planning techniques, climatological, and how we are going to afford it, how we are going to plan it on a right way so that it becomes self-sufficient and sustainable in a way. So that is the main objective. These are few elements which we generate, which we understand with a smart building, and we will be discussing only on building construction technique, climatological aspect, interior designing, planning setups, energy efficiency. So yes, this is a project. It is a experience center for a housing of around 18 acres named as Utopia. So since it's an experience center, it is a temporary setup for only 10 years. This was the idea from a client. Rather than making a RCC structure, we propose to make it of a frame structure of MS. And on that basis, we consider that it is going to be reusable. The lifespan is only going to be for next 10 years. And parallelly, we considered that because it is surely going to be used for the daytime, it has to be very finely lit, plus finely ventilated with a sense of planning on it. So if you see, this is the zoning we created in this way that one part becomes completely for the customers and the back end becomes for the official use. We created few courtyards in between, and the entire structure is made up of MS, as I mentioned. So this is what we made out of steel section, metal corrugated sheet above for the shed, and then we used the brickwork and created all the walls. And this is the final structure, which generally doesn't look like it is not made of. It looks like it is of a RCC structure, but it is not. The only thing which we used is ACP to cover the shed. In that way, we hide all the sloping roof above. The floor is of quota, glass is used very precisely, landscape is inside out all way. And we used bamboo for screening so that we can get some shed inside and interesting patterns. So this kind of pockets we created from which we have good views. And of course, ventilation becomes a very important part on this. We get this kind of shade from this bamboo. It is seasoned bamboo, and almost 50% of the material used in this building can be reused once the building is demolished. We also created this kind of arches, which is made up of MDF, and then we painted it. We haven't polished. We painted it with the same material which we used in the walls. This is few sections, few images of the entire block. And now this is another project. I'm just discussing about few features of a project so that I can describe multiple elements. This is a project for a contractor named as Shriji Kripa Private Limited. And this is their 21,000 square feet of building, which it is under construction, it is not yet completed. But in this, we used a lot of techniques in terms of planning and also for the architectural details. This entire structure is made within 2.5 years. There is no cladding, there is no stone cladding or ACP or any other fancy material used. It is entirely made up of solid structure and done textures and paint above. You see the front rims over there, they are majorly for the light. It is an east-facing project, east-facing bungalow building, and on the back it is west. So to get that fine light, we used both the openings in the center. And the front arches are actually working as an envelope. They are giving really good shade within. So this is the few images of the space. You see those shadow which is being created above there. So that is been from the west light, and we are getting very beautiful patterns from the glass. We used entire solar roof to get energy efficient. So it is on the top, it is entirely on that way. The west side is glass panel, and on that we use this film in CNC cutting, and by that we get this kind of beautiful patterns on the staircase tower altogether. And also for the railings we use this CNC in MS, and the negative what we get we used inside the building. So this is for the outside, and we use the negative part for the inside railing. So we use that material also, we haven't wasted that. This is few interior images of the space. This is the central atrium from where one enters. Okay, so this is VTC. It's a very small 1,000 square feet of salon, and it is my client wants to have his salon above his house, so we used his roof, and on that we constructed an entire new structure. To get better sunlight, we have also given few skylights, and we used a lot of openings. So this is the final image, and you can see we used a filler slab to get a better you know, the RCC structure, it is less in cost, it is very cheaper, it is very faster, more strengthful, and it also gives a better insulation rather than a normal RCC slab. So this was one of a SketchUp image we used, and this is the final image what we came up with. You can see a skylight above, which is in square, and there is a symbol of VTC, which actually gives a nice pattern in the floor with the shadow. This is the filler slab casting details, and this is the final output of this project. This entire project is not even 2,000 rupees per square feet, which includes the RCC and the interiors altogether. The floor tile you see is only 1 feet by 1 feet, 25 rupees per square feet. All basic materials there. He's a young chap and he don't want to invest a lot of money. So for that we did this kind of thing. There's a few more other images. Few details, few techniques are there which I'm mentioning. So in that way, this is one of our residence we completed last year. And it is again a very modern house between a housing society which is very heavily populated, but this house is only G+1. We used few elements which is very natural. We haven't used anything very artificially or plasticky. So all things are made up of natural materials. On that way, we created this bungalow which is very much lit, very much into ventilation. And again, this is the thing. We use majorly for cross ventilation and lighting. We use major openings and maximum of fine flow so that we can get a better sourcing on that. We are getting very fine light from the east from this in this bungalow, and we have completely blocked the south light, but we are very much lucky to have the west light because the bungalow was having a very good setback behind. So from the west also we are getting one. The staircase tower is used as for the ventilation. We get the hot air out from that. And these are few images of that project. There is very less cladding altogether. It's a very fine bungalow in that way. And if you see this powder room, we have also given a very good, huge opening, which is giving a very fine, clear opening of a powder room, but it is also hidden by the landscape behind that. This is the skylight I was talking about. Few other images of this project. Okay, so this artwork you see, it is on by the local artist, and we created this kind of forms, and on that way we came down to this design altogether. On the back you can see there are two small paintings. They are actually MCB covers, the MCB board. We covered it with a painting, and in that way we don't have to see that ugly boards altogether in building anywhere. Yeah, so this is the last one. I'm having only 2 minutes left. So yes. This is under construction farmhouse we are coming up with. It is a 5 or 6 acre of plot in which my client asked me to create a farmhouse. In this project, we haven't used any of RCC structure. There is no brick, there is no reinforcement rod. It is made by local stone named as Rajim Pathar. It's a black stone. And we got the stone from the quarry which is being discarded, and we just paid for the transportation of that stone particularly. And on this, we use the local labor, local material, and the from the plinth to the building, it is entirely made up of that single load bearing structure. So we have 2 blocks. The client has a brief of that he want to have a village-like view, that he want that when he is here, he should feel that he is in a village. So we created that kind of passage. One side is the servant quarter block, and the main side is his own bungalow with a veranda. So this is few images of the project under construction. You can see the plinth work also done on the local pathar. For binding, first I prefer to use entirely lime, but then we incorporated few more cement on that so that it becomes more risk-free to work on for a long time. So this was the proposed images, and over here we have reached right now. We also created a kund as a water reservoir. And the main idea is to get those kind of elements which is more into a rural India and rural Chhattisgarh of the villages of Chhattisgarh, if I say. Even the doors, we use the local artisans who make their own doors in their houses. So we use the same doors so that it becomes more vernacular. So above that, of course, we use the MS pipes, and above that we are using the local Mangalore tile khapra for a breathing roof setup. That's it. Thank you. I'm on time.
Thank you so much, Architect Jaggi. You completed your presentation on time. Wonderful. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the announcement of competition results for winner of Architecture for Smart Building Challenge. I would like to invite our jury member, Professor Amrita Madan, on stage to announce the winners of the Architecture for Smart Building Challenge. Professor Amrita Madan, please come on stage.
So I believe some people actually waited for getting their awards and left, but I am still obliged to actually announce them. We had a very decent showing in this particular section. We had architect Gagandeep Kapila, who won the first prize of this. Her firm is called Workshop for Metropolitan Architects. I believe she's not here, but I congratulate her nonetheless. And architect Gaurav Sanan won the second prize for Architecture Collective, his firm. And architect Mayank Khemka for Design Arcolet won the third prize. I think Mayank is here. So Mayank, you take it for all three. And with Mayank also, I invite my ex-student. I think you were responsible, Mohit, for the execution of it. Yeah? Mohit Jotwani.
Please put your hands together. Big round of applause to the winners of Architecture for Smart Challenge. Thank you so much, Professor Madan, for joining us, and congratulations to the winners for Architecture for Smart Building Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time again to learn on the innovation taking place in the building industry and how the manufacturers are trying to cope up with the changing mood of the market, which means this is the time for the technical presentations. So before I invite the brands to come for the technical presentations, once again I would like to remind you of the adherence to the time limit. Monitor is there, and on the monitor you'll see the time displayed, so please adhere to the time limits. First presentation by Lingale Windows. May I invite on stage Dr. H.C. Mario Schmidt. Lingale is also our Smart Windows partner.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and it's a big pleasure for being here today afternoon. It's the second time in 2024 after the first kickoff in 2023 with Smartex. So now we have the right one. Yes, on the right side is our Lingale sponsored football team. Yes, since we were here already last year, I want to show something different. I want to show new products. I want to show innovations, what has actually been done in the last 1 year. Always I start with this slide. So everyone will want to make something really out of the box. I start with this window. It's a curved window, not in a right angle, a single right angle. And on the end, it is done even in an insulated glass. It teaches you It is done in UPVC because much more easy compared to aluminium, also much possible in this nice building material. UPVC, aluminium, yes, possible, but then quite more in terms of costing. So, integrated grills, what we are doing, there's a lot of demand in South, North India maybe not so many. We have the thinness mesh mullion across the country because whenever we are sitting with architects like you, or when we are sitting with interior designer, no one likes to have the heavy mullion in between, which is actually needed to take the weight and to take the span of the mesh, so that overall no bend is there. That's why we invented just a 12 millimeter strip. Ultra Slim we have invented also around a year ago. The life sample is outside. During the next heat break, please have a look in it. We have just 17.5 millimeter of a center joint. It can be completely embedded into the floor, and it is going to look like amazing because you have just glass visible at the end. Velux Windows, we are one of the authorized partners. This product is with us as well. Glass conservatories, this is for the GIZ, it's the commercial wing of the German embassy, installed here in New Delhi. This is a nice conservatory and walk out towards the rooftop in Bangalore. This one is in Hill Station, the right one is in Mukteshwar, Uttarakhand. The left one is in Kunur in Tamil Nadu Hill Station, because there, of course, when the temperature is much more pleasant, I can really enjoy sitting over there. But for New Delhi and for other hot areas, we are offering the same also with solid roof panels. And the advantage is having this kind of product, it is temporarily structured and you can put it on your building at any given point of time later. We do a lot of security glazing. Who has ever visited us at any of the exhibition knows, of course, this product as well. So noise reduction, yes, we are also one of the experts. We have done the not after service, we have made in the Lila Hotel at Gulgar in the NH8 the noise reduction from 85 decibel when the curtain was open to less than 40 decibel in bed. This was one of our main landmarks in Chennai, 110 decibel outside at Egmore railway station, again less than 40 decibel in bed. You have to give us whatever you want to achieve, and we are taking care that we are going to give you the right result. In high we did where the glass was in total 65 millimeter in width. It was more than 2 inches. It was really, really, really big. So this is an innovation what is actually quite common in Germany, where we are having these window trims, because at many places we see that when we just provide plaster finish, we have this kind of ugly strings around, and therefore these kind of trim systems inbuilt in the window can be a very, very good alternative. New launch product is outside display as well. These are the internal sliders, either here with a fluted glass, and then inside we can have ports as well. Are there any kind which you are looking for, we are able to come. Coming to the last, I have only 1 minute time to the main innovation. We have to take care when your demand is 5 meter high floors, that we are going to work as per the IS 875 version 3 and whatever projects we are seeing when we are 3 meter, 4 meter, at times even 5 meter in height for single panels, we have to take care of the proper wind load calculation. Let me see if this video plays. This is how strong our material is. 30 people are trying to put it on the member, because we did a test, and there we are the first one in the country for a new PVC window at 3000 pascals, and we got only a deflection of less than 5 millimeter when 3000 pascal, more than 200 kilometer of wind speed, and UPVC window withstand it there, so that my total deflection was just 2.5 millimeter, 3.4 or 1.2 in terms of curve. Anything is possible based on your demand. It wouldn't be possible to design every window like this, because no one wants to buy it. But when the demand is there for wind load, for high riser, we are able to make it accordingly to the wind load criteria of the country as per the IS 875 version 3 for UPVC, aluminium for wood, for any of the building materials. Time is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schmidt, for such informative presentation. This was Lingel, Germany, also our Smart Windows partner. Moving on with the next technical presentation, it's going to be from Havels. So I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Yadav from Havels to come and give away his presentation. Also be watchful and adhering to the time limit. Mr. Vivek Yadav.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm presenting to you my company Havels, and also the important subject of home automation, on which I'll delve a little bit more. Before that, our company is a 17,000 crore company, which is into more than 20 different verticals, from residential application to industrial applications, 35 branch offices, more than 17,000 channel partners across the country, and we have our own research and development within the country, 4 different locations where we have more than 700 people, 700 engineers who work on R&D. We also approach market through different customer segments through our different brands. As you see on the screen, Havels, Lloyd, Crabtree, Standard, Rio, and the top luxury brand, Havels Lloyd. As I said, we service different consumer demands, right from the residential to industrial. So we are into switchgear, we are into cables and wire, lighting fixtures, both consumer and professional, including solar solutions. We are also into consumer durables and consumer electronics, both through our brands in Havels and Lloyd. So moving on to the topic of today, which is smart homes. Smart homes are integral part of smart cities. When we call smart cities, we talk about transportation, traffic management system, systems, and public services which are fully integrated. Homes definitely are an integral part. Smart homes contribute towards the net zero goal that the entire world is envisaging. Till 2050, we are talking about net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Smart homes are a key building block in the smart ecosystem. They incorporate advanced technology to optimize energy and resource use, and they are a promising solution for achieving sustainable living. Smart homes can reduce energy consumption, enhance indoor air quality, and minimize waste production. They can also incorporate a range of features which will control lighting, heating, cooling systems, energy efficient appliances, solar panels, even manage rainwater harvesting. And also, as we are moving towards the electric vehicles, the battery storage also will become important. And also, as we are moving towards alternate sources of energy for our homes like solar, so battery storage will also be an important technology which will be managed through these smart homes. The smart homes of I won't say future, but very near future will look very different from what they are today. So we are talking about interactive grid, which means the consumers will have choice of choosing their suppliers, alternate energy in the form of solar. These solar panels, as the government's mission also is now to power at least 1 crore of homes through solar panels. So they will also be coming, widely adopted in many homes. We are talking about electric vehicles, so the charging infrastructure also needs to be created even in every home in a very short period of time. Apart from the normal, control of lighting, security, entertainment, all that will be, will in times to come, will become an essential part of a smart home. By effective managing the energy consumption of electronics and appliances, smart home can help eliminate high power consumption and reduce overall energy waste, thereby promoting a sustainable lifestyle. Lighting loads typically consume about 30% of the energy. Air conditioning loads consume almost 40% of the residential electricity load. With the use of smart sensor and automation schedules, the consumption can be optimized, which can result in energy saving of up to 30% on the total bill. Our home automation solutions, they can make these happen with their widest range available. So we have displayed our ranges outside in a small area, which can give a glimpse of what these solutions can do. We can give solutions for different levels of homes, right from affordable to luxury homes, villas. We have solutions there. I will just talk about two major solutions. One is wired solution. The wired solution is largely a very scalable one. It is for the complex installations, and which can essentially control complete integrated home, right from security to entertainment to control of lighting, HVAC, and all that is possible to control through this solution, which will give consumer a complete control of his home and also become a lifestyle statement. So these solutions are again displayed outside. The next is, the wired one is largely for new homes. When you're constructing a new home, so you lay a communication cable, and also if you're doing a complete renovation of a new home where there is possibility of breaking walls and putting the control cable, so it is for that. But if all that is not possible and you want to simply upgrade an existing home without changing any wiring, you can opt for the wireless solutions. So these also pretty much do exactly what the wired solution does, but not so much scalable and not so much for the complex and large installations. But for all existing homes from small to large, wireless solutions are very affordable and possible to plug and play. At Havells, we are creating a smart ecosystem where every appliance that you use, all your lighting, all your air conditioning can come onto a single platform which we have created. It's called Havells Sync. We have a cloud. This is completely indigenized in India, developed in our R&D center based out of Bangalore, where power electronics and software engineers work to create these solutions. So all your fans, your gizzers, they come onto a single platform and they operate. We are also working on making this interoperable with third-party devices or third-party appliances. When we get on to another layer of meta, in future our products and our technology will be meta compliant, so that if the client is already having, the customer is already having appliances of another manufacturer, even those can be brought onto our platform. We have multiple customers across real estate to industries to government infrastructure where we have deployed these solutions, and these are some of the examples. So that was Havells and is the smart home solutions from Havells for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Yadav, for taking us through this informative presentation from Havells. Havells is also Smartex's smart switching partner. Moving on to the next technical presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Malhotra from Alstone to come on stage and deliver his presentation. Alstone is also our smart building solutions partner. I would like to remind all the speakers again of the adherence to the time limit. The timer is on display right on the monitor in the front, so be watchful of the time. Mr. Pankaj Malhotra from Alstone, everybody. Big round of applause, come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a tough time after lunch, I suppose, to be there. But then anyways, first of all, I would like to thank you all for joining in here, and thanks Smartex team also for arranging this. because this is a platform where we can actually showcase what we have been doing, what is innovative, and we can have a collaboration between the architecture fraternity as well as the manufacturer. So because as I always say, and I start with this only, that architects are embodiment of Lord Brahma on this planet. So it is very, very important that so thank you so much, sir. I mean, people do not realize this, but this job is really, really tough. I mean, there are professions which people talk about a lot, but then this is one of the toughest professions, because I have seen the way this fraternity works and the kind of pressures they are into. So actually, this is a very difficult job to do. But then, anyways, my only endeavor is here is to give you a glimpse of what has been doing and how can we collaborate to make this planet better, make it even more greener. So first of all, I would start with the product which fine. So by that time, the only thing is, my only submission here before we get into the presentation is that please make some more forums like this where we can collaborate, and I mean, this fraternity, which is intellectual, can help manufacturers to build up more products which are greener and better for the future environment. Is it okay now? Okay, fine. Okay? Okay, yeah. Sorry. So, Elstone has been into this industry for almost 2 decades now, and we have been into cladding industry, doing this job for nation and worldwide also. So we have a plant in Dubai, we have a plant in Dehradun, and we are having another plant in Rajasthan very soon. So today I will be talking about an innovative product. So you need to give me just 5 minutes to understand this, because anyways the timer is already on and I would like to rush through it. So I'll be talking about this product called Elcom. This is future of cladding. When we talk about green buildings and when we talk about green products, I mean, this is one product which will qualify for per se green facade solution. So this is something which is innovative, which as at Elstone we have done. So I'll like to summarize this product in just 5 minutes for you. What is the difference and why would this product qualify? I would tell you. First of all, if you see this is a simple honeycomb panel, where the top coil is also aluminium, the bottom is also aluminium. Actually, only thing is the coating and adhesive is what is there, which is other than this. So the advantage is, first of all, it has got pure aluminium. So whenever you want to scrap it, it will straight away go into the furnace, get into the molten form, and can be recycled. So 100% recyclable. So that sustainability parameter, I think somebody was talking in the morning. Since morning we are talking about sustainability. So this is one product which will qualify that parameter straight away. So that's one advantage of this. Secondly, the weight is very, very light. If you see, I mean, we are there outside this hall also, and you can go and check. The weight of the dead load on the building or the facade would be reduced by say 60 to 70%. This is very lightweight material. And because of honeycomb structure, the robustness, I mean, you cannot question on the robustness of the product also. Because of the honeycomb structure, it is very, very robust. It can take any level of loads. So that's the third advantage. Fourth is, because of the honeycomb structure, there are cavities inside this, and because of which it has got acoustic and thermal insulation properties as well. So because of the cavities, you have certain level of thermal insulation and as well as acoustic properties. Plus, last but not the least, it is A2 non-combustible fire-safe material. It is already certified by Thomas Wellwright Dubai as A2 fire-safe material. So overall, if you see, this is per se one material which is very innovative, futuristic, and other than cladding, it can be used in false ceiling and in partition also. It is already being used in aviation and shipping industry and operation theaters and hospital industries as well. Because this product is already in use, but what we have done is, in this cladding industry, we have come up with this product with all these solutions. So you can see the cross section of honeycomb core also. This A2 non-combustible certified also, and then the best part about this is we are not compromising on the aesthetics. You can get this in 100+ shades. We have got wooden shades, solid metallic, rustic, stone finishes. So 100+ shades of facades are available. Plus, Elstone has got in its own coating, coil coating unit also in solid metallic color. out of any of 1 million color, if you choose, we can code that as well and give it to you folks. So technically, this is one product which I would recommend and I would suggest all of you, and I would rather request humbly that all of you, because I keep meeting most of you all across in the marketplace, so I get this challenge that what is the application and how are we going to do it. So dependence on applicators also will get reduced because we'll be giving you prefabricated panel for the side as per the design. And so that is what we are now getting into. So April onwards, the plant will get into, will get commissioned. So what will, the advantage is you give us the design and you can have panel of any length without any back support, any stiffener in this. You can have a 9-meter flat panel also on the wall straight away. So that's the advantage of this. So that's the product which I wanted to talk about, and this is actually the future of cladding and roofing industry, I would say. This is one project which we have already done. Some 2 lakh square feet has already been cladded. This is Caro building in Hyderabad. This product has already been used. One of the biggest project in the country with green building is this Caro building. Anybody who is from Hyderabad can go and check this because this is one of the biggest building, and if you see, there's hardly any concrete from outside visible. So that is how it is. So my time is up, so I would just like to leave it here with a small this thing. Before I leave, just one product which I would like just give you a glimpse on this. So I'll talk about, just take 1 more minute about one more important product, and this is also end-to-end solution. I'll leave with you with this video where this fin lures from ACP is also available. Wherever you have been using powder coated sections, now there is this product which is available. You have 10 years of warranty. The kind of finish, it is all very premium. And we are giving this with complete application end-to-end solution. So this video will give you the glimpse of this. And they are very close by in outside this hall only. You can come and talk about it because we have limited time here. So this video will explain you, and then with that I am going to take a leave. Thank you so much for listening to us very patiently. Thank you so much. Just run that video. Yeah, please. The last video which was. Just run it. Not an issue. Next. Yeah, just run this video, please. Yeah. So this will take 2 more minutes, and you can just go through this. This will give you the end-to-end solution for this product.
Select the recommended shade in which the wall area is to be painted. Paint the plastered wall area to provide a clean and uniform backdrop. Mark the positions for aluminum base frame installation and maintain a 150 mm gap from the base and a 1070 mm gap between each marking. Start by installing the aluminum base frame on the wall. Use PVC sims for uneven surfaces if necessary. Drill holes on the wall, maintaining a 500 mm gap between each pair of holes. Secure aluminum base frames with HRD fasteners and ensure they are installed uniformly. Ensure the aluminum base frame is properly aligned on the wall. Ensure that all the aluminum base frames are installed in the same manner. And it is essential to check the levels between each base frame to ensure that they are installed uniformly. The Alstone fins lower comes in 2440 mm, 3050 mm and 3660 mm in length. The fins lower comes caped from top and bottom, and customization options are also available. Arrange the fins lower in a consecutive sequence on a flat and clean surface. Utilize Z profile to create a panel for the fins lower. You could purchase Z profiles directly from Alstone as well. Attach the Z profiles to the back sides of the fins lower. Begin by drilling holes and then securely fasten them with screws or rivets. It is recommended to drill holes on the Z profile in between the fins. Maintain the gaps between holes as required. Attach the panel of the fins lower to the wall, drilling holes as necessary, and fastening them with stainless steel screws. This process is repeated for each panel, installed one by one. Install additional panels at the top. Maintain a 3 to 5 millimeter gap between panels. Applications: exterior cladding, balcony cladding, pergola canopy, gate elevation, shutter. Fins lower are available in these color range: wooden, granite, antique, stone, solid and metallic, and more.
So thank you so much for being here and helping us to create more end-to-end solutions, because this has been your suggestion only, with which now only we are not only creating product, but we are trying to make end-to-end solutions to help you out. Thank you so much for supporting Elstone, and we'll keep working on some more innovations to be with you on a collaboration between an art and like creative fraternity and manufacturing team. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pankaj Malhotra, for taking us through these amazing products from Alstone. Alstone is our smart building solutions partner. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been amazing to witness such innovations happening in building sector and architecture industry. So moving on, it's time to embark on an enriching panel discussion. You all know the session focuses on smart challenge. So without further ado, let's begin the panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists to the stage. And first of all, let me introduce you to the moderators of this session. The moderators for this session are going to be architect Amit Gupta, who is founding partner, Studio Symbiosis; architect Shruti Dimri, principal, Anagram Architects. I request both our moderators to join us on stage. Please put your hands together for architect Amit Gupta and architect Shruti Dimri. Also, I would like to invite the panelists, architect Jaskaran Singh, principal, Fab Interiors. Please join us on stage. Architect Swapnil Jaggi from Swapnil Jaggi Architects. He's another panelist, so please welcome him. Mr. Vivek Yadav, Executive Vice President, Havels, India. Architect Parul Agarwal, Co-founder and Director, Renaissance Consultants.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start the panel discussion now. And our topic is Smart Challenge. We have a couple of questions lined up, few questions lined up for our panelists here. I'm going to throw my first question to everyone here. So we had these presentations and we talked about, how different architects are incorporating smart technology. Sorry, is it better now? Smart technology in their projects. But sitting here in 2024, if we look out, say about by 10 years, how does architecture adapt to a smarter world, gazing into the future? Do you think, this is us actually, set of architects sitting here and imagining a future 10 years out, and I know future changes really fast these days. 10 years is a long time, but and we'll go to other questions on, how far we've come in our evolution and our journey in incorporating smart technology. But it's a bit of a slightly open-ended question, but how do you imagine us being more reliant on technology like this, say 10 years from now?
Hi everyone. I think each will have a different perspective looking at things. In my view, there is currently a major gap in how we are using technology to design buildings. Incorporation of technology, of course, I think happening. I think that's in a healthier state compared to the state in the current usage of technology in designing buildings. Right now, what's happening is we have all these different subject matter experts. There are architects, interior designers, MEP consultants, structures, lighting, all those guys. Each one is working with their own tools, own specific set of specializations, but on completely different platforms. There is no way we are actually putting the building together, assessing it. Maybe the old-fashioned way of doing it would have been maybe these guys locking themselves up in a room for maybe 3-4 days, figuring out what's working for MEP, let's say in terms of energy analysis. Energy analysis is right now more like an accountancy. We just given a report, okay, this is what the energy analysis says, and hence the tonnage is defined accordingly. And we have to go along with that because there's no time left after that stage. I think once we move on to a stage where we're using perhaps BIM, everyone's putting their information, then architects, designers have real-time access to issues which they can identify, which they can address through their architecture and interior design. So that's where my thoughts are, and that's where I think technology we need to use. Modeling the building virtually first, doing whatever changes, modifications you want to do, improvements you want to do on the building model itself. And then finally, once you show out the model, everyone is happy with it in terms of energy performance, visual experience, then we start building it. So for precise designing, I think we need precise data. And right now, we don't have easy access to it.
Okay, thanks, Jaskaran. Is there someone else?
The same question is open to all the panelists also, please. Just a quick brief in terms of what Shruti asked. How do you see architecture 10 years from now?
Yeah, and in addition to that, actually, I was wondering if you, as architects, do we see a dystopian future where there is so much smart tech around that the built, cement and mortar architecture is perhaps less relevant or perhaps, just very different in how we're imagining it? If you could address that also.
Yeah, I think technology is the way ahead. We have to embrace technology to move forward in our projects, and it's like whichever way it's like maybe we may be old school or something, but with the changing societal needs and all, I think we need to changing technology which is happening, be it BIM, be it VR, AR, everything. And it's like for the healthcare projects that we have lot of other softwares, AI-based softwares that we include for a better healthcare finally product which is good for the as in the patients and the attendants. So we are using PTS, we are using queue management system, building management system, and we are using other more things, nurse calling system, which are way ahead. So I think in the B-class cities also we are seeing now the promoters, they want to use all these technologies and become a better provider.
What I believe that it's surely going to be very modular in terms of architecture also. Like things are going to be very format setted, and on that way things will be designed. Of course, softwares will evolve. It is a never-ending thing. It is surely going to evolve, and new softwares and new techniques will be there. But I'm afraid on that we should not, we should not forget the cultural impact and the local zest of our origin. That is something which I'm very afraid of with the future. But it should be surely very modular. It's going to be modular.
So modular, don't you think that 3D printing might take over?
It will surely going to be a very important part of architecture, a 3D printing thing, because it saves a lot of energy, it saves labor, it saves a lot of time, for sure. But on that also, a lot of customization might not be that easy.
But then how do you conserve heritage? Because you just spoke about heritage and workmanship.
Yes.
If 3D printing comes in, how do you see heritage and these workmanship disappearing, or you think it can be integrated?
The artisan surely might lose their job. But that is the thing. I'm afraid that our cultural impact might lose in future because of the new technology coming on the platform. Because
But as an architectural practice, what can you do to save it then?
I think we should not forget our own origins. We can at least have a element of our cultural impact. That will surely be a part of our life. We are still doing the same. We have our cultural impact since centuries. Now we are very much westernized because of the today's generation. But still we have our origin, we have our cultural impact, and by that reason we are having those elements. So this has to be carried forward in a right way. Appropriately we have to apply the techniques rather than just copying and following and blindly doing the things which is happening in Western. Why don't we incorporate and develop our own ideas towards the future? Since India is going to be a leader, it is going to be a very impactful. People, the entire world is looking towards India. We all can develop it and make it a new technique.
Yeah, okay. I'll add a different dimension from people who stay in the houses or people who use the buildings that you create. Of course, I mean, the perspective that you brought about is largely from, how technology can be used, how softwares can be used in, designing a building. From, people who stay in the houses, how safe, how convenient, how the space in which they are living is for them to use on daily basis. How you're creating use cases which will make life easier for the people who stay inside their house. How the ambience is, more conducive, which will give a better peace of mind to people who live in there. How they can become more creative in the spaces that they utilize. And also, of course, if the houses have to become more sustainable in future purely from the energy conservation perspective, how homes or buildings are becoming more energy efficient, that they are using less of practice in mind, and then the outcome which you create.
Can I please request, networking has been done in the, you can just step out and do the networking there also. So going to the second question, so it's for Jaska to start. Which is to, it's for human comfort and also to integrate things in home automation, or you see something else which is coming in the future for us in terms of a smarter way to live in a space and to interact with the space?
Or maybe I address that question is that also answering many questions, an ideal lifestyle, what an ideal lifestyle is. And perhaps you're going through different cycles while trying to answer it. It's fairly recent that we've had this opportunity of bringing in technology, having control of devices, lighting, air conditioning, television, entertainment on our mobile devices. We've experienced that. Some people have an opinion, no, I would prefer to do it physically. I don't want to get into that automation, and some people are very happy with it. So I think we are still discovering our comfort zone. And I think for a few years to come, we will continue to go through that cycle as a society till such time some clarity emerges to what extent we want to bring it into our lives. That's really how I think it, because people who have experienced automation systems, let's say for a while now, they have very diametrically opposite views of it at times, which is good, I believe, because it's coming from experience. So, but definitely access to, so if we, let's say, look at a different building, let's say hotels, for example. Hotels have had building management systems for a very long time. Right now, let's say we are using automation technology for comfort, perhaps not so much at a residential scale, which is more widespread for building management. So that learning, that let's say the need for it perhaps has to happen. We need to, let's say, evolve along with it before we start using those technologies for better control of homes also. So there is a natural reason also for it not happening so far, because in commercial projects we have a dedicated person controlling all of that. In a family or in a smaller setup, there will be no person whom you will take up that much of responsibility of controlling a building. So yeah, that's my view on it.
So one more thing is, see, I personally feel that there's a saturation which will hit the market in terms of home automation, because everything is linked to the centralized system, which is anyway there, right? So also we'll just come to you in a second about this. But as a designer, because the population is a big problem for us, density and space area which we are utilizing. So do you think adaptive spaces, where a space, this transformative spaces, because of the space constraint which we are facing, this home automation might also enter into this adaptive spaces where the spaces start transforming and morphing, which we are already doing in some projects. But you think this home automation then just leisure problem, like leisure is not a problem, leisure is just a, it's just add on human comfort. But you think it can be used to create a solution for this problem of density and to create smart spaces using home automation systems?
Adaptive spaces, I'm not personally so confident on. I'm definitely, I believe, more rational use of spaces will come in. Also, I think, one aspect perhaps we do overlook currently is the building life cycle cost or life cycle analysis of a building. Often when you're talking about sustainability, we are talking about, let's say, how much energy is saving. We are perhaps often overlooking what's the life cycle of that product itself, the material that we're using. Older buildings which have been around for centuries, they may have spent tremendous labor, energy, whatever to build that building. But once the building is there, it's up there for centuries. We're not making a building, knocking it down after every 30, 40 years, making a new one. Even if you make a smarter building, that way every 30 years, I think the energy consumed in making that building again is far in excess of what we were able to save. Adaptive spaces, perhaps I'm talking from more of what my little understanding of human psychology is, that ideally as we are realizing what is our comfort zone, we will also start designing spaces which cater to our certain moods and needs. As an example, a bedroom has to be restful, and that perhaps will continue to increase. A place of work has to be something which has a different sort of a vibe, and we'll be creating spaces accordingly. So while the technology has been there for a long time, where a bed can transform into a study desk or something else, I don't think it's been used largely because the space is not catering to that mood or vibe.
But also the problem is, when we look at the space structure, if I look at Hong Kong, maybe what we're making here is 100 square meter, might be only 10 square meter there, because the space is not a luxury there. So that's why the question came. But I guess in India, this problem we're not facing currently. Maybe in another 5 years, 10 years, it might be an issue. So, sorry, just the same question to you, Mr. Vivek. So, at Havells, you guys are pioneering in smart technologies. Is it saturation level, or is there more cutting-edge technologies which are coming in the future now?
I believe that, smart word itself is little overrated, but if you look at what we have today, that also has not reached, I won't say even masses. I mean, if you just look at the top strata of society, there also adaptation of smart itself is not so much. the technology is becoming simpler. When I say simpler means there are plug-and-play solutions, and also so much affordable that any house can adopt it today. So once you reach a stage where almost every second home is utilizing some smartness or the other, you can't say that it's reached saturation level. Today, how many homes would want to have some sort of automation, be it in lighting, remotely controlling your lights, be either inside the home or outside, or let's say even just automating your devices which need to be physically switched on. For example, geyser in Delhi. Morning you get up, you need to switch on. Before you step into the shower, the geyser needs to be on, and many times you forget, and then you again wait for another 15-20 minutes. So that's a very simple use case I've said. But there are many use cases in day-to-day life which can be automated, and life can become much simpler for anybody. Be it getting up in the morning to coming back in the evening, how you're utilizing your space.
Right.
So saturation of automation is something I think which is, I would say,
See, what I meant is not really the application and the widespread usage, but it's more the technology itself. Because see, right now what you're speaking about is comfort. Comfort is not a need. It's just a luxury which you're speaking about. What you showed in the presentation earlier was also about energy conservation. So maybe in terms of smart technologies, rather than just human comfort, which is a luxury, how are you integrating more into sustainability aspects and more into saving the planet, let's say. That's what it is about, I think.
So, whatever gets captured and measured is the first step. Once that is done, then the user can actually take steps to conserve energy. So there are, very simple devices which are connected, which capture the complete usage of homes in terms of energy or different devices. And then that data is then thrown up for the user to see how he can, adapt his home for the minimal use of, minimal wastage of the energy inside home. So from that aspect, I would say, very baby steps have been still taken. A simple device like energy monitor, which gets installed in a distribution board, can capture all devices inside home, how they are functioning, when they are functioning, what is the energy usage for them, and that data can help him actually remotely switch off those devices or educate the members in the home how to use them. Also, when it becomes grid interactive, the grid will know, the electricity distribution company will know what is being utilized at what time, and accordingly then they can set the tariffs for the time of the day. Morning time tariff would be different, afternoon would be different, evening would be different. So grid interactivity, usage, monitoring of the energy is something which is yet to evolve and come to that stage. But
why don't
yes,
you give us a glimpse in the future? What are you guys developing in the factories? Tell us. Tell us what is in store for us for the next 10 years. Come.
So as I said that, our complete interactive home, where everything inside home will be fully connected. For example, the smallest of the things that we are developing, we are also ensuring that they are, models which are connected. Be it your air conditioner, be it your fan, be it your geyser, your coffee maker, your air purifier, everything is going to be connected.
But sorry, I'm interrupting you, but we are also looking at, we were talking about saturation, and is it just about automation alone? But there are smaller things that are not really seen everywhere in the market yet, but like a smart bowl, where let's say you enter a house, I'm imagining again future gazing, I'm entering a house and I'm saying, Alexa, I'm on a 1300 calorie diet for the next 7 days. And maybe the bowl, is smart enough to measure, whatever I'm eating, and it does, right? There are smart bowls that tell you the contents of the food that is kept in it, and we're talking about that level of automation, connecting the air conditioning and the curtain blinds and the light, and that I think it is quite achievable today. But moving to the next level, I think there are these smaller, independent and disconnected devices that are not yet. So, we would like to know if there is something like that where you're really taking the smart home to the next level.
So there are many things which are being worked in the R&D center in Bangalore. I would would not be privy to everything, but there are two examples that I can give you. One is on the refrigerator. It will give you said calorie, so that's one thing, because once it recognizes it's an apple, so it will give what is the calorie content. So all that is possible. It's not difficult. So inside the refrigerator, it will measure what all is expiring through the expiry dates. So it will read the QR codes and it will
very
when it
useful.
is expiring, so it will give that data to the user. So that's one thing. Another very important thing is that in your kitchen you have many appliances and everything is connected. So you need number of points there. So we are developing a slab where you just keep the appliance on it and it is powered. So no need to plug it on. So it's induction based, and all appliances which we will create will be compatible to that. So be it your your microwave or mixer grinder or any device that you use in the kitchen, you put it in the slab and it will be powered.
Should we talk about AI? How to integrate AI and computational design? If any of you could, reflect on the possibilities of integrating, these sort of, for me, futuristic systems into architecture.
So, well, I will like to say something on AI. So, AI is, of course, I believe it's the future in terms of designing, and more than that, for the layman, for the people who are going to live on those houses.
Then we'll be out of jobs then if that's the future.
No, so when there was no AutoCAD, when there was no drafting software, hand drafting was the main thing. When the drafting online, like this AutoCAD came, drafting software came, hand drafting is not so casual. The same is going to happen in future. So it is never going to take our job away, for sure. It's just that we should know how to operate it. It is surely going to take the job away who don't know how to operate it.
How are you integrating it then in your practice? How are you integrating AI in your practice?
To understand the project, to understand what that project needs, what kind of things it is there to be taken care of. Like say how the sun path is happening. So these are also a part of AI. It will
Are
give
you
us
getting AI images from clients also?
No.
Are clients doing?
the images you're talking about. That is not
We
yet.
have started getting
That is just.
I want to know from Amit Gupta also
No,
what
no,
he
no.
does
We are
to
getting
integrate
images. So
AI.
That definition of AI is not AI for us at least.
No, but I think finally it's like we can take more informed decision using AI. It's like we have design assimilations for better air quality, better thermal comfort, better energy assimilations, and structure analysis. So finally, human is the core, but we can take better decisions. And suppose we are in all now with the virtual reality, client can understand the design better, and it's like it will be cost effective finally. Suppose if he doesn't like anything or if he doesn't understand anything, with all these things accumulatively, we can present the design better, and I think everything should boil down to a better project.
See, but what you're speaking about is more computational design.
Yeah.
You are more hinting at computational design using simulation, iterative loops, creating more robust designs. But right now, let's say Mid-Journey and all these other softwares which are there, where you just put in some words and it spits out image after image.
Generative designs
Right?
and everything, yeah.
So how do you think this is affecting the profession, or how are you integrating this in your profession? Or
Just
are you
Karan,
not
would you like to take
integrating
that?
this in the
Abhi,
profession?
so right now we have not started. We have just
Yeah.
not the generative designs, just a computational design we have started.
Yeah, so we can actually often, because not everyone's familiar with the extent to which AI has penetrated different design tools, softwares, maybe we can just categorize it in a certain way. One, of course, is, let's say, if you want to ideate. Midjourney is a great tool for ideation. It's like a fantastic bouncing board. You have a certain thought, you want to see how that thought looks like. It will keep on throwing ideas. That way the technology works, Midjourney will not give you exactly what you want. You can't tell you want a room which is 10 feet by 20 feet and it will throw exactly with those parameters. Something similar. So great for brainstorming, ideation. Then there are tools which are more specific to the space that you define. That's a different part. That's a different, let's say, set of softwares for AI. And then you, of course, have different set of softwares, AI-powered softwares, which will work with BIM. So let's say, in that you can definitely say, oh, I want a building which is 100 feet across, 580 feet wide, with 5 stories, and the floor recesses as it goes up. It will keep on developing that BIM model. So these technologies are there, easy to access, and one can use them. How it will affect, So what will happen is, I agree, it will not take everyone's job away, but it will take a huge number of jobs away. In any industry, there are many people who are just there because some sort of mental labor is required. Maybe they're not really applying that much of their thought or creativity into it. So what AI will do, it will in fact burden the person with more responsibility. Because right now, with the current time frame that anyone has, they look at 2, 3, 4, 5 options. It's a fairly limited number of options one can process within a practical time frame. With AI, it will throw thousands of options at you. So the person who's finally making those decisions has to be really, really with a very clear mind, clear thoughts, of what they really want to do. So it will definitely increase the responsibility on the decision maker, and it will at the same time take away a huge number of jobs of people who are really not into it.
So what you're saying for you is more of a ideation tool right now? What are you using it?
No, I'm saying there are softwares which are great for ideation, like Midjourney, DALL-E, those are great for ideation. Then there are other set of softwares, AI-powered softwares, which will, let's say, they'll be more specific to the space that you define. So if, let's say, there is a module of a space which has a door in a certain location, window in a certain location, it will respect those parameters. That's a separate set of softwares. So Midjourney for ideation, another set of software for more precise visualization, and another set of softwares for, let's say, which will work with Revit or ArchiCAD. Those will develop the BIM models as you feed the text into it.
The thing is, no, AI has been there for a very long time. AI has been in the market for almost 10 years now. By writing scripts, we could set up feedback loops and create AI. Just with this Midjourney and all these new softwares, it is more visual and more accessible to normal people. So I think we are all using maybe AI for certain years, but right now, we have been using AI for certain years, but right now it's a bit more hands-on because it's more visual to everyone. Because like what you said, simulation, it's also iterative loop, it's also AI, what you were using.
Yeah, so Amit, as you said, that the client also now operates that, they come up with an image that we want this thing. But again, it's an evolution. Earlier when there were clients, like if I say decades back, so architect designed the house and the client is blank, okay, because there was no visualization. Then the sketching came, and then the 3D software came, in which we generated the interiors or architecture, and then we showed to the client, and client became more clear that, okay, this is what I want, or I want this alteration, or I don't want this texture. So it takes a lot of time to, to confirm that the client really wants it. With AI, see the positive part. With AI, you can give your inputs that we want this kind of material, this form or this thing or whatever. You can put your specification and it can give you multiple images in which it might save a lot of time. Client's time, yours time, and we can actually come down to a platform where we both agree. And maybe client can give his own homework and he can come down to you that this is what I want.
But is it a good thing?
In a way,
the designers,
yes.
We should know what
in a way, yes. It is. See, it is a good thing or not. It depends upon how you're going to operate it. If a client is pretty clear, if you know that client wants it, and you can give your own inputs on that, and then it can become an appropriate thing for a client, because eventually he is going to use that project.
See, as architects, anything which improves the profession is a good thing. I really don't see any flip side to it as far as the profession is concerned. And another thing, from my experience, a good designer can use an AI tool, even like something as simple as Midjourney, far better than a regular layman can, because you need to understand so you need a common language to interact with the AI tool. In this case,
no one can take our skills.
Yeah, I'm saying in this case you need the right ideas, the right terminology, the right words to feed into Midjourney for it to give you those accurate results. In an ideal world, a designer should be more aware of the client than all these things. So,
also, I think one of the fastest machines on the planet is the brains which we have. So, and through the training of years and years of experience, which we all have. So I guess these are just tools at the end, right? Just tools to facilitate our design process.
See, ultimately, I don't think beyond the point you can't compete with technology. It's like if I'm the most talented swordsman and there is an average guy in front of me with a handgun, no amount of sword fighting skill will help me win that battle. So beyond the point, we have to adopt a technology, and we can't just by I mean,
But
can't companies just have minds beyond a certain point?
But I imagine it, Mid-Journey, for example, I imagine it like a wild horse. I can do a lot with it, but I need to know how to control it, because if I don't, then it's just running in all directions, and it's
can become
waste of time
complicated
than,
also.
than anything. So we have a minute left, less than a
So
minute.
shall we just take closing remarks from everyone?
Yeah.
So
Closing
just a final closing remark, if everyone can just put it in one line. What is a smarter future for you in terms of construction, technology and design? How do you see the future for us?
For the smarter future, if I say, we have to accept and adapt it in a right manner. Someone who is not going to do it, I don't know where they will lead. So we have to very appropriately adopt it.
I would say smart is the way ahead, but we need to go hand in hand with sustainability as well. So we should not, like you said, sustainability should go hand in hand with smart.
I gave a little longer version of it, but the shorter answer is we have to move to BIM for better.
Okay, so I think the challenge today is much bigger, as the expectation of users are, growing, much beyond the imagination of designers, I would say. Sometimes the needs are latent, so those needs also needs to be explored. Future is difficult in terms of the sustainability of the planet. So it's a collective responsibility of designers and manufacturers like us to create spaces which will consume lesser energy. So from that aspect, I think the challenge is much bigger, and I hope we as humans will live up to that challenge to see the future.
Also, what Swapnil said, that amidst all this confusion and moving forward and becoming smarter, we shouldn't forget who we are and where we came from, and that should hopefully keep us grounded.
Thank you everyone for your time, and thank you Shruti, for being
Thank you, Amit.
Thank you.
for
Really enjoyed the discussion.
coordinating this whole thing. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. I request all of you to stay back because we want to present the mementos to all our distinguished speakers. To present the mementos, may I call upon stage Mr. Satinder Chawla from Span Floors. Please come on stage and present the mementos to our speakers. I also request Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saisha Kitchen to come on stage. Requesting the mementos to please be brought on stage. So let's Principal Anagram Architects. A fabulous moderator she has been for the panel discussion. Architect Parul Agarwal, co-founder and director, Renascent Consultants. Architect Amit Gupta, founding partner, Studio Symbiosis. He has been a fabulous moderator for this session. Mr. Vivek Yadav, Executive Vice President, Havells India. Architect Swapnil Jaggi from Swapnil Jaggi Architects. Architect Jaskaran Singh, Principal Fab Interiors. We would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So, well, the session 2 was about Smart Challenge. What an incredible session it was. We have successfully concluded our second session. And without further ado, we would like to jump to session 3. Are you all ready for session 3? Yes, I want to feel some energy. I'm sure you all have had teas. Yeah? Are we all ready to begin? Wonderful. So our session 3 focuses on infrastructure and mobility challenge. So we would like to welcome on stage, without any further ado, Dr. Manjari Khanna Kapoor, who will explore the concept of smart mobility hubs and human-centric design approach to mobility. Architect Manjari Khanna Kapoor, Vice President, International CPTED Association. Dr. Kapoor, we welcome you on stage. Please put your hands together for Dr. Manjari Khanna Kapoor.
Thank you, all of you fellow architects and those who are not architects also. I welcome you to this third session. Unfortunately, my co-moderator could not join us. Amin Nair is unwell. So it's my privilege and pleasure to be taking up this really very interesting session, which is not only linked with a lot of aspects, one of which I will be introducing here, but we have some luminaries from the practice, from the industry, who are the final word on a lot of the subjects, and we will be having some great speakers, and I hope a great panel discussion. I know it's a little late in the day. I know we've been waiting for this for quite some time, but I cannot let an opportunity like this go by without introducing a unique aspect of infrastructure and mobility, which is my focus area and very close to my heart. So allow me just a few minutes. I'm going to just touch the subject only to introduce it. And of course, our speakers are all already learned about these aspects. And we hope that we would be able to have a great session. How many of you have heard of a concept called security by design or being secure by design? Hands. Okay, I see only one. Oh, I see 3 hands, mostly educated probably by me. But is it really that subject a little further? But why am I taking this with infrastructure and mobility? Why is security by design so critical to infrastructure and mobility? So I ask you all, you've all traveled, airports, railway stations, yes? Okay, raise your hands. I'm trying to get everybody out of the afternoon stupor. Okay, so everybody's traveled, good. How many of you have realized that there is some security, whatever, whether train station, bus station, airport, there is security? Yes? Hands? Agree? Okay. And how many of you think very few. So let's understand, as architects, as designers, as urban planners, as urban designers, do we have a role to play? Or do we only get to complain, oh, Delhi to bahut hi unsafe hai ji, ladkiyan to bahar ja nahi sakti, blah blah and the other. Okay, so question 1, it's not going further, okay, yeah. So just to get abreast with what is the status, we all know as architects, disasters are an important part of our being. We know there are natural and man-made disasters. We know we deal with, we design our buildings for all of these disasters which are natural. Fire, very important. Can't get a building done unless you know fire. But crime and terror. Are these? Well, we all are living in crime and terror all the time. And today, internationally, especially the UN Habitat has actually expanded the definition of sustainability to include social and economic sustainability, a very important part of which is security. Security forms a backbone of a sustainable economy, and you cannot have socio-economic sustainability without the right amount of thought, just a little thought to security. So we've already seen all of this, and in the interest of time, I ask my favorite question. What to you is building security? Any answers? Students down there? Seniors in the front? What is building security to you? Shout out. Anybody? There's silence. Pin drop. What is security in the context of buildings? Anybody? Yes, kids? Yeah? Entry and exit points. Very nice. Anybody else? So that's called access control. Anything else? So, sorry? I didn't get you. Cameras, yes. So typically, most of us architects, me included, till about, say, 8 years back, used to think that building security is not my subject. There's a security consultant who comes in the end, and he is the one who's going to take care of the cameras, the people, the guards, and of course the devices, right? Is that what is building security? Is it just as... Yes, sir? That is security, all right? Very good, very important point. So is it only superficial? Obviously, as Gunmeet said, it is not superficial. Every occupant of a building should feel secure. The final goal is to feel and be comprehensively secure. Does that mean it needs to be integral part of a built environment? Like maybe the fences, the gates and boundary walls, and nowadays we see some fancier things like bollards. This is called security by design. And it's not something new. Across the world, across the whole of the developed world, since I was born, keep guessing how far back that was, since I was born, this subject has been followed as security by design, design against crime, design out crime, design in security, or CPTED, CPTED. Security for the buildings and security that is built into the design. We all know that's how man started. What was the first reason for architecture, for all buildings to be built? Security. They needed to be shielded against animals first, weather, climate, and then finally other humans. So the principal reason for all architecture originally was mitigation of risks. And then buildings evolved. As the security needs evolved, the buildings evolved, their needs evolved, until it came to 2001. At that point of time, the world saw that a building that was built originally to safeguard people became the cause for mass destruction. The building itself became a weapon of mass destruction. And do you know, research shows that more people die from a failed building and its failed building parts than the actual blast or the actual terror incident. That is what puts the onus on all of us as architects and in the construction industry to build buildings that are resilient. They respond, reduce, recover, resist, and are designed in their design and structure and services to withstand and fail to comply with such malicious intent. So that puts the impetus on us to make sure that A, our design should mitigate risks, B, we should be able to resist in case a prevention fails, but thirdly, and probably the most importantly, my research shows that n number of designs actually create new vulnerabilities instead of mitigating them. And that is a crime. So we've seen, all of us have seen, we've been through these kind of security checks through infrastructure, through mobility, through our airports, train stations, and wherever we go, our public spaces. Yes? Anybody who hasn't gone through a security check? Please raise your hands. Everybody has. Great. Do you realize that these design, these inputs very often have some errors which cannot be made good by any amount of corrections? So, if you were to, does anybody give thought to these, how much space do they need? Do they have ample space? Do they have ample space to operate, service, maintain? Is it the best experiential quality I can offer? Is it at the correct location? And this is what happens when you don't think of all that. This is in 1983 in the US Embassy at Lebanon, where the security check being located in the lobby of the building was misused by the miscreants. And we all know, this is years, decades ago. And in our country, all around us, it's happening over and over and over, everywhere again. Why? Because we architects are not giving it that due consideration. We are not putting in what is required, and that is what is leading to catastrophe. That is what is leading to security theatrics. And so that's the third part. Fourth part, yes, building security is a necessity. And this is a better way of doing it. There can be innovative solutions. There can be innovative options, which is what we need to explore. Yeah, thank you. I'm just wrapping. So there are passive security ways. There are means to do it. I'm not going to give you a lecture on that. Not going to dwell on that. Just going to tell you the overarching important parts. I'll skip all these and just go to the benefits. Just take 2 minutes more. I think as a moderator I can afford that. Okay, so just to give you, I'm not going into the case study to tell you very crisply a glimpse of how that, because finally, even if we are all architects and convinced that, yeah, okay, what Manjari is talking is making sense, but how do I sell it to my client? How do I see value addition from that? So, I'll give you a small example without going into the case study. This is the World Trade Center, the 1 WTC building, which has been built to replace the fallen towers. This building, without going into the details, when the facade was coming up, before the facade, to clear the building, the NYPD made some crystal clear directions that this has to have blah, blah, blah. Three of the things they asked for in the facade was that it needs to be bulletproof, blast-resistant glass, but the design was twisting and non-modular. So they had to actually set up a special plant to actually produce all the glass that was required. And this was because security was not considered at the right stage, at the right time. Imagine a building as critical and as vulnerable as the 1 WTC, as a result of which the building was completed at a cost of $3.9 billion US, which is the cost in which they could have built 3 to 4 Burj Khalifas. Can you imagine? That is the cost of not giving consideration to security at the right stage. So obviously, you can save on costs, you majorly save on running costs. Now, the second very important selling point for this aspect. Now, even though this building was completed at this 4 times the cost kind of investment, do you know this is also the costliest piece of real estate, asking for almost twice the rentable areas anywhere else in Manhattan. So as you can see, the rates for Manhattan are approximately 49 to 50 USD, but in this building, they are going at 70 to 100. And that people are ready to pay. They are lining up to pay that money because they know that they are in the most secure building on earth, or so they would like to believe. I can tell you and show you that we have better security in a couple of hours. In fact, the doctoral outcome that I had, I made a rating system for buildings, and in that, I'm very happy to share that the one WTC scores about 73 to 74%, while our Akshardham temple in New Delhi scores a 75. Without much ado, silently, quietly, extremely secure by design. So that's my summation for the day, and I'll leave you with these little sparks that I could share. So it's a great concept for public knowledge. It's a good idea for marketing tool, the next big thing probably for builders to capitalize on, and it's a way to cash in on security. So with that, I'll wrap up and get back into my moderator role and call my next speaker for the day, Mr. Anupam Mittal.
गुड इवनिंग। चरणजीत शाह सर और गुरनीत सर को मैं थोड़ा सा सॉरी बोलूँगा, आपको स्टेप अप करके मैं आगे चला गया सर। गुरनीत सर, सर मैं आपको स्टेप अप करके आगे चला गया हूँ, सॉरी फॉर दैट। मेरी फ्लाइट है तो मुझे थोड़ा जल्दी निकलना। ओके, सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट this railway station redevelopment when we are talking about this mobility and public places and all those things. So, do you have it? Okay, fine. So this particular presentation is based on these areas from the previous era to today. हम में बहुत लोगों ने ये छुक छुक गाड़ी देखी होगी. So this was 1855, and how this from that to today the transformation is happening and transformation is done. I'll just go through a very quick introduction on these things. So from Indian Railway, this total track length is 126,366 kilometer with 7,335 stations. So redevelopment is happening in 7,335 locations. So this is the potential which is happening, and presently already more than 500 stations are under development. And now this is, I am just dividing into this few areas. Pre-independence, 1853 to 1947. So this was a train engine, and from 1853 to 1900, passenger rail services it all got started, and 1901 to 25 moves towards centralization, and then the electrification and hard lines like 25 to 1946 happened. So these are the 5 areas of transformation in Indian Railways. One is locomotive. You can see the steam engine to electric engine in this particular era. This was just that era. Then the rail coach, how the rail coaches from that particular wooden benches to small AC and non-AC bogies started. You can see the ticketing system from the printed one to the manual made tickets. Then the platforms, how this CSMT in 1853 to Heliport 1944, how the platforms started doing, and the station buildings. See the church gate in 1870, Havada in 1908, and Jhansi in 1946. You'll see how the transformation is happening. So this was post-independence Churchgate station. You must have seen the Churchgate station now. Any of you Churchgate station now? Okay, so you can now see the difference. So the impact was like 1947, these two major lines, this Bengal, Assam and Northern Western Railways and all those things were happening. I'll be very quick actually because I have a time of very less time has been given to me. Now from that particular the component which is the locomotive design to rail coach to ticketing to platform to station buildings. Actually हुआ क्या है और रेलवे स्टेशन में हो क्या रहा है? The platforms and the areas where public is supposed to be stationed during the this traveling, that everything is now getting changed from platform to the concourses to the buildings. Station buildings are now getting transformed from that Churchgate building to this New Delhi station in 1956, which was done in this particular year. Now you can see a modern building which is getting from the small entry station to the larger stations. The technology and phasing out steam, it happened in 1981 to year 2000. From steam engine to this diesel engine to other things. And this was the station which used to see. And I'll show how it is getting transformed. Now, when 21st century, when you're moving online, 2001 to 2014, we must have seen the installation of escalators, travelators, lifts, those particular technologies getting involved in all the stations. Then the introduction of 2001 was the introduction of metro in totality. And then the expansion, then the electrification, these things happened onwards. And now see the locomotives. From this metro locomotive to rail coach, these double-decker and Shatabdis, Rajdhani trains, then coming to the app-based ticketing system, then to the platforms. Platform has got a lot of space, small shops, restaurants that get started happening, and station building. This Savai Madhopur metro station been sprouting upon so much advanced system with technology, with construction, specifications, security and all those things. And then it comes out to be the Amrit era, which call it 2015 and onwards. So this was the first station, most of you people may be understanding this station in Habibganj, Bhopal. Many of you must have visited this station. This is the first station under major upgradation of railway stations. And now what is happening is RRTS, DFC, high-speed rails, and the new system which is coming up so fast. Now if you see this particular slide from locomotive Vande Bharat, the first generation train completely done in India, then the Vande Bharat second generation, then the Nemo Bharat, and the Amrit Bharat. These are the trains which are not, this is a transformation, I'm talking about the transformation of Indian Railways. So from those bogies, even the first Shatabdi which came from some other country, imported for India and run between Delhi and Lucknow. That was the first Shatabdi which was purely imported. Now these are the trains which are definitely made completely make in India. The rail coach, the Gatiman coach, then Vande Bharat coach, Amrit Bharat coach. These are the coaches which has been transformed. Ticketing definitely till now, the kiosk-based ticketing system, those things are happening. And the platforms are completely transforming. What is happening in platform? The previous pictures you have seen the clutter and the lot of people sitting on the platform, sleeping all over the place. Now they have been given a proper space to stay, to wait, because the technology is also getting improved. They are getting information. They are getting the details of the platform, bogies and everything. And the station buildings. Habibganj, Gandhinagar. Now Gandhinagar station is already having a 5-star hotel above the tracks. So from that Churchgate to this particular area. And the current initiative. This is This is my project. This is Mathura, upcoming Mathura railway station. And if you see this, you just can you run this video? This is a very small
network. All of us know one of the largest networks in the world. 8 billion passengers carried every year. 8 billion. +22,000 trains every day. 22,000 trains every day. 7,300 stations. Now, how do you transform a network of this complexity, of this magnitude? We have 1.2 million employees. This is Prayagraj, a station where when Kumbh happens,
this Prayagraj is also
you
done
get
by us.
in a single day 10 million people. On a single day, you get 10 million people. How do you design a station for that kind of volume? Phenomenal challenge, but the teams have delivered. Work has started on this. Tenders awarded 4-5 months back. Work has started on this. Again, huge thinking has gone into creating space where that peak traffic of 10 million people, on a single day can be managed in a very effective way. Chandigarh,
So again,
I
our
can
project.
show you multiple pictures. All these are the places where work has started.
So this ideation is now come up to this stage when we are actually able to see the transformation. So these are the, when we talk about the railway station in general, we talk about the multimodal integration of what? Network, the wayfinding, then definitely the security aspect which was just discussed, and the fare. Then the regulated traffic movement, and the biggest challenge is the control of the movement, the people who are actually traveling all across the station building. The parking system, dedicated bays, everything is getting organized in most of the stations. Then segregating passenger movement, like incoming passenger, outgoing passengers, definitely it's not possible like the airports we do, but definitely it's coming up in most of the railway stations. The large functional zones, this is actually happening. These kind of the public areas is getting created above the railway station. World-class facilities is a part of it, lounges, coffee, and all those places. And definitely, when we are talking about such a huge development, sustainability, the challenges, the kind of spaces you have, definitely accordingly you have the opportunities also. And the improved revenue generation through all these multi-level parking, signboards, and then commercial activities. And the last part is opportunities. I'm definitely taking a quite quick. So now this is the opportunity chart for all the architects who are sitting out here, and they can definitely be shared when we have a redevelopment of major railway stations, Amrit Bharat stations, then DFCs, then Gati Shakti, new trains, new railway corridors, everything is coming up in a huge manner. So this is the opportunities. These are a lot of news, everything is in news, a lot of newspapers, TV channel, everything has been covered. You can see the entire media has been covered by this development, and definitely thank you so much for hearing me.
I request you to please stay back. We would be privileged to present you with a Smartex memento. So we thank architect Anupam Mittal for sharing his insights on the redevelopment of railway stations. And to felicitate him with the Smartex memento, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Chandrasekhar from Kajaria. May we have Mr. Chandrasekhar from Kajaria on stage? Maybe he has gone to have tea. May I request Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Perryware? Do we have Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Perryware here? Okay. Let's get the memento for architect Anupam Mittal. your hands together for architect Anupam Mittal. I request you, Mr. Nandan, please stay back. We have some more felicitations to make, and I request Mr. Architect Jaskaran Singh to come and receive his People's Choice Award. Architect Jaskaran Singh. So we are felicitating some awardees here. Please put your hands together for Architect Jaskaran Singh. Congratulations for your well-deserved award. Thank you, Mr. Rajneesh Nandan, for doing the honors. I would like to request Mr. Debajit Sen from Higher HVAC Solutions to please come on stage and do some felicitations. Let's welcome Mr. Debajit Sen, Director, Higher HVAC Solutions. The next awardee, Architect Bipradeep Dhar. He gets the People's Choice Award. Congratulations, Architect Bipradeep Dhar. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Architect Aditya Goswami, please come on stage as you receive People's Choice Award. Requesting Architect Aditya Goswami to please come on stage and receive his award. Okay, on behalf of Architect Goswami, Pradeep Dhar is going to receive the award. Congratulations to him. Now we would like to present a memento to Architect Samiran Banik. Please come on stage as we felicitate you with a memento. Requesting Mr. Debajit Sen to do the honor. Jury award. Okay. So this is Jury Choice Award. Congratulations, Architect Samiran Manik. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time to encourage the awardees. Thank you, Mr. Debajit Sen, for doing the honor. Thank you very much. Without further ado, let's move on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to delve into the realm of airport mobility as we hear from the esteemed Professor Charanjit S. Shah, founder of Creative Group. With his extensive expertise and experience in architecture design, Architect Shah will take us on a journey exploring the dynamic and evolving landscape of mobility within airports. Let's eagerly anticipate Architect Shah's enlightening discourse on this crucial aspect. So over to Professor Charanjit S. Shah. Please put your hands together.
नमस्कार जी. कभी कभी ना लास्ट में फैग एंड में काफ़ी थिन अटेंडेंस हो जाती है, but nevertheless is not always less. Less is more sometimes. बड़े लर्नेड बैठे हैं सब लोग, तो मैं तो नाउ +75 वाले बंदे को रिटायर कर देते हैं वैसे, बट आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल कि यार मुझे इन्होंने बुलाया यहाँ पे. मैं आई एम जस्ट स्टार्टिंग बाई टुडे देयर इज लॉट ऑफ वर्क. सब लोग बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, मैडम बैठी हैं यार सिक्योरिटी कैसी होगी, ये कैसे होगा हैं. बट आई फील यार जब मैं बिल्कुल नोमैटिक था, ना सिक्योरिटी चाहिए थी, कुछ नहीं चाहिए था, हैं, पेड़ के नीचे बैठा हूँ, सस्टेनेबल. अब मैं इतनी मेहनत करता हूँ, पहले बिल्डिंग बनाऊँ, सिक्योरिटी करो, ये करो, वो करो, ऑटोमेशन, BMS, ऑल दैट. फिर कहता है यार अब मैं शांति देखो कहाँ मिल रही है. फिर घर को पूरा टाइट कर दिया फ्रॉम ऑल साइड. यार मेरा घर तो वो लग्जरी अपार्टमेंट, सेंट्रली एयर कंडीशन, और अंदर प्लांट्स रखे हुए हैं सारे. कहता बाहर लैंडस्केप बहुत अच्छा है पर अंदर तो आर्टिफिशियल है. द प्लांट्स विच आर इनसाइड आर ऑल आर्टिफिशियल. पर है, एज चल रही है. मैं पैदा हुआ रेफ्यूजी कैंप में, टेंट में, तो आज हम सब कुछ फैसिलिटी है. लेकिन मेरी वाइफ जब मेरे से बात करती है ना, तो व्हाट्सएप पे कहती है गुड नाइट. दैट इज द इफेक्ट ऑफ मॉडर्नाइजेशन. तो मैं पहले तो भाई माइक्रो लेवल से काम किया तो बड़ा मज़ा आ रहा था. फिर भगवान ने हमें एयरपोर्ट देने चालू कर दिए. स्टार्टेड द जर्नी टू एयरपोर्ट्स, लार्ज स्पैन, ऑल दैट. दैट वाज आल्सो वेरी फैंटेसी. और जब वो काम कर रहे थे तो व्हाट हैपेंड, तो यार हमने कहा यार जब ग्लोबल कंपटीशन थे डिज़ाइन, तो डू समथिंग विच इज़ वेरी फैंटास्टिक एंड समथिंग विच इज़ वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स. तो वहाँ से जर्नी जब चालू की, वी थॉट complexity is, which is like creation, that is dynamism. जब 2, 4, 5 ऐसे एयरपोर्ट बना दिए जिसमें बड़ी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी डाली, रूफ में इधर उधर सब कुछ, फिर मैंने सोचा यार ये जो हम इतना ऊपर से रूफ में ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं वो देखेगा कहाँ से बंदा. I can't see it on the eye level, I can only see when I fly. Then I understood my mistakes and I said let's see that we do something which is absolutely simplistic. मेरा बच्चा बैठा हुआ है, अभी मुझे काफ़ी देर बाद मिला, अविनाश. तो he was doing on गोवा and चेन्नई, ये उन 20 साल पहले की बात कर रहा था. तो slowly learning process started and then we came to know यार simplistic is the dynamism, minimistic. Then we started looking into that. फिर कुछ हमने बिल्कुल मिनिमिस्टिक अप्रोच से एयरपोर्ट्स एंड अदर बिल्डिंग्स बनाई. उसके बाद में नाउ द एरा इज हाउ वी क्रिएट इंडियन आर्किटेक्चर. इट इज़ लाइक 3 P's, प्लेस, पीपल एंड पर्पस. पहले बनाया, उसके लिंक नहीं है यार ये कहाँ है. इट कैन बी इन एनीवेयर. Now what we're doing is trying to create that sort of an architecture where there is a place, there is a purpose, and that has to be established. And then when you create that sort of an architecture, that means you're putting life into it. That is like a built mass, which is not a mass of brick and concrete, but is a living organism which breathes, embodied with nature, and that you call it sustainable architecture. Perhaps now this fag end of my journey, we're trying to create that sort of architecture where you have the belongingness. Yes, ये मेरा दिल्ली का है यार, ये मेरा भुवनेश्वर का है, ये मेरा बॉम्बे का है. How do you create, identify belongingness, and this is my baby, adore my baby, and whatever I do is like this baby is in my motherhood, not in my womanhood. No, womanhood can produce a baby, but but will not have the emotion of a motherhood. So that is what an architecture is, the emotion which we need to create. So I am just giving you some sort of तो भाई थोड़े थोड़े वो होते हैं ना कि भाई दादी के नुस्खे ये दादे के हो सकते हैं. तो उसको कुछ करें कि let's not be imitating the global world and try to do something which belongs to me, to my nation, to my country, to my state, to my city, to my neighborhood. So that is what perhaps, now I will not show you any presentation. I'll just show you a video and you can have a glimpse that today sky is also not the limit for architects to create. Maybe in, I would say, aviation, airways, waterways, railways, you take it, ferry terminal, you take it, highways, you take it, intermodality, last mile connectivity, all these are very big words, but these are being implemented here in all the infrastructure projects of transportation. Maybe now we're doing one of the urban ropeways, first urban ropeways in Varanasi, connecting railway station to the temple with 5 stations. So we need to layer the city with, new innovative systems of transportation where we reach to the last mile, the walkability. I think that is the prime objective, not that we layer another, like a flyover to a metro, to a rapid metro, to, then creating that sort of an eyesore in the city. Let's see that we create cities for people, but I do not know, because the urbanization is going so fast that I think by 2040 we need more than 100 crore people will be in the cities, in the urban areas. So all, madam, your work will be there too much. Security तो आगे आएगी क्योंकि इतना urbanization हो रहा है. So we have to be conscious in creating our human settlement which survives and we feel proud of. तो आप जरा वीडियो दिखा दो, तो then I think I'll conclude there. Now, I'm very fortunate that we have more than 50 airports. When somebody asked me a question outside that how we become AECOM, how we become KPMG, how we become, large players and we compete with them, that is required today. And because we are subservient with them today, we hire works from either we go to their door and we become a small component and try to, like a catalyst. So let's see that how all of us, good meet is here, how we club together. Today is the time collaborative. How do you collaborate, make a larger team and see that you are, like 500 to 5,000 people under one umbrella, and then you can compete with these people and make the nation. say there is a lot of work and वैसे फीस नहीं है, that उससे घबराना नहीं है. तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि initially when we started these projects like Chennai, global competition, 5% fees, और एक मुझे चेक मिला 20 करोड़ का फीस का, तो उससे पहले मैंने 20 करोड़ की बिल्डिंग नहीं बनाई थी. सो आई एम जस्ट नरेटिंग दिस कि लेकिन मेरे पैसे भी खर्च हुए कि 38 कंसल्टेंट थे, 19 यूएसए से थे, 19 यहाँ थे. वो भी टाइम था. आज तो मैक्सिमम फीस 0.5%. गुरमीत भी बैठा है, मित्तल साहब चले गए हैं, हम सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं. काम नहीं करेंगे तो रेल की पटरी से नीचे उतर जाएंगे, हैं, फिर क्रेडेंशियल ही ख़त्म हो जाते हैं. सो इसे विजुअल सर्कल, घबराना नहीं है. मेरा ख्याल एक अभी आई वाज लुकिंग एट नेशनल हाईवेज सर्कुलर दैट गडकरी साहब ने देखा कि भाई ये कंसल्टेंट्स कंपटीशन करके 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1 कर रहे जा रहे हैं, तो कैसे कंट्रोल के. नाउ अगेन गवर्नमेंट इज फॉर 80-20, so that 80 is your technical and 20 is your financial, and that भी उसमें ज़्यादा फ़र्क है 25% से, तो उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया जाए. So I think awareness is coming. So let's see that let's see that whatever we do the best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I request you to please stay back, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Charanjit Esha, for your inspiring words. And today we are honored and privileged to present you with Smartex Lifetime Achievement Award. So congratulations to Professor Shah. And to do the honor, may I request Mr. Rajkumar Singh, Mr. Sukesh Singh, and Mr. Sandeep Latwal to come over and give away the Smartex Lifetime Achievement Award to Professor Charanjit Esha for his contributions to the world of architecture. Congratulations, sir. You are truly an inspiration for a generation of architects to follow. We are presenting this shawl and award to Professor Shah. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for this phenomenal moment. Mr. Jaskaran, please come on stage. Truly, very, very inspiring. Congratulations again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Professor. Please stay back one more time. All right, sir, would you like to say a few words? Okay. So, thank you so much and congratulations again. Now, moving on, let's gain valuable insights from our next speaker, architect Sudipto Ghosh, partner at S. Ghosh and Associates. Architect Ghosh will shed light on the innovative design concepts and practical implementations that are instrumental in shaping modern transportation systems, particularly within airports. His expertise promises to offer valuable perspectives on the pivotal role airports play in shaping the future of transportation. So over to architect Sudipto Ghosh.
Sorry, I'm butting in, but just for the audience, Sudipto is going to be addressing you, and I request you to note down in the panel session. We like to keep it interactive with the audience. So please hold on to any questions you have with Sudipto, and you will get your answers during the panel discussion. So just putting that in before he starts.
Hello. It's always a tough act to follow, Professor Shah. But I'm going to be brief. I will just set the context. I don't know why I am here, because I've only done 2 airports, and that was also a long time ago. And perhaps the reason for that is going to become apparent through the presentation. But I'm just going to set the context for airports and airport terminals in India. And so let's look at this timeline that we have from 1928, when we had the Juhu aerodrome that JRD Tata flew out of. And then there were these kind of airports that were built from 1928 to about 1960. And you can see that, this is the first. And the kind of conceptual understanding of the airports at that time, there was a regular field, the airport as part of the machine, the aircraft itself, and signifier of modernist principles. From 1960 onwards, there were tier 2 and tourism cities and all the kind of airports that came up thereafter. And of course, there were signifiers of heritage and culture, right? So you can see that there was this kind of drift towards trying to show what the city that the airport belonged to, what it was, where it was coming. Then thereafter, the tier 1, tier 2 cities expansions, and the tier 3 cities, and some of the airports that Professor Shah also showed. And these were the airports that came up from, let's say, 1990, 2000 onwards. And here we were looking at the signifiers of progress and technology. And then thereafter, of course, from now, the major airport upgradations that are happening, support for support cities like Jewar and Navi Mumbai and so on. And this is, of course, a signifier of efficiency and speed in the country as an economic hub. From 1928 to 1960, let's look at how the commissions were got, how people got these commissions. So architectural commissions were awarded to architects. In the next, and of course the government was owner/client. From somewhere 1990s to, let's say, 2010, there were architectural competitions, and that's how architects got commissioned. They would have done some major office building or something like that, or an airport earlier, and then they would be allowed to take part in an architectural competition from where they got these awards. At the same time, PPP models for first tier 1 cities like Delhi, that started as well. And now the National Airports Authority, which was earlier an AI, Airports Authority of India, became the owner and client, and they also became the PMCs for these various projects. Thereafter, coming to this present, now we have the EPC contracts, the design and builds, and the privatization of airports. And here AI is now a facilitator. The government is slowly kind of receding, and these awards are being given to larger entities. Some of these railway stations that we inherited from the British, and you can see that they took care and craft in building these these railway stations. And there was this whole narrative of course, the British dominance in India, but there's also the cultural inclusion, the city, and so on. And it's interesting that in the previous slide, there were these tier 2 cities that were trying to almost look like the railway stations. And now it's interesting, the railway stations want to look like airport terminals. But there's something to say about these becoming the threshold to a city. You kind of enter a city through a railway station or an airport, and it becomes an important moment, and therefore these are very, very important buildings. And the competitions that were held let's say for 2000, that's where I entered the scene. In 2007, we did a competition for Lucknow Airport and won. And the competition brief said the airport must be built in steel and glass. So there was a careful and choreographed moving away from the cultural artifactness of an airport into a notion of progress and technology. And so, yeah, we won this architecture competition in 2007. The architectural fees were 5% as per the Council of Architecture guidelines. And we could do things. We could do things for the airport. The airport was a complex building. Each section of the airport required a different section. We had, our working drawings had about 35 sections just in one direction through the building to explain the structure and so on. And I'm just showing a few slides here. This was the artwork that was done for the airport. We had a 1% for the arts that was set aside for the artwork of the building. By the time the project kind of came to that artwork stage, what was left behind for the artwork was like a few lakh rupees. And so some of us from the office just put together something in MDF and in gold paint and gold foil to do this kind of a little bit of a mural in front of the check-in desks on top, you know. So the Lucknow and the life of Lucknow and what it means, because the building, of course, in steel and glass does not reflect the city at all. So how does the artwork in the city, artwork in the airport at least can show something of that kind? Moving on, we got one more airport project, which was the Allahabad/Prayagraj airport terminal. And this was gotten through an EPC contract. EPC means engineering, procurement, and construction. And so Airport Authority of India first they actually gave these drawings as part of the tender package to a construction company, and Tata Projects won this at that point in time. And then they engaged us as architects. And our fees, of course, from 5% became 1%, which is also kind of a big deal, I guess, nowadays. But the drawings were already done, so you have to build this airport, okay? This is the elevation, airside and city side. The plans are very straightforward, you know, modular bays, and there is no hanky-panky. You do a box building, and that's what Airport Authority wants you to do. But, you know, we being architects, we want to do things, right? So we went to the Airports Authority and said, can we do something to the facade, please? Can we just change it around a bit? And they say, yes, yes, please, please. And Tata Projects are at the back. They are saying, no, 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 don't. You know, we have to finish this building on time and in cost. Don't do anything of this kind. But he said, we are architects, you know, we have to do this. So design inspiration, Prayagraj, some Sangam, river. And we are trying to kind of see what the facade can do, how we can bring the river back. And we've got these little, you know, motions and so on. So we convert the facade to something without changing the inside, because the building also has to be built within 11 months. It has to be done. Yogi Adityanath wants to inaugurate it in 11 months. It has to be done. Tata has taken it as a challenge. The building gets inaugurated in 11 months. Of course, half the things are not done, so you put ribbons and all that, and you inaugurate it in 11 months. And there were certain things that got lost in the way, and I want to discuss this, and I want to probably open it up in the panel session as well. So this was also part of the whole river aspect. We did this ceiling, okay, the false ceiling, which was done in tubular steel, has to be done, but we had this little curve. It was going through a curve. The point at which the column penetrated the roof became like a little ripple where it reminded you of a boat or something like that. And we also decided that we wanted to bring in the makara. Makara is this mythological beast which stays in the Sangam. And this animal we wanted to bring inside through the artwork. You know, through that roof, we said that the makara or this mythical beast should come inside the ceiling and reappear and disappear and so on through the airport, creating some kind of an interest in the ceiling in this very boxy building. And so we did these little models of this makara and how it was going to be hung from the ceiling. This little the ceiling, which is you know, in a wave shape, And of course, Tata projects, the airports authority said no, if Tata wants to do it in their budget, they can do it. Tata said, of course, we are not going to do it. So all that work, of course, and more than that, they said 11 months, you want us to do a wavy ceiling, we can't do it, we will make the ceiling straight. And so they flattened the ceiling and now it looks like a shed. But of course, they got the artwork done from some local person in Lucknow. I don't have anything to say to that. But the building was inaugurated and so on. So I just wanted to leave on that note as, possibly at the end, Tata told us that you guys are not EPC architects. And so obviously we never got another project from them and we don't suppose we'll get another one. But that's it, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Architect Ghosh, for sharing your expertise and insights with us. And let's see the enlightening discourse on this crucial aspect of urban development. Over to Architect Gunmeet Singh Chauhan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Since we are so few of us, may I request that some of us can come forward? We'll feel a little more of a conversation. Please, Priyanka, come forward. Manjari said 7 minutes, so I'll strictly stick to the 7 minutes and stop when the bell rings. See, there's a lot of work happening and each architect faces their own unique sort of challenges. Sudipto mentioned about his tryst with EPC clients, and it will be a sad day when people like you become EPC architects. We are happy that you aren't that kind of an architect, because it's important that cities are aesthetic and delightful. You know, while there is a lot of work happening, I am worried for the future of India because I really don't see much aesthetic development happening. One does see great brochures, but when you actually look at the quality of built environment that's coming up all around us, it's disheartening. And when we got this opportunity really to do railway stations, like Charanjit ji said, that it's not financially rewarding, but yet we thought, let's do it. I'm a Fauji son, grew up in cantonment, studied at Kendriya Vidyalaya at 15 rupees, went to IIT and paid 250 rupees. 10,000 की वो हमको किताबें दे देते थे. So I said, as it is, we do very little for the common man. You know, this is one area where we can really make a difference in terms of fulfilling our role in society. And I feel increasingly among the 5 professionals, you know, lawyers, doctors, chartered accountants, engineers and architects, we have been relegated to the 5th position. And possibly we are to blame for it, because we haven't really offered the people at large the access to design that they deserve. So I felt this was a great opportunity to fulfill that kind of purpose and the money that the country invested in my bringing up. So I'd like to start with a quote that says that the very purpose of public architecture is to embellish purpose with beauty. And it's very important, therefore, to discern what is beauty and who makes that choice. So one began to think and then lean towards various options that are available to us. One option, of course, is to go to the vernacular. It's a safe option, but it's not very interesting. It's not fascinating. And yet, it's important that whatever architectural vocabulary we choose, it must be contextual and create that sense of belongingness. Because unless the public architecture creates that bonds with the users, people are bound to disrespect it, whether it is spitting at wrong places or even otherwise, whether it fills them with a certain sense of pride. It's important that it is contextual. And yet, I often sit through 20 railway station presentations together. You know, that's their format. हम सबको email आ जाती है, 3 बजे meeting है. And then 20 architects present, and we have the option of seeing other people's work, which is quite nice. I often sit through 4 hours just to see the government is spending 2 lakh crores, and a lot of it is debt that we and our future generations will service. And it is the architects who are going to determine how this is going to look. So it's a very pivotal thing. Whether they pay us or they don't pay us is a secondary conversation, but we have to make sure that that 2 lakh crore is spent well. So in that context, I'd like to share, and when 7 minutes are over, you can tell me to stop. So we got Amritsar railway station way back in 2013. I thought this was almost like a spiritual calling, you know. तो मैंने कहा 1 रुपये दोगे तब भी मैं करूँगा. But what should it look like? So we looked at the arches, we looked at the colors, and to me, colors is a very good abstract of a city. And this is a holy city, and the 2 colors of spiritual holiness are white and gold. White is universal. Even in the West, white is considered the color of spirituality. In the East, gold is an additional sort of layer. So is saffron, but normally it's white and gold. And I thought Amritsar offered those 2 colors. Also the Lahori Eat and the Govindgarh Fort is made of it. The Jallianwala Bagh and its boundaries are made of it. And yet, now this is not the final design. This is just the one I like. The final design should be inaugurated by the Honorable PM in 2 weeks, so we're not allowed to show it. But that is also white and gold, but slightly more traditional than this. I wanted it to be traditional. So we looked at how we are actually going to use that color. And I'm finding very importantly, one thing missing in railway station designs is the concept of the concourse that airports have. You know, we still have one small entrance. While we have 5,000 people per hour, 10,000 people per hour, we still have a small entrance in most railway station designs. And the length of the railway station is typically 300 to 400 meters. So I thought we'll create a concourse, which clearly will have a colonnade. And I don't want to build an arch. So I created a colonnade which kind of gives you a similar sort of feel. And then we made these columns to be really large. Each column is roughly 2 meters by 4 meters. It's a fairly large column. And there is a 100-meter arch because the railway station has to be renovated while it's in operation. So on 6 platforms, we've given a single arch. So this column also has to take the lateral thrust. And that column we made into the main sort of hero of the facade, and then put in this metal perforated jali which would light up in gold. Also the Golden Temple, it's abstract really of Kichad mein Kamal, which is why it's gold, and Kamal is very central to Sikh architecture. The dome also has 3 lotuses in it as a symbol of purity and humility. the Saraswati sits on lotus and all those kind of symbols are there. But we didn't want to really build a temple. So we have created a circular oval structure that sits in the Sarovar. It's actually a cafe, but from outside it has this metal skin which will look very different right through the day and through the night. And we thought that was our way of saying that we are building something, in the city of the Golden Temple. From a functional perspective, like I said, we have done this big arch which is spanning 100 meters. Now these tend to become huge dust islands. While we are suffering from air pollution, the railway station roof is actually a huge dust island. So I wanted a roof that can clean itself. So this is an arch which helps me span 100 meters, but it also has inverted sprinklers on it, which will be able to wash the roof, and the water would naturally flow down onto the sides, and then it gets treated and recycled. It also allows for evaporative cooling. So there is that natural cooling that will happen because that metal is bound to get really, really hot. And then because it's 300 meters long, while the railway platform is 600 meters long, the building is 300 meters long, we've introduced these translucent eyes, as it were, to bring in natural light. This was actually the first railway station to be conceived. We did this in 2014, and that is we came up with this concept of the central departure concourse. So at the 9-meter level, you have a 72-meter wide concourse, almost 2 times the length of this room. And then arrival concourses are on the extreme ends, which are again 20 meters wide. And this allows it to become a trolleyable station. Also, it allows for a buggy ride, like a golf cart, to move all around. We have connected the multi-level car park with this, so you can actually drive up to the 9-meter level and then take a golf cart. And happily, this has become now the model for almost all that little gap, between the platform and the tracks is also a surface which can be treated nicely. So we took the waves and the colors of that area and kind of built those into it. Time's not up yet? Okay, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Gurmeet Singh Chauhan. I request sir to please stay back because we have a special award for him. We are privileged to honor him with Smartex Prime Award. And to do the honor, may I request Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Roka Bathroom Products Private Limited to come and do the honor. Give away the Smartex Prime Award to Architect Gurmeet Singh Chauhan. Do you have Mr. Nandan around? Okay. So, big congratulations to Architect Gurmeet Singh Chauhan for your achievement. We are delighted to present you with Smartex Prime Award. Congratulations and thank you. Moving on, for the next presentation, we have architect Sujata Hingorani, Principal Landscape at Oasis Designs. She will shed light on the existing opportunities within the realm of architecture amidst the infrastructure and mobility challenge. Her presentation is titled The Street, a human-centric design approach to mobility. She will let us learn about tapping into these opportunities for a more human-centric approach. So please give a big hand to architect Sujata Hingorani.
Hello. Hi. Okay, so I'm part of this particular session, but I don't do railway stations or airports. But we try to look at the infrastructure of the city. So what we look at our cities is or the airport is, still we have to encounter this in our cities. And we lose out on the scale, the dignity, equity, the boundary walls which was mentioned earlier. So these are the things which a lot of people have been pointing out, that we have to kind of move away from the car-centric model to a more human-centric model where we look at all the buildings as well as the road as well as the transit in a holistic way. Because if you just make a beautiful building, if the frontage of that is so ugly or whatever, then I don't know where we are going. So this is a prime example of a pedestrian street, cyber hub, but it is surrounded by parking and a road. So you are supposed to go to a pedestrian street via car only. For the smaller plots and all, of course, we have different type of boundary walls, and it's anybody's space in the city basically. New developments also, this is a new Lulu hypermarket which has come in Coimbatore. It has this huge parking lot. So you have a kind of a suburban model within the city that is coming in. So how did that happen? So what we have done is we have kind of decontextualized our cities, and we are just looking at numbers, kitni gaadiyan aayengi, what is the PCU count, uske hisab se we have to make the roads wider, we have to make another flyover. So it's a very mechanistic and disembodied design model that we are looking at. And
because of that, we're cutting up our cities into parcels, you can say. This is a new AIMS building. I just got it from the net. But the edge of this is again a service road. So itna sundar design hone ke bawajood bhi, the buildings or the grain is not talking to the street. And the amount of cost in terms of the infrastructure of doing these flyovers and all is very high in comparison to the different way. And this is for the people, what we should do, make cities for the people. So we are kind of forgetting people in that mist of the city. So what do people require? So in our cities, we require, most important is the in-between space, which we are completely forgetting. And infrastructure itself is a very mechanistic word, I would say. And we do have these kind of lots of guidelines and everything in that also. Like in railway or in airports, you have these guidelines. So in streets also we have this guidelines. But it is again very evidence-based and quantitative. So engineers have been spinning flyovers in our city. Ki itna PCU count hai. So we need like more roads and flyovers. So we have to kind of spin another story in which we look beyond data and concentrate on something which is more intuitive to us. We have to look at the world from our right brain, which we have forgotten 200 years ago, say. So which is the kind of story that we can kind of look at. So this Ellen Bottom used to say that religion has really made the story of theirs very interesting. So what they use is symbols. They use, all of these things to convey a message. So how do we kind of convey a message which is very different from the mechanistic one? In antiquity, there were like sacred spaces, which were like temenos. So those precincts were very sacred, and even in our Indian context or anywhere else, there were spaces which were sacred. So can we bring that sacredness in our city? So there was this person called Henry Corbin. He said that there can be emblematic city where you can actually look at the city to change you, and you can change your world around. So he called Isfahan an emblematic city. And we have been working in a lot of cities. Now coming back to the work that we do, so what we try to do is look at all the layers, and we try to use our intuitive brain to look at, apart from looking at all the various guidelines and everything, we look at cities holistically. Try to use our imagination and knowing, understand the unquantifiable and immeasurable. So we try to do the in-between spaces, you can say. We try to link, connect, bridge. So the city is those in-between spaces what we feel. So naming cities also is very important. So city, for us, Delhi is like a magnet. And it has got various layers of heritage, history, new metro, and people have named each colonies in Delhi in different ways. And it's got a new layer of metro also coming in. And outside the metro station, it's in a bad shape. But we are still building flyovers and underpasses. So when we look at doing any work in Delhi city, what we try to do is to link and connect. So that is the only thing that we can do, because most of the development is kind of happened. And to look at relationships. So this is the Nehru Place metro station. There was a big parking lot out here. So it was like this is like a whole precinct with lots of big buildings and all. And from Nehru Place, people were kind of supposed to go to the metro station. The link was very weak. So there was this overpass which was kind of designed and by DDA, but still there was a parking out here. So what we did is that we looked at this whole space in such a way that we kind of integrated this whole thing as like a precinct and added some shops and everything. So this is before and after. So this is still happening. So this is the space which was kind of reclaimed from the parking. Similarly, we have done Chhatarpur, but where we again removed the parking from the front. So the road and the parking, I don't know why architects also design their buildings in such a way that the building is in the center and there is parking all around, or there is a whatever setback and road all around. And what was even discussed, that then you make a boundary wall and that creates a kind of a barrier. So the donut-shaped buildings are something which we can kind of look at. So the Chhatarpur, we made this whole space as pedestrians. We added some autos and all. So we are also doing Kashmiri Gate precinct in such a way that we are trying to understand the complexity. So what we try to do is like a retrofit kind of a project where there are some existing elements which are already there and try to make sense of you know, how people will go from one place to another. So it's like just to go into the space and look at it holistically, look at the existing and how the connections will happen at a bigger scale. And then when the connections happen, we add the shops and everything. Mandi House, I'll just run through. Mandi House, again, very little things that we have added. Ring Road, Moti Bagh also we have done. Again, very simply, just to understand how much space is required, and then leave everything else for the pedestrian. Now, this is a typical example of how boundary walls can be like the negative spaces. Now, we have to really think about how to not make a P wall and kind of look at the street in a more positive way. So this was one stretch in Moti Bagh where we looked at the whole precinct, and this whole space, there was a service road earlier. So we removed the service road, we added a swale, we made this whole space pedestrian. So it looks like this. Some before afters. What slow ja raha. So again, like the boundary wall, how this is like a you know, you have to kind of think about how this is another area BRO where the housing and this thing. Wow, it's moving fast. I think the pointer also knows. This is another city. So we've called this Coimbatore as a nature-oriented city, where Coimbatore is a very young city because lots of colleges, and embedded within the city are these beautiful lakes, and again, it's part of the hills of the Western Ghats, and there was an existing system of water lakes within the city, which was made by the Cholas, beautiful structures, but it was in kind of a disrepair state, and eutrophication was happening. So here what we did is, there was like, when they used to do desilting, they used to just put the, what do you call it, all the silt out here. So when we came in, we worked with CGD on this, so we looked at holistic way of how to look at the whole precinct in such a way. So this was what was there earlier. and then restore, regenerate, reconnect. So this is part of the Smart City mission. So we went through a lot of processes. We repaired the structures, Lewis gates, looked at all the water balance, catchments and everything, looked at the overflow systems, made the tertiary treatment as wetlands. This is how the water was and then how it became. And then the whole space. So we don't look at only streets. So anything which is like, you know, in the public realm is something that I feel is a positive thing for the people of the city. How the bunds would work. So what happens is that people have started kind of engaging with the hills and the lake. Earlier it was like a backside, and to understand the grain of the city in terms of people and everything, we looked at this. So now it's become a nature-oriented people's city, you can say. So everybody's kind of embraced this place. This is one area under the flyover. Added a lot of sculptures. Another road in which we have kind of inserted the stormwater management within, and invisible stormwater management happening. So now another city, last one, sorry, emblematic city I call Srinagar, because Srinagar itself is such a beautiful city. It has got its own arts and crafts and beautiful monuments, and these, and within the 4-kilometer radius. Now these monuments don't come as like images, they come as experiences, as part of your movement with the city. And there are these beautiful gardens which have a metaphorical meaning to them, to, you know, to have the connection between the hills and the river. Then you can frame this thing to look at the city in a different way. And the planning of the city was done in such a way so that all your roads could kind of, roads as well as this river, could kind of look at the hills. So it's like it does something to you. It's like a completely different feeling to be in the city, and we were lucky to get a rainbow also there. And there are these beautiful bridges which are connecting the whole city. So when we came in, what could we do to this already beautiful city? So we tried to unveil and clean whatever was in a bad shape. So we got this little space within the heart of the city where we looked at this whole area between Jahangir Chowk and Lal Chowk. So as soon as you enter, come from the airport, you look at Jahangir Chowk and it's like a complete mess, because that is where all the interchanges and all happen. So how we kind of looked at it, but looked at the basic bones of the whole space. So the buildings had this, again, there was like an active edge, and buildings would give you that feel of movement, you can say. And as you go forward to Lal Chowk, so there were these little markers in between. So this was already there, the bones were already there. So we just had to kind of look at Thikaroing this junction of Jahangir Chowk, then move forward and look at the nodes, jahan pe khulta hai thoda sa, usko thoda theek karo. Then as you move forward to the main Lal Chowk, it was like you couldn't see the Ghantaghar. Ghantaghar was anyway very low. And look at this whole space in such a way that it kind of talks to the city. And we did up the main Ghantaghar also in such a way. So this was the first iteration, this was the second one, this was the third one. Then how we kind of looked at the architecture, not trying to bring our own kind of a take on it, but also to kind of merge it in such a way that it is it is contemporary in a way. So these were the various iterations and how it happened. And this is the thing, and now it looks. Now, actually, Lal Chowk was a very contentious space. Now it has become a space where people come and meet. So this is what we require in our cities. I feel that not do too much, but try to do something which will really permeate our senses. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Sujata Hingurani, for such an enlightening presentation. Moving on, our next speaker is Architect Bankim Kalra, the CEO of the Center for Green Mobility and Director of Quantum Leap Studio Private Limited. Architect Kalra will provide us with insights into non-motorized transportation plans and transit-oriented development, TOD initiatives of the Government of India. So let's hear from Architect Bankim Kalra. Please put your hands together for Architect Kalra.
Thank you so much. थोड़ा सा है ना थक गए हैं शायद सब लोग, I think. Sujata, your presentation was really good. But लंबी थी मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, but थोड़ी सी लंबी थी. So I have very little time. So I will just set the context. ये जो बहुत भारी भरकम मुझको जो दिया गया है ना टॉपिक, ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट एंड नॉन मोटराइज्ड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, मैं नहीं बोलने वाला इसके बारे में कुछ. Am I allowed to do that? चलो ठीक है, आप वो चलाओ. I'm going to just start going. We work on the ground. We work in Bhubaneswar. I'm going to show you. ऊंचा कर दो, थोड़ा म्यूजिक दें. So this is. I'm going to keep talking क्योंकि आप में से किसी को ओडिया नहीं आती.
One life, and we ride with pride. More E-ride, we ride with pride. Bhubaneswara, we ride with pride. Sara Odisha, we ride with pride. Namaskar bhai, namu heli odia. Amo rajyo khadyo loko pura bodiya. Dunia sara khojo kahi nahi amo bholiya. Kahi kabu dori ba pakhe amo galiya. Joy Jagannath Dharma pura desara. Jaldi asuji gote nua pride Bhubaneswara. No bus is really more bus alive. Ratha jemti gade ebe gadibo more E-ride. Bus door to door, amo life ko kare better. Ao yara sabu riders, women and transgenders. Sports capital of the country. Sango chal jiba gadi go kheliba ame hockey. Khaiba dahi bora, buliba giri giri. Jiba phir long drive re buliba khandagiri. More E-ride, amor a comfortable solution. Sofa sutra softa nirab zero pollution. Well-trained drivers like the mobile party. Buliba protect corner kondi ebo gadi to gadi. Odisha re bibhino prakarara manisa. Virat bodo amo lingaraja mandira. Toke jai moro rumo jebe dekhe Odisi nacho amara ati sundara. Pratham sabuthere the first to go green. Now electric vehicle policy thila bhi more dream. Hella bastavo Odisha rides with pride. Unnati karuchi samastankara quality of life. Amara women transgenders ku karuchi empower. More E-ride, this revolution is ours. Ride with pride, Odisha amara udibo. Ride with pride, apono mane khushi. One life, and we ride with pride. More E-ride, we ride with pride. Bhubaneswara, we ride with pride. Sara Odisha, we ride with pride. One life, we ride with pride. The way we move, we ride with pride. Bhubaneswara, we ride with pride. Sara Odisha, we ride with pride.
तालियां. Thank you. So this ये एक प्रोजेक्ट है जो हमने अभी करा था. So I'm going to talk about transit from a perspective of buses. This was an e-rickshaw project that we did with women and transgender people to train them. और ये कोविड के बिल्कुल बाद हुआ था. And so we worked with GIZ on this and the transit agency. और it's a very enlightening project क्योंकि एक there are certain things जो है ना हम सब जो बात कर रहे हैं अभी तक. मैं 3 बजे ही आया था, तो जो 3 बजे के बाद बात हुई है वो मुझे पता है, बाकी नहीं पता. बट whatever I've heard, we all have this ideal कि हमें we want to do something for the people, for the masses. And buses, believe it or not, are what the masses use more. Metro rail, yes, I'm not saying कि वो देनी नहीं है. We need all modes. But here we were talking about first and last mile connectivity, to the Mo bus network which was created. आप presentation भी चला दें, मैं बोलता रहूँगा. इस particular project में one thing we learned and we had not seen looked at that in our budget. हमने जब budget लिया था इस project के लिए GIZ, I said it was a grant of green mobility, was we didn't realize कि most of the women do not have a license, and when they are going to be driving a public transit, चाहे ई-रिक्शा ही हो, उनको हमें 2 महीने train करना पड़ा था for that. So that was also interesting कि जो हम when we were trying to work with the transgender community, they were very open to coming forward and doing it. However, जब वो COVID खत्म हो गया, तब उसके बाद most of them left. So there are a lot of this we are trying to scale up, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is transit-oriented development, जैसे सबको पता है, is not about density. It's not कि है ना हमें बहुत लंबी buildings बना देनी है metro के around and that's it. You call it transit-oriented development. What Sujata showed, Nehru Place, Moti Bagh, आगे कैसे जाते हैं इसमें? हाँ. So here are these 5 quick things I'm going to talk about. What you saw had something of each of these. TOD is transit-oriented development, place-making, open spaces, city branding, and catalyst projects is what I'm talking about. भुवनेश्वर आप में से कितने लोग गए हैं? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. कम गए हैं? प्लीज आइए, बहुत अच्छी जगह है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा. You will fall in love with it. स्पेशली जब दिल्ली से कहीं बाहर जाना हो ना, जब पोल्यूशन ज़्यादा हो रही हो तो आ जाना, भुवनेश्वर आ जाना, बहुत मज़ा आएगा. ये सब चीज़ें are very theoretical, so I'm not going to tell you about this. और मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ. ये मैंने ये लिखी थी. मेरे बहुत सारे रूप रह चुके हैं. I was working with a consulting firm, IBI Group. जब हमने ये करा था for the ministry, these guidance documents मिल जाएंगी, किसी ने नहीं पढ़ी है. वर्ल्ड बैंक ने ये करा था, वर्ल्ड बैंक में भी किसी ने नहीं पढ़ी है. तो जब हम guidance documents बनाते तो हैं very proudly, we're still trying to figure out कि इसको सबके पास कैसे पहुंचाया जाए, to use especially architects. यहाँ पे architects I guess बहुत होंगे. Is there any urban planner, urban designer in this room except Suruchi and you? चलो, and तुम तो हो ही. हाँ. So again, these were the TOD principles जो आपको सुजाता ने दिखाया था. It's not density, it is a lot of these 12 things which have to be looked into. मैं अब सब पढ़ूंगा नहीं क्योंकि मैं बोर नहीं करने वाला. म्यूजिक अच्छा था तो अब आगे चलते हैं. This based on that ये national TOD policy आई. उसके बाद एक और टूल किट बनाया वर्ल्ड बैंक ने, जिसके बारे में किसी को नहीं पता होगा. उसके बाद चेन्नई में इज वेयर वी आर इम्प्लीमेंटिंग दिस एट डिफरेंट स्केल्स. चेन्नई राइट नाउ इज ऑल्सो, उनकी मेट्रो आ रही है, इट्स एक्सपैंडिंग अगेन विद द वर्ल्ड बैंक. मी बीइंग ऑल्सो अ कंसल्टेंट विद द वर्ल्ड बैंक, वी आर वर्किंग विद CMDA कि वो डिफरेंट स्केल्स पे ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट इवन एट द नेबरहुड लेवल या स्टेशन लेवल लाइक सुजाता शोड, हाउ कैन इट हैपन टुगेदर. We're all very micro level thinking people, but unfortunately मेरे जैसे बोरिंग लोग जो होते हैं ना, वो पॉलिसी लिखते हैं, वो प्लानिंग करते हैं, बताते हैं कि सिटी में ये कैसे होते रहने वाला है. एक और लेयर है कहीं पे, बट मैं नहीं बोर करूँगा. Next is place making. ये भुवनेश्वर में is another thing. So one of the things which I would like to say is कि what's special about भुवनेश्वर. मैं भुवनेश्वर से हूँ नहीं, मैं हूँ दिल्ली का पंजाबी मुंडा. I was raised in Delhi, went to school with Jaskaran, if he's there, जो award बहुत सारे लेके गए हैं, वो डॉन बॉस्को में था. एंड उसके बाद I went to सुशांत स्कूल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. करो थोड़ा सा cheer, सुशांत स्कूल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर. Yeah, very good. Then after that I moved to Pondicherry. तो उसके बाद चलती गई जिंदगी, में सब नहीं बता रहा. But the thing that attracted me to Bhubaneswar, and I've been working there for the last 10 years, is this social angle of whatever they do. So this is a program that the government has started, which is called Mukhyamantri Karma Plethora Abhiyan, which was started again during COVID to get self-help group, women self-help groups to become a part of placemaking. जो सुजाता दिखाई थी, these guys go from the process of कि जो site में inventory करना है, tender करना है, select करना है, इन सब, these are some of these projects that they have done. Now we talk about open space and recreation. This is another initiative which Bhubaneswar is doing, जो हो नहीं रहा है अभी तक. ये पॉलिसी निकली नहीं है. आपको मैं अंदर की खबर दे रहा हूँ. ये this is called Amabhumi, which is assuring mass access through Bhubaneswar Open Space Ownership and Management Initiative. ये सब मोदी जी ने शुरू करा था ब्रांडिंग का पार्ट कि तुम्हें कुछ नाम देना है और फिर उसके साथ उसको इंग्लिश में लिखना है, तो ये उड़ीसा तक पहुंच चुका है और वो हो रहा है, हर चीज़ के साथ ये हो रहा है. द होल थिंग अबाउट दिस इज दैट, एंड इट्स अ वेरी नॉवल इनिशिएटिव इन माई ओपिनियन, कि जो भी सारा गवर्नमेंट लैंड है अराउंड द सिटी, BDA, which is Bhubaneswar Development Authority, is trying to reserve as much as possible not for development but for open spaces and sports and recreation. आप लोगों को ये पता है कि इंडिया की हॉकी टीम का स्पॉन्सर कौन है? बता दीजिए. भुवनेश्वर स्पॉन्सर नहीं है, उड़ीसा. द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उड़ीसा for 10 years has taken up the sponsorship of the Indian hockey team. वो ओलंपिक्स में मिला था ना अभी, उन्हीं की वजह से मिला था. ठीक है. So these are the 5 assets that we're looking at the city level: parks, playfields, multi-purpose grounds, blueways and greenways. ये अप्रोच है जो अगेन आप देख लें पर टेक्निकल है. नेक्स्ट वन आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट इज सिटी ब्रांडिंग. दिस इज सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट. आपने दिल्ली दिखाया था, वो दैट समथिंग विच हैपेंस इन उड़ीसा अ लॉट. अभी मैं आना नहीं चाहता था, आशीष की वजह से मैं आया हूँ यहाँ पे. आशीष, आई thank you, not blame you, but I thank you for getting me here. There is this city festival that Bhubaneswar does every year, which is, पिछले साल उसका नाम डॉट फेस्ट था, इस साल एकाम्र उत्सव है. डॉट फेस्ट is food, entertainment, stories and trails. So there's a storytelling festival happens every year for a week, for 15 days. The point being कि we create spaces, but हमें उन्हें activate करना पड़ता है. जैसे ये नहीं है आप बना दो लोग आ जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं होने वाला. इफ यू बिल्ड इट दे विल कम वाली कहानी हमारे साथ तो नहीं चलती. ये कहीं और चलती होगी यूएस में, बट हमारे यहाँ नहीं चल रही है. हमें एक्चुअली प्रोग्रामिंग करना है टू गिव देम द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ व्हाट डज इट मीन व्हेन सुजाता और हैज डिजाइंड अ प्लाजा समवेयर, कि वो एक्टिवेटेड रहे थ्रू आउट द ईयर. सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट दे डू. सो ये एक उनका एग्जीबिशन ग्राउंड है. ये देयर इज फूड एंड देयर इज कॉन्सर्ट्स ऑल्सो. ये जो बीच में आपको दिख रहा है, आते हैं, लाइक they pay a lot of money to bring these artists. हमें नहीं देते, but artists को, लोगों को मजा करने के लिए पक्का दिया जाता है. Then again, city lighting is one thing that happens throughout the year. Talking about murals, street art is something which is big. अगर आप भुवनेश्वर जाएंगे, in my opinion, it's a little too much, क्योंकि वो curate नहीं हो पाता. वो जहाँ गंदी बाउंड्री वॉल होती है वहाँ पे कोई ना कोई आर्ट आ जाता है, but still they're trying. I get it. Installations, तो ठीक है. So I'll get to the next part, which is the catalysts are something which I feel अगर आप लोग जो भी काम कर रहे हैं, there are certain catalysts which need, and the journey of this started in 2015. किसी को नहीं पता था. मैं जब पहली बार 2014 में गया था, लोग कहते थे कि कहाँ जा रहे हो, मैं कहता था भुवनेश्वर. कहते कहाँ है, किसी को नहीं पता था कि कहाँ है. But after we were involved, I was involved in preparing the smart city proposal, which was ranked 1, and then that became the city brand. पूरी इंडिया को पता चल गया था जब ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ने अनाउंस किया था कि फर्स्ट रैंक भुवनेश्वर का आया, तो तब गूगल में काफ़ी हिट्स आए थे भुवनेश्वर के. द पॉइंट भी, चैलेंजेस बहुत थे. ये जो भी था, दिस वाज एन अर्बन डिजाइन ओवरऑल स्ट्रैटेजी. देयर वर 5 things that came out of it. One was this thing called BUKC. One thing जो रियलाइज हो गया था जब हम स्मार्ट सिटी प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे प्लान का, कि गवर्नमेंट में नहीं है कैपेसिटी स्मार्ट सिटी डिलीवर करने की, हो ही नहीं सकती. एटलीस्ट 3-4 साल तक वी वुड हैव टू हैंड होल्ड देम टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसलेट्स इनटू ABC. आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट वाज सक्सेसफुल 100%, इट वाज 30% सक्सेसफुल एटलीस्ट. एंड ये पिछले 2-3 बार से ये अर्बन नॉलेज सेंटर वहाँ पे चलता जा रहा है. द सेकेंड वन वॉज जो आपने वीडियो देखा, मो बस. अगेन एन आइडेंटिटी वॉज बिल्ड कि हमारी बस है. क्रिएट, जैसे सर आप कह रहे थे कि वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट आइडेंटिटी एंड पीपल के साथ कनेक्ट करने वाली बात, दैट्स व्हाट वी हैड ट्राइड ओवर देयर, कि वो मो बस का मतलब है मेरी बस. दैट्स हाउ दिस थिंग स्टार्टेड. एंड देन अगेन दीज आर द बस स्टॉप्स दैट वर क्रिएटेड. देयर वर ऑल दीज branding things that happen over there. Abhi at this point, we're talking about almost like, ये 1 lakh थोड़ा सा पुराना है, around 2 lakhs out of the 12 lakhs people of Bhubaneswar take the bus. The ridership is crazy. सब भरते हुए जाते हैं. AC buses हैं कहीं, कहीं नहीं है. Then उसके साथ आया था फर्स्ट एंड लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी. वीडियो देख लिया तो मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा. These are just some images that were there. We went through this whole training module. Again, these are stories of the people who came out. Then the last thing which Bhubaneswar is doing a lot, which we're saying everywhere, okay, bye. Religious destination making. हो गया मैं जा रहा हूँ या क्या कर रहे हो आप घंटी का? अच्छा, continue करने दो. बस 2-3 स्लाइड और हैं, please. So this is one project. This is पूरी मंदिर के पास. जैसे जैसे ही काशी विश्वनाथ लिया गया, तो it was like हम किसी से कम नहीं, हम भी लेंगे. तो उनके जो श्री जगन्नाथ मंदिर आप सुना तो होगा आपने, पूरी मंदिर के अराउंड the entire redevelopment was taken up just pre-COVID and during COVID. This is the mandir in the center. Uske around hai. So there was a huge program. It was called, again, ek aur, Abada. Abada is the prasad of Lord Jagannath. पर उसको हमने English नाम भी दिया है. ठीक है? Check. This is the sort of before and after that is happening. There was a lot of encroachments that were removed within 6-7 months. This is what constantly kept going. Anyway, we did whatever survey, सब कुछ आपकी तरह pedestrian वो सब count करना. Sujata was also part of it. Today, this is that view of what has been created. अगर आप कभी पूरी गए हैं, तो please आप जाके आज देखें. It is worth seeing, and the maintenance etc. has also been taken care of from. इधर बहुत आते हैं. We are talking about on New Year's Eve, there are like around 2 lakh pilgrims just on New Year's Eve that come in. This is the other one, Lingaraj Mandir. इसके around 108 temple है. The beautiful story about this was कि जब हम ये कर रहे थे, ASI के साथ करना पड़ता है क्योंकि 108 टेम्पल में से 15 ASI के टेम्पल हैं. तो what happened was that we जब काम कर रहे थे तो एक 10th century का टेम्पल मिल गया, एक बिल्डिंग जो डिमोलिश करी थी उसके नीचे से. तो एक पार्ट में काम रुक गया. But it was fascinating to see that. So the something which has been protected for 10th century till now was intact. चाहे हमने उसके ऊपर बिल्डिंग बना दी थी, लोग नहीं देख सकते थे, but वो intact था. So, I don't know इसके बाद पैनल डिस्कशन होना है कि नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं था फ्लो क्या है. This होना है ना, होना है. चलो ठीक है. तो फिर this was essentially कि what if we start seeing this? One of the things which I still feel missing is कि private sector का कोई ज़्यादा रोल नहीं हो रहा इन दिस गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी मेकिंग टुडे. गवर्नमेंट सिर्फ बताती है. मेरे जैसे कंसल्टेंट जो गवर्नमेंट के साथ हैं वो सिर्फ बताते हैं. वी नॉट इन्वॉल्विंग दैम. सो समवेयर वी नीड टू हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ अ रोल हैपनिंग ऑफ मोर इन्वॉल्वमेंट. एनीवे, दिस इज ऑल इंग्लिश. तो वन थिंग इज द थिंग, जो हम ईवीज के ऊपर अभी लगे हुए हैं वो भी गाड़ियाँ हैं. वो है ना, सिर्फ हवा साफ करेंगी, गाड़ी तो फिर भी रोड पे ही आने वाली है. सो जस्ट टू लीव इट ऑन दैट नोट, प्लीज कीप दैट एट द बैक ऑफ योर माइंड. चलिए, जय जगन्नाथ.
Thank you, Architect Kalra, for taking us through such interesting, lively presentation. Moving on, now is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to witness some awesome presentations which will be showcasing some real innovations happening in the world of architecture. So without further ado, let me welcome on stage Mr. Vivek Butch, who's National Sales Head of Gujarat Guardians Limited, to take us through the technical presentation. So please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Vivek Butch. I would also request all the speakers and presenters to adhere to the time limit. The timer will be on the monitor in the front. So please adhere to the time. And yes, I welcome Mr. Vivek Butch from Gujarat Guardian Limited.
Good evening, everyone. Gujarat Guardian Limited. A joint venture company between Modi Rubber and Guardian USA. We are one of the first float glass manufacturers in India, started way back in 1990. First curtain coating mirror line in India. In 2018, we introduced Magnetron's putter coater in India, based out of our plant in Ankleshwar, Gujarat. The tallest in the world, the biggest office building in the world, both adorned by Guardian glass on the facade, Burj Khalifa and Sura Diamond Bourse. The coating, the performance glass, reflective glass, which is there on the facade, the windows, we do the coating on the clear substrate. The color aesthetic on the glass from the outside is through the coating and not because of the tinted substrate. Because of that, we are able to give a wider range in thicknesses, sheet sizes, availability, you get the shorter lead time. All is manufactured here in India for the projects, for the requirements in the Indian market. Clear glass substrate coating gets the color. Because of this, you get to connect with the outside environment, with the nature more appropriately. This is the image on the left is one you see through the tinted substrate glass, and the one on the right is the coating on the clear substrate glass and not the tinted one. So you get to connect with the outside environment, outside nature much more appropriately. The color rendering index of our products over 90%. This is one of the live example. The facade, it's blue in color from outside, but once you look from inside to outside, it's the natural view. There is no blue, green, bronze, any color is not there once you are looking from inside to outside. It's the true color of the world outside the building. A new product range, Solar Plus Glass Series. Internal reflections is lower than the clear glass. Then all our products in this product series, Solar Plus, lowest U value in even in monolithic series. Not necessary to do it in the double glazing. Even in monolithic, you get low U value up to 3. It can be used in monolithic obviously and double glazing also. These are some of the performance parameters which is there. You can see the internal reflections. It's starting from 3. In one of the product it is only 9. In clear glass, the internal reflection is 8%. So in the entire series, it's either low or in one product only, it is very close to the clear glass. The U value in the range of 3 in monolithic, not in double glazed unit. LSG ratio up to 1.2. These are the parameters for the double glazing. You get the U value of 2 with LSG up to 1.3. Our product portfolio in the performance glass series, HD colors, Solar, Solar Plus is what I just, which offers you 10 years warranty also on the product. We often see that during the, after usage of say about 5 months, 6 months in the shower cubicle, you get the water stains onto the glass. With this product, which is very easy to clean, just a damp cloth and all the stains goes off and the glass starts looking just like the new glass on the day 1. Ultra mirror, we offer 4 colors, clear, sparkle, bronze and grey. Deco crystal with 2 classic colors, ice white and deco black. With our technical advisory group, we have the architects on board who offer various kind of support to the project, starting from the determination of the wind load analysis, what thickness of the glass can be used, the solar isolation study, daylight, 3D visualizers, renderings of the project as well. Some of our projects across India, Mankind Pharma, Nausena Bhavan, WTC Nauroji Nagar, Delhi, Terminal 1 Airport, AIIMS Guwahati, first biophilic project BioWonder in Calcutta, and many, many more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parinay Jhunjhunwala from Gujarat Guardians Limited for this informative presentation. Moving on, may we have Mr. Satinder Chawla, Director, Span Floors, to come and give his presentation. Mr. Satinder Chawla, can we welcome him with a big round of applause? Do we have Mr. Satinder Chawla? All right, so Mr. Satinder Chawla joins us. He is Director of Span Floors.
Hi, good evening. So बहुत कुछ आप सुन चुके हैं सुबह से. So I'll try to refreshen you. But before I refresh you, I'm going to show you a video. This makes me a little bit sad. It's a 3-minute video, and I'll just take 1 minute after that explaining my point. After the video, I would not. So once the talk is very small, so मेरे पास बहुत सारा time नहीं होगा आपको explain करने का. But we have a stand right outside at the corner. If you have any questions, we'd welcome you over there. So can you please put on the video?
In 160 seconds, you will decide how this story ends. This is a story about us, the indoor generation. A generation that spends 90% of its life indoors. It all started the day we left nature behind. We filled our homes with lovely things and all the stuff we wanted. Our homes became places you would never want to leave. Artificial light replaced daylight, and we built our houses so that nothing could escape. We cooked and showered, breathed and played, slept and sweated. But we had closed ourselves in to a point where nothing could get out. So when the air turned bad inside, we tried fixing it with chemicals. And we put in little artificial suns everywhere to make the darkness bearable. That's when things started to happen. Hard to notice in the beginning. Some needed help to sleep, to breathe, to not itch. Many of us even started to feel sad. So we turned on happy lamps to make the sadness go away. Then, scientists discovered that the air inside our homes is up to 5 times more polluted than the air outside. And that the lack of daylight can affect children's learning and increase blood pressure. It turns out that kids' rooms often have the highest concentration to live in. They discovered that living in damp and moldy homes increases the risk of asthma by 40%. And I learned that millions of people like me suffer from asthma and allergies caused by a bad indoor environment. And so, here we are. How the story ends is up to you, because it's not written yet. If you care about the indoor generation, do something. Begin to think and live differently. Let light and fresh air into your life again. Even small changes can make a huge difference for coming generations. Learn how at theindoorgeneration.com.
So I think the video is explanatory. You know, कि हवा भी खराब है, that we all know now, right? Unfortunately, in Delhi, we are not even in a situation जब हम बोलते हैं कि अपनी खिड़की को खोल दें और वेंटिलेट कर लें, तो अंदर से भी हम बाहर से भी क्या लेके आ रहे हैं. So I came across this company called Fiemme. They are from Italy. So we have been into wood flooring and facades business for the past 23 years now. Looking at as a brand, our focus has been luxury residential, and we were just looking at कि हमारे clients जो हैं, they have the money, they've arrived in life, right? They need the materials and they need the education if there's an alternate available, if there is a product that really solves an actual problem on the ground. So we saw that indoor air quality and the impact of chemical is a real situation. I underwent a program called Purification Rundown a few years back, and on the first hand, you know,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parinay Junjunwala. May I now request Mr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, Saisha, to kindly come here on stage and share his insights with us. Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saisha, our Smart Kitchen partner.
Hello everyone, good morning to all of you. It's evening, ma'am, but all are looking so lazy. That's why I'm saying good morning. Saisha is a company which is specialized in bespoke modular furniture industry. And it's an honor to be here today and speak in front of you all, the leaders of the industry, about Saisha. All of you, the architects and the designers, are the masterminds who design the experiences and convert the people, and convert the dreams of the people into reality. And I strongly believe that Saisha's modular furniture holds the key to unlock endless possibilities within the structure you envision. My dear friends, as a manufacturer, we understand your expectations go beyond just furniture. That's why we offer some services to our esteemed partners, like unwavering quality. As Saisha, we are committed to select durable materials and meticulous craftsmanship so that your furniture stands the test of time, as well as we use the German hardware for the better operation and functionality of our product. The second one is scalability and customization. Dear friends, Saisha caters the project of all sizes, and we are committed to deliver your project within the discussed time frame. Alongside this, we are flexible to accept all the customization you require for the betterment of your designed item. The third one and the most interesting is collaborating forward to collaborate with all of you.
Your words. Can you all put our hands together for Professor Madan?
So, interestingly, all the three winners of this one goes to Madhup Majumdar of Design Accord Consultants and to Nitin Raval of N17 Architecture and Design. So congratulations everyone.
So the first winner in Architecture for Infrastructure Mobility Challenge is architect Bankim Kalra. May I request Mr. Vivek Buch from Gujarat Guardian, please come on stage and present the award to another winner who is architect Madhup Majumdar. Thank you very much and congratulations to all the winners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, okay, Nitin Raval is not here. Let's move on to the enriching panel session. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists to the stage. And the stage is now handed over to our esteemed moderator for the session, Dr. Manjari Khanna Kapoor, Vice President, International CPTED Association. Dr. Manjari, we welcome you on stage. And I would like to introduce you to the panelists. Let's make the arrangements for the panel. And let me also announce the panelists. Mr. Anjani Kumar, Chief Project Director, SD Northern Railways. He's not here. All right. Architect Sudipto Ghosh, Principal, S. Ghosh and Associates. Architect Ghosh, we welcome you on stage as panelist. Architect Sujata Hingorani, Principal Landscape Oasis Designs. Huh? Architect Bankim Kalra, CEO, Center for Green Mobility, Director, Quantum Leap Studio Private Limited. Architect Mansi Kataria, please join us on stage as a panelist. Do we have Professor Charanjit Shah? All right, without further ado, let's hand over it to Dr. Manjari Khanna Kapoor.
Thank you. So we're already lagging in our schedule, so I'll plunge right into it. And we've heard Sudipto, we've heard Sujata, and we've heard Bankim. So I'll take my first question to Mansi, since she's... Mobility typically, as I see, has a component of machines, which could be taking you around, which could be trains, planes, cars. And on the other side, obviously, the people are the ones who have to be taken wherever they have to be taken. So in design, as I see, from the ages of Corbusier to Jane Jacobs, there has been this conundrum about machines versus people. And as I see, a lot of the development happening around us, a lot of the buildings are designed for the machines, and yet they are for the people. So we heard a lot of discourse on this, and I'd like to hear Mansi's views on this, because we haven't heard her present.
Yeah.
I think I can be heard now. Good evening, everyone. So there's been so much of an enriching discussion, and I'm not sure if I am going to bang on answer the question, but somewhere in between, there are a lot of takeaways from all the presentations. So very indirectly, I'd like to say that when we're looking at mobility, firstly, it's undergone a lot of transformation. The whole plethora of how, we went through the evolution of the railway stations, the airports, so much is happening. So I think there's so much of flux. I mean, these days there's this buzz about, how infrastructure is absolutely estranged with logistics. So there's a lot of warehousing and, that kind of a mobility has suddenly come up as an additional layer, which is also important in today's day and age. However, that said, I think the people perspective really is this. I mean, I'm not going to talk about last mile connectivity and all of that's been spoken about. I think this lacuna between the privatized and the public domain is where the mobility as a corridor transcends both. And interestingly, there's so much that's happening on the public land, whereas the privatized domain remains to be gated. So that brings me to this talk I heard earlier in the day about security. So how do we now sort of look at this dichotomy of gatedness and security versus in our urban design realm, we are always talking about inclusiveness. So it's a very, very, very difficult, challenging situation. I think there are no straight answers, but we must consider that. The second thing I really want to highlight really is this in-between space which Sujata spoke of. Sorry, I'm going beyond your question really, but I thought, since time is short, we'll just finish at one go. So Sujata's point of the in-between spaces, there again, the private and the public domain is something, I'll give you the example of Gurgaon, for example. Phase 1 Gurgaon was under Huda, now HSIDC. Phase 2 was a lot of hybrid of the government and the private players. I believe phase 3, interestingly, is now opening up a huge domain of only private developers who are coming into play, buying these lands, converting, residential into commercial or whatever have you with CLUs, easy CLUs. And where are we now looking at public domain then? Is it going to be in the privatized area, or are we going to just look at these leftover spaces? And lastly, I just wanted to again look at this discussion on AI replacing, so you did mention that as in smart mobility and technology. So AI, of course, is going to be a very good tracking system. I think it's going to seamlessly look at multimodal, transitions. At the same time, I feel experience can only be perceived. Like, I think you spoke about that too. So experience can be perceived only by the human mind. So I don't know where AI comes in and where it stops, So that's my 2 bits on the entire discussion we had.
Thank you, Mansi.
Yeah.
So, in that context, how do you compare the, what is the right strategy, or is there at all a right strategy about, what is the posturing we want to do in the initial and in the long term versus the common man and the policymakers?
Yeah, thanks. So I think every building does not have to be aspirational, but the public projects, they are privileged in some form or manner to have that symbolic burden of just representing what society wants to be or where it wants to go. And I think that there is nothing wrong in having that aspiration or that ambition of going beyond. So, Ernst Cassirer said, long quote from I don't know when, that no human action is devoid of symbolic content. Whatever we do, we want to have something else, say something else beyond what we are immediately, literally saying. So every building will have symbolic content, but these public projects, the airports, the railway stations, the museums, these have that additional privilege of showing what the public wants.
Thank you, Sudipta. I'll extend this question to Shah, sir. You are the one who kind of put this thing in perspective, and you started this whole discussion of people versus. I would like you, sir, in your position as a very experienced person in the trade, how important is the role of political will and the direction that the policy makers lay down versus what the architect aspires or feels or conceptualizes or believes in?
I think it's always kingdom. It is political will. Bankim has been working in Bhubaneswar, is political will. And, I will say 15 years back when we started into the large infrastructure works, the political will was like you make large span structures and, global empowerment and intervention. Now we are at this stage when we are now doing, the political will is entirely different. It's like how do you put the sentiments? How do you put the religious touch of a place? So that is what is the political will. Now the vocabulary of architecture today, which we are doing like Ayodhya Airport, we are doing the new larger global terminal, which is going to be about, it's like 1,500 crore project, integrated terminal building. Now it's the mandate is perhaps the 3 P's which we are talking, place, people and purpose, but a touch of the place so that the sentiments are put, that you come to a place and there you say, wow, like Bhagwan Ram Lalla is there, So that is the type of vocabulary which is the intent of the design evolution, which now we're doing into Ayodhya. We're doing the Varanasi airport, again a place where we are also into urban ropeways, which I just showed. The intent by the government is very clear, that how do you see an attempt to go into the heritage, get a philosophical understanding, like we did Gwalior Airport. Again, we put the local flavor of the music gharanas and other things into that. And I think on 21st of this month, Narendra Modi is going to inaugurate that. So that is, of course, is required. The vision of the government translates into a new generation of vocabulary of architecture, which we need to address. And that I think now it is a changing trend. Sometimes it was just, you can say, universal at the time of independence, which was like Le Corbusier's brick and concrete, which didn't have any Indian language of architecture. But now, definitely, I feel very honored to work on the great heritage, and the interface between the heritage and the contemporary architecture is the roadmap. I think another 10 years or 15 years, which new India is going to be shaping.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Sujata, I'll take in the same spirit, taking the narrative forward. I really loved your work that you shared about, especially the Nehru Place one. We'll experience it at least once a month. So, and now my question is that I think it's more important for us to know that how was the project proposed, taken up, who was the proponent, and where does it fit in that entire cogs of the way political will and policy making works in the country?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So Nehru Place was a very interesting story. We were called by DMRC to look at this, and we removed the parking which was there, and the developer was absolutely, there were 60-70 cars which were going. absolutely angry कि तुमने मेरी parking. There was a parking lot right next to it. So we then kind of engaged with them also. So it was a very heated discussion in the beginning. So once we kind of showed them that you will get, it's like a value add kind of a thing. So he slowly, then we started working together. He used to tell us what does he require, and we put it to make it more vibrant. And then he also understood. Similarly, Nehru Place, similarly Lal Chowk, they have an enclosure. So we have to kind of respond.
So my question that I'm trying to get at is that the project originated from political will, or were you able to mobilize political
No, I'll
or
tell you,
policy
there
will?
are many small policies that keep on happening. There is a walkability program that was with UTPEC DDA. So some transport planner had already made a MMI plan, multimodal integration plan, where they just did a few lines and that's it. But when we were called, we kind of convinced the DMRC people that it is such an important node, and so the dialogue. So this is something which a segue from Bankim show that you get when you are talking to public departments. You have to have a narrative. So we really think hard on the narrative. कि उनके पास जल्दी से बात कैसे चले, it should touch their heart.
Yeah, and what is it that is going to crack the deal?
Exactly.
Be the
And
deal maker.
every project we have to kind of prepare a different kind of a narrative.
Right.
It's not like a cookie cutter kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah. Thanks, Sujata. Okay, so my next question, Bankim, is for you, and then maybe I take it to others also. You touched a point which is close to me also, is the aspect of placemaking. As a practitioner, as a researcher, and as an academician, we've been talking to students and to the public at large about placemaking, of course, security being a very important part of it. Now, I want to understand that with your experiences with placemaking and the way it stands in India today, what according to you is the role of, or the sensitization towards security, which would include crime and terror challenges?
Okay, so I get the most question. कुछ नहीं होता.
You got the award, no?
हाँ, award मिला है तो अब question भी difficult ही होगा. कुछ नहीं होता. कोशिश करते हैं. So, crime and terrorism. Oof. So terrorism.
Talk about security.
नहीं अब terrorism बोला तो terrorism पे बात करेंगे. Terrorism was one thing that I showed the Puri project, which was a huge issue over there because it's on the list of high target sites. So yes, so there are multiple aspects that we had to look at. Ek to you're looking at, when you mention the word aspiration, there is also an expectation. The people believe that the enforcement should be taking care of the safety and security. Well, it's a given. So that is something which has to happen.
Without making any claims about it.
Yes, and it also has to be a part of the design somewhere. That's what we had to do in the Puri case, where, for example, the check boxes need to be there for them to be able to have a control room put in over there, जो पहले नहीं था. So जब ये redevelop हुआ, so we've got through that process कि कहाँ पे होना चाहिए, how we work with the police, and figure out this from that perspective. We're not right now just talking about the terrorism part of it. So it's been done from that perspective, but that also means when you're looking at crime and the thing that I was talking about, lighting, the negative spaces not being there. The reason why we went through this whole process, there was a lot of these old buildings around it, which were, for lack of a better word right now, ganja joint places. वहाँ पे उसको जो भी आप कहेंगे कह दीजिए, but there were a lot of negative spaces happening, but वो negative में ये सब होता था बहुत वहाँ पे. Yeah. Positive for some, negative for some, and it was something which the residents didn't want. So when they were given this option of giving away their sort of land, because this was all bought by the thing, so the aspect which in my experience we've learned is that there is there has to be a lot more interaction with the residents before making these decisions, and you have to have that buy-in. वो हो नहीं सकता अगर आप आके कहोगे ना enforcement से होने वाला, you're never going to reach that security, whether it's crime, whether it's terrorism. It would have to be that eyes on the street वाला जो concept है needs to be done. So again, looking at that Puri thing, if you see, we've kept it way open rather than having all these nooks and corners created in it. So that sort of is answering your crime and terrorism in some ways in the Puri context. But in the other things, there are, I mean, for me also it's interesting, because India is right now evolving. We started talking about placemaking बहुत recently. For me, it's an interesting thing. गुड़गांव में जो आपके सारे liquor stores हैं, they are super well lit. अगर आप देखेंगे, they've got like lights all over, eyes on the street. Yes, now in definition वो नहीं होना चाहिए, because when you're looking at that perception कि outside a liquor store that's not going to happen, the in-between spaces are the ones which are the negative spaces. So we're still defining it in India. How do we want to look at this security, and security for whom? There is a lot of emphasis on security of women, but when we start looking at security of men, security of children, security of senior citizens, we're lacking those three right now in the discourse. मैन की सिक्योरिटी इज देयर, मुझे भी डर लगता है उसके सामने से जाने में, मेरा घर उसके पास है कि कोई मार दे.
Did you give any consideration to these aspects in your placemaking design?
Just the women.
Or were you asked to?
No, nobody asked that. Just the women, yes. That is still something which is there. So if it's going to be safe for one particular user group, it will cater to some others as well, but not to the extent that we're talking about, that one should start not doing ki one size fits all solution nahi hai. So not there yet.
Usually the saying goes, what's safe for women is safe for everybody, but I mean, I agree, it's not one. Okay, so we just have time to fit in a few audience questions, if there are any bubbling in there. Anybody with questions? Yes, sir. Please, can somebody give him a mic, please? Or if your voice is strong enough, sir, you can take it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ravijit Singh, Engineer Ravijit Singh, and I am from Chandigarh. So we are into construction from the last 28 years. So my question is the increasing urban population versus infrastructure. As we know that in 1950 the urban population was 26%. In 2022 it is 56%, and 2050 it will be 70% of the urban population. So what happened is the most of the people settle at the satellite areas of the city because they can't afford the cities. So what we are doing to cater them, that is where they settle where there is no infrastructure. So what we are doing nowadays to cater that type of problems, actually when we cut a colony, there is one space called EWS housing, and that is kept at the end of the project. So there is no provision for that people to stay in the city. So what we can do best?
Sir, who do you want this question to be answered to?
Anybody can answer.
Okay, who would like to take that? Okay, go ahead, Sujat.
Yeah, so population increase and density is an important factor, but we can incorporate people in our city if our infrastructure is made for them. Right now, in a place like Delhi, what we have done is just made arterial roads. If you just compare Delhi to New York, for example, which has got a much higher density, it works well because we have got a grid of public roads or pathways or whatever. So this guy called Alain Bertod, he has said cities are labor markets. Why do people come to cities? The migrant population, they will come. But if you have your public infrastructure in place, the right road systems for movement, you can change the density. इधर क्या हो रहा है कि आपके जो master plans और वो सब बनते हैं and we fix the FAR to a particular level, वैसा नहीं होना चाहिए. there should be fungible FARs and fungible spaces within the city to kind of incorporate. We should not spread ourselves into a sprawl like the American cities, because it's bad for our planet. So that is something we look at as part of the climate challenge also.
So my question is the political will. What we see is that that EWS housing or the satellite areas are only taken as the vote bank, but not as the actual the people need over there. So I think a serious discussion is required on this matter, and we can take this. Thank you.
I will put this to the organizers to keep this aspect for future discussions. It's a very valid point, sir, but probably we are not the best people to answer this, and there need to be people at the policy making level. Okay, please, okay, we have somebody who is the right person.
Not the best, but still at the same time, Hanji. So, just to answer your question, sir, there are things that are happening at a lot of levels when we're talking about it. एक जो चीज़ रह रही है ना बीच में gap, which I feel will solve the problem, and that discussion has been happening. हमारे जो city के master plans बनते हैं, जो growth master plans होते हैं ना, वो बनते हैं almost 20 साल में एक बार. ठीक है, तो जब तक हमारे ये 20 साल में जो आपकी population जा चुकी होती है आगे, बहुत स्टेरॉइड्स पे है इंडिया, आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं अभी जाते हुए, तो वो उसको ले नहीं पाता. सो द सोल्यूशन दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज नाउ पुशिंग एट इन डिफरेंट स्टेट्स, नॉट फ्रॉम द सेंटर, इज टू डू लोकल एरिया प्लान्स और माइक्रो लेवल प्लानिंग. तो उसमें इज वेर यू स्टार्ट लुकिंग एट दिस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. आप रोक नहीं सकते लोगों को आने से, उन्हें नौकरी चाहिए जैसे हमें चाहिए, उनको भी चाहिए, उन्हें आना तो पड़ेगा. सो हाउ डू यू बैलेंस दैट एंटायर सिटी वेयर यू कैन हैव रिजर्व्ड एरियाज जहाँ पे नहीं होगा, is the things that a lot of governments are working with, but thoda aur patience. We have just realized कि हम भी अमेरिका बनने वाले हैं, so now the thing has started.
Okay, so I think we are, it says very clearly in front of me that time's up for us, and I would like to thank my panel, extremely well answered, and bouncer हमारे, लेकिन आपने सारे छक्के मार दिए बाहर out of the park, and I would like you all to give a big round of applause for our panel, and I hope it was interesting, even though it's towards the end of the day and you still have a session to go. Thank you. And I think we have to felicitate them. Yes?
Yes. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for this insightful panel discussion. And we would like to felicitate our speakers with Smartex mementos. So to do the honor, may I please invite on stage Dr. H.C. Mario Schmidt from Lingel Windows. Dr. Mario, please come on stage. May we please have Mr. Manjeet Singh from Alstone. Dr. Manjari Khanna Kapoor, can we get the mementos for her? Can we get the mementos on stage, please? Dr. Mario from Lingel Windows has joined us. Next, can we have the memento for architect Sudipto Ghosh. Charanjit Shah. We are delighted to have these esteemed speakers. Thank you, Dr. Mario, for doing the honors. Architect Bankim Kalra gets the memento from Manjeet Singh from Alstone. Architect Mansi Kataria. Let's felicitate her with a memento. Architect Sujata Hindurani, thank you for joining us. So we extend our gratitude to the distinguished speakers. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us and enlightening us through this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Mr. Manjeet Singh. And also thank you, Dr. Mario from Lingle Windows. So well, here we conclude our session 3. It has been wonderful, it has been incredible. And without further ado, we would like to move on to the next session, which is the final session for the day for Smartex. In our 4th session, ladies and gentlemen, we will be focusing on the constructability and systems challenge. We are privileged to have architect Rudraksh Charan, founder of 42mm Architecture. Can we have architect Rudraksh Charan on stage, please?
As an architect and constructability in terms of projects that we are designing, getting built. So the systems challenge as such could mean a lot of system challenges. But we were looking at architects practicing out of bigger cities, doing projects in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where there's a major translation of what we have in mind and what gets ultimately executed. And in between that, the entire tussle with the project and the contractor and the client and our own studio trying to, fix it up. So
we had a discussion about how systems are different in the West and in the East. And talking from, I spent 10 years in the US working as an architect there. And over there, everything is so standardized and customized. There's very little bespoke work. Or if it is there, it's very expensive to to take it ahead. And then when we moved back to India and started our practice, bespoke is the name of the game. It's the easiest thing to do. And in fact, that's what lends all of our projects a unique character. So then when you translate it and take it to sort of systems beyond the metros,
how do you then tackle those challenges, and then how do you design so as to accommodate any curveball that is thrown at you in smart ways of disassembly, assembly and disassembly, prefabricated systems, reusing and use of local materials, and then using local craftsmanship to accommodate it within your design. So how do you design differently? And then there was a project which...
Our suburban areas are, rich with craft. I think a lot of times we expect like masons in the hills to be able to construct like masons in the metro. That is also something which you're actually forcing them to do something they don't know. So when we know that we have to design a project there, the design of the project is one aspect, but also and the context of the project is one aspect. Your design can respond to the context, your design can respond to the site, but your constructability needs to also respond to the demographic of the kind of labor or the kind of executional capabilities that are there. And I think if you understand that execution capability and start imbibing that in the design itself at a fundamental level, then I think a more sensible system can come into being. You could do a part of the project locally there, and then you can do a part of the project somewhere else and then transport it. So, yeah. So in fact, we have now two presenters who will be talking about two ways. I mean, we were talking about in to out, but also there are very complex systems that you have to put in place when you're designing for buildings such as hospitals, which will be presented by Ranjan Gupta, which have many, many systems that you have to overlay to get to the best possible fit and overlay for all of them. We will also be talking about executing very complex designs far out on the hills, which was what we started with, which Manish Gulati will be presenting, NIFT Kangra, and how they have managed to tackle local challenges and specific to them from afar. So we'll hand over to the presenters now before we come back to the panel. Super, thanks.
Thank you so much, Architect Rudraksh Charan and Architect Amrita Dasgupta, for setting the tone for the session. Our session focuses on the constructability and systems challenge. So, let me welcome on stage now Architect Manish Gulati, the founding partner of MOFA Studio. Architect Gulati brings with him a wealth of experience, particularly in the recent completion of the NIFT Kangra project. This project stands as the testament to his innovative approach, incorporating parametric processes, smart fabrication and construction designed to seamlessly blend into its surroundings. So join us as we hear from Architect Manish Gulati. Please put your hands together for Architect Gulati.
Hi, good evening everyone. I didn't know about the topic before I came here. So, NIFT Kangra built to disappear. I will be talking about a 15-year story of NIFT Kangra. So that project definitely is not built to disappear. It's built to stay timelessly. Can I start the presentation? Yeah. The NIFT Kangra project started literally 15 years ago. And in these 15 years, we have So we have gone through an entire journey of not a project that was conceived by youngsters who didn't know what the context was at what time it was. And MOFA has always been work in progress. We've always tried to experiment with systems and language and the architectonics of the place. So the first thing that struck us at that time when we saw the site and the kind of project it is in Kangra over the hills looking at Dhauladhar Mountains was sustainability, not just in terms of the environmental sustainability, but also coexistence with the existing environment, the resources that we had at hand. Government projects are usually at very, very low resources. Costs are always less. The contextual sustainability of what this project is going to do to people out there or to the overall context, socioeconomic aspects, and the feasibility of the entire project ultimately. perched on top of the hill with a valley right behind, and on front side overlooking the Dhauladhar mountain. The first response, of course, was the adaptive response to the context. The second, the most important aspect that remains even till today is preservation of every single tree on site. When we got the site, and I have a very interesting story of it. When we went to the site the first time, it was summers. There are lots of mango trees. And I was just sitting and understanding the site with the people there and some villagers sitting there. And suddenly this kid comes with a bucket full of small mangoes. That was my lunch that day. It was so beautiful, that whole experience. Those mangoes had fallen from the same trees which were on site. And that day we decided that we're not going to even touch a single branch of any of the trees out there. And we'll build around it on this challenging site. So the idea was to merge it so well that it doesn't take away from what was there. We were working on a contour of more than 45 degrees, and nothing was flat. We had to put an entire institution of more than 2.5 lakh square feet of area without ecology, land had to be built upon. But how do you build on a land which does not disturb this whole story that's going behind? That's what the site was when we started. Those trees were always there. We started first with the student housing in 2010. And that was the phase 1 of the project. That was the site for the hostel with these banyan and mango trees, which were more than 60, 70 years old, more than 35, 40 trees. First thing we did was mapped the entire site, including every foliage of the tree, right from 3D mapping of it, understanding the water flow of how during the monsoons the water goes out there. And then went to a childlike thinking that what if we were to just divide the entire land, the topography, into these cubes, which are just 3 meter by 3 meter cubes, and place them at whatever height they are coming. Incidentally, the whole story is very similar to how the villages are built in Himachal. You have a small piece of land, sometimes the land is just 1 meter by 2 meter, and you build a house over it. Every house is built on that land at whatever height it's available. What ends up happening is these organic streets. You go up and down, you go ramp up, ramp down. There are no sort of architects building that village. There's a beauty of those scales, of those thinness, those tight streets. And that became a clue for us. This was the first plan that appeared. And the coloring of the plan is the colors of the trees or the leaves from autumn to spring. And we color coded the rooms accordingly. So the rooms which are at the higher level are the trees which are olive green going down to the maple orange. And that's what the color of the trees turns out throughout the year. And that's how we wanted to look at the entire plan. Some of the photographs after the completion, I wish I had shown construction photographs, but I don't. A friend of mine once told me, you make your presentations too drab and dry. And I don't want to go into the technical engineering aspects of it. I would rather stick to the story of what the project is. So here it was a pure RCC construction done in a modular manner. Not digging and cutting was done, which is usually done on the hills, but to build like a grid, like an RCC grid, which is a parametric modular grid that just builds as a contour goes up and down. So every room is at a different level. The terraces were treated as roof gardens. So what we take from the land, we take it up onto the roof, thereby not losing the green space on the overall project. The phase 2 institutional started 2 years later. By that time, we had a little better understanding, or rather the non-understanding of what cannot be done. Working locally in the hills, one realized that quality of RCC or to get complex RCC done is extremely difficult. So the language started changing from there, from pure RCC to a more modular construction, having a composite structure of steel and RCC together. This was the first, the land, it was agricultural fields, how they're terraced. And we started understanding the texture of the land as it is. And from that texture, we drew these lines, what we call threads. And we were talking about a fashion technology institute, and we were sort of enwrapped ourselves into this whole language of the weave of that thread, which started appearing to us like a language of these interconnected classrooms, and a fabric appeared. a fabric appeared where there were sort of spaces that collided, overlapped with each other, these streets that came about, and that was the first concept sketch that turned out to be. With the overlay of functions and getting the modularity in place, we got a more organic plan that went with the contours without disturbing the water flow. And the first sketch, where all these classrooms sort of go around in a street kind of a manner, and the streets are at various levels interconnecting at multiple points. So all these spaces also become spaces for students to interact, more like a happening space that and we envisioned a lot of these open spaces as outdoor classrooms, where the classes would just impromptu happen overlooking the hills. To my surprise, I went just before COVID to shoot, and there were classes that were happening in these open spaces. So we not only channelized the water flow, the rainwater flow right from top to bottom, we actually romanticized it, creating an entire stream of water. So it's disappearing landscape, which I once discussed with my friend Sujata also, and I'm very intrigued with this traditional architecture in India, how appearing and disappearing landscape happens, where you have an entire stone sculpture in the water body. During the monsoon, it disappears, and when the water recedes, an entire pattern appears. So that's the kind of landscape we were looking for, that if there's no water, something else comes in, new patterns emerge. The institutional side is a more sort of robust, larger context, and a more organic approach to the streets. So if you see, the language is more at the lower level, it's RCC. We also started adapting to a lot of local material. Now, there are a lot of misnomers to the local material. Everybody thinks that local stone means local material, but the stone is sparse in the hills. The hills are disappearing. We architects have consumed hills literally like fruitcakes. So the idea here was not to use stone so openly, so sparsely, so extensively that it literally erodes another hill in Himachal. So we mix the language using the cement board and something that replicates the local construction, but at the same time is more robust. Roofs which are uplifted from the ground, internal streets, wherever you can touch, feel the tactile nature is the local stone. We use this slate out there. We use the local sort of black stone that's available, the riverbed stone, where people can feel more, close to what the context is. Whereas the roofs and the upper levels became more man-made materials, more industrial materials, something that can last longer, something that can live longer. And multiple connected spaces like ramps. So here, every classroom, every space is modular, same size span, same size truss, but the idea laid in the placement of the plan of these non-programmed spaces in between, how the twists and the turns of the classroom gives these internal streets certain character. They just had a festival 4 days ago, the student festival, where the central space was used as a ramp, as a fashion ramp, because it's fairly long, and the students were sitting on both sides, and the social media is filled with students walking up and down this space. The trees, as it is preserved as central spaces, plazas in between the institution. So fairly open institution, non-air conditioned spaces, even in today's context, and spaces which are tighter and open up to plazas, spaces like these where early morning, students come and sit, interact, talk, and it just becomes a place for. The third phase started post-COVID, and we were in a discussion where it took a very long time to go with the traditional construction. And we, as an experiment, are now trying out various methods where we go away from the traditional RCC, or rather in situ steel construction, and we go with the modular unit construction, where the entire unit of 8 feet by 40 feet is manufactured off-site in a factory with interiors, exteriors done, and it is sort of put together on site almost 90% complete. So we did a cost comparison between an RCC frame units and even a container unit. And out of the three, we realized that the modular steel unit is the best example for us in a place like this. If we go further, yeah. That's a traditional RCC construction for a hostel unit, high density, and on the other side is a modular steel unit, where one module, a collection of 5 modules is one room. One becomes a corridor, one becomes a toilet at the back, and the 3 modules then become the room. And a collection of these modules stacked vertically, we could not only achieve the entire project in 6 months, save costs, and it becomes dismantleable. It becomes what you call the disappearing architecture. Tomorrow the institutional need changes, we can completely remove these units, transport or ship them to another place, and have the land free as what it was as a virgin land earlier. Because the student requirement in places like this keeps changing. NIF Delhi has changed its student requirement. The density goes up and down. And just a general language, these are experimental sort of units. The same thing designed as a container unit, a series of containers. And this idea of using container units, we're taking it forward even in other places. So there's a venture from Bangalore that we're working with, it's called Fab Living. It's meant for student hostels. A lot of institutions have land, but don't have the resources to build a hostel permanently, an RCC construction. So the company takes the land on a lease, long lease, puts these hostels where the students pay per room or per bed, and the moment the student requirement either goes up or goes down, these can be opened, shipped, and sent to another place. The ground floor areas become more like lounge spaces or student interaction spaces, and the upper space areas become like rooms. So as I said, most of it, our work is always work in progress. We're always looking for newer languages. What I'm presented today is of a very simpler nature of what we're doing, but it's more of a research in construction practices, in a story of what the context and the land is and what it should be. Let's see what we come up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Architect Manish Gulati, for sharing your wealth of knowledge and experiences with us. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Architect Ranjan Gupta, Principal and Partner at PPAL. Architect Gupta recently completed a notable project, Amrita Hospital in Faridabad. In his presentation, he will delve deep into the design, system, complexity of this project. Throughout his talk, Architect Gupta will also discuss the challenges he faced during the project's development, ranging from intricate design requirements to the implementation of advanced fabrication techniques. So we welcome on stage with a big round of applause, Architect Ranjan Gupta.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this presentation. Well, Amrita Hospital, there's a story behind how we got the Amrita Hospital, and which is very important to understand that. Just one visitor came to our office, and he saw a model of a hospital model which we had worked earlier in collaboration with a PMC team, PMC firm. And this model was hanging in on our wall. And he came and he saw it and says, "Oh, do you do also hospitals?" He says, "Yes, we do hospitals." So he said, "Okay, why don't you share this report of the hospital
I was thinking why I should share the report of this hospital, but I don't know what happened. I said, okay, fine, take it. So I gave the report to him. And after a month or so, I get a call that a director of Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, co-chief, would like to meet you. I said, okay, fine. And I think in one of the weekends, he was here in our office. And it was, I think it was a Sunday. So we had a meeting, and he just came to understand to what level of design, or what level of understanding we have for a hospital design. So we had a very detailed and long conversation, and he left in the evening. Before leaving in the evening, he said that, can you do a presentation for me for a hospital? I said, how can I do a presentation to you without a site, without a program? He says, make your own program. He says, how can we make our own program? There has to be a definite program. He said, okay, take it as a 2,000-bed hospital. And I said, what about the site? He said, we'll give you a site. Fine. So, and he left. So we had to construct a program for 2,000-bed hospital. And previously, I didn't have any much experience in hospital design. We had done smaller hospitals of 500 beds and 100 beds and 200 beds. And this challenge of doing a 2,000 bed, it was mind-boggling. With 2,000 bed, there are a lot of complexities. So we said, okay, fine, we'll do it, since he has said, and we didn't have much work. So we got together like a game or fun time. We just started working on the hospital design. And he said, okay, whenever it's ready, you let me know. He says, you give me a time. When will you come and see the project? He says, okay, we'll come after 1.5 months. I said, okay, fine, that's good enough to do a presentation. So we started working on the design. We constructed a program for the hospital, the medical program. And then after 1.5 months, we were ready. And we thought, how do you present this to them? They came from Kochi with 5 to 6 experts, medical experts, nursing experts into our office. So very difficult to do a presentation in 1.5 months and to explain the entire design of an hospital to experts, medical experts. So we thought, what do? We thought we would make a model. We make a model of the project, and through the model we'll explain. So we got a model made, and through that model we started explaining the design, and it was good that we made a model because drawing would not have done justice. So through model they understood well, and they left. We said, okay, we'll come back. And there was a silence for a year. We didn't know what was happening. We had also forgotten about the project. Then suddenly one day I get a call after a year. This is happening in 2015. And they said, you are the architect of the hospital. I said, no, I can't be the architect of the hospital. He says, why? I said, I have never done a project of this size. And neither I have an infrastructure to do a project of this size. Our projects have been just a lakh and 2 lakh square feet of built up area, and that to do a hospital of this nature, it's very difficult. He says, no, Amma has said that you will do the project, and I have not met Amma. And he says, no, we have seen other works of other architects. She has chosen you, so you are the chosen one. Now that was a big problem. How to now, with our experience, we said, okay, let's try and design this hospital. And then we got a site which was different from which was given earlier. There was a slight variation in the site. So anyway, we started designing the project, and now we will present you the project itself. Hospitals are very complex buildings, and it is really a lot of intensive work that happens in a hospital while designing, and very complex services system are there where you have to integrate, coordinate all the services. So, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences is a health campus. It has a site area of 120 acres. The hospital building was supposed to be designed with 2,500 beds. It has a medical college of 150 students intake, convention center of 1,200 capacity auditorium, a research center, housing and hostels for staff and students, nursing college, nursing hostel, and a sports complex. So it is a huge campus. This is the site that we got. It is in Faridabad in sector 88. The site is 1 kilometer, approximately 1 kilometer long, and about 500 meter in one direction. I'll just take this. Yeah, in this direction it is about 500 meters, and this direction in west and east direction it is 120 meters. The site is a flat land, and it has a canal, irrigational canal cutting our site at this point. The site is approached by a FNG road, that is Faridabad, Noida, Gurgaon road, a 75-meter wide road here, and the site is flanked by 24-meter wide and 30-meter wide roads all along the perimeter of the site. So, very simple zoning was done. We had the hospital, the institutional blocks and the residential block, and divided the site. Hospital obviously got the preference because it had to connect with the 75-meter wide road. This is the master plan of the site, where we have the where we have the hospital block situated here. We have the institutional blocks, which comprises of the medical college, the convention center, the research block, and the housing for the staff and the student, all scattered. All these buildings are set in a landscape and connected with road networks. The total built-up area of this hospital is 80 lakh square feet. All the buildings are oriented north-south for energy conservation. 30% of land has been used for green, and it has approximately 2,500 trees planted, large trees planted onto the site. Even it has a small lake, which has a capacity of 14,000 cubic meter of water to be stored during rainy seasons, and the extra and the wastewater we generate out of the building. Absolutely, this campus is a sustainable campus with all the aspects of sustainability taken care into this building. We are not getting into the design of the sustainability and all, because I am sure a lot of gyan has been given in the morning session. But any project of this size cannot get an environmental clearance unless it is a sustainable building. Typical circulation of the entire campus. We have a circulation path for pedestrian, the vehicular movement, and the cycle, because it's a campus and a very big campus. So we wanted the students and the staff who were staying in the campus to move in cycles, so the cycle tracks and etc. into the building. The approaches and increases are all marked. Because it's a large campus, we have different entrances for the hospital, the institutional areas, the residential, so that you don't have a conflict of overcrowding at one location. And because of the perimeter road that we had, we were very easily managed the entry points to the different zones of the campus. Now, coming back to the project, the project is on the hospital itself. So we will just deal with the hospital, not with the rest of the campus. So now the design brief, the actual design brief that came was 2,500 beds, 500 ICU beds, 60 OTs, 500 OPD consultation rooms, 50,000 average daily footfall, dedicated pediatric hospital along with that. Normally in the hospitals we don't have pediatric hospitals of this kind because it is understood that the kids don't fall sick so often. They are only with slight fever and coughs and things like that. So people don't make pediatric hospitals in hospitals like this. But here the AMA's brief was that you have to have a pediatric hospital with all the specialities what is there in the adult hospital. So the entire facility was, and the most challenging brief that she gave, apart from the numbers that we have, was that the hospital has to have a section for private as well as a general patient, the poor patients. She wanted this hospital to be very sympathetic in care. It would not be a hospital which will charge like the hospitals that we have in Delhi and Gurgaon. So, and that's how this number came, because she said that if I'm going to give you a very good hospital with a very good technology, and you have to have the numbers. That's why the number was getting into 2,500 bed and 500 ICU, because she said that, she was very clear. She said, okay, if you make a very good hospital, then people will come. And if the charges are very less, people will flock. And if you don't have this number, the hospital will fail. So we had to provide this kind of a number. And then she also said that there will be no difference in treatment between the poor and the rich. And okay, that was very, very well taken. But the medical experts and the medical advisors to her said that in northern India you have a problem of class. If the poor and the rich are going to be in the same lobby, on the same arrival space, this hospital will fail. That became the biggest challenge for us, how to segregate the entire hospital into two parts and still have a common treatment planning with the same doctors serving. Because she was very clear, if you make a separate building for a poor patient and a separate building for a rich patient, then the poor patient will feel that we are not getting that treatment. So the same doctor, the same instruments have to be used for both the patients. And that became the biggest challenge. Apart from the numbers were also huge. So this, if you translate these numbers into areas, the hospital itself became approximately 40 lakh square feet. And that's a huge amount of built up area in one monolithic building, because it cannot be two buildings, one for the poor and one for the rich. So the floor plate areas I think I will take more time because I got a, so it's okay. Thing. The floor plate area would vary from 2 lakh square feet to 4 lakh square feet. This would result into a complex distribution of medical and clinical departments connected with corridors. So the design challenge was to design a medical space within the large program. The system adopted should cater to the problem, excessive movement, and at the same time, entire medical space planning is an efficient and integrated design for its user. Any movement for user from originating point to destination point should be within 3 to 4 minutes. Otherwise, people in the hospital, the users are very stressed. They come with a lot of anxiety. So you can't have them moving around in a hospital built environment and searching for place and looking at the signages and all. So the moment they reach, they should reach their destination. And that was the challenge. And we took it as a challenge. So, okay, we'll design a hospital in which there would be not travel from any destination to any point to any destination, not within 3 to 4 minutes. So we just did a very simple sketch. Typically, what happens in a hospital, how the hospital spaces are distributed. You have an IPD as a space, you have an OPD as a space, and you have a diagnostics. The whole play is around with this. Normally in a hospital, you have a distribution of, there's an OPD floor, there is an IPD floor on top, and in between is the OT floors. This is how a typical model works. But if the floor plates are very large, this model would not work. So we went into a cohorting system, system for our project. Here we had to do the segregation also. So we put the general patient block, we put a private patient block, and we got the diagnostics block so that these patients can move into diagnostic place. These private patients could move to this diagnostic place, and they also had a pediatric hospital which would be attached to that. So this kind of a simple drawing worked for us. So we simply translated this block model into a plan. So we have a general block, we have the OPD block here, and the private block. In between the general and the private, we have the OPD block and the diagnostic blocks. So the patient from the general block can come to the OPD, patients from private block will come to the OPD, private OPD and the general OPD, and in between them is a diagnostic block where the doctors are going to be. And the faculty, the doctors are sitting right in the center. Doesn't work. Right in the center, if you can see it. And distributed along this block are the lobbies and the OTs and ICU more central. So the connectivity happened very easily and the movement was reduced. In a cohorting plan, what we say that in a cohorting plan, each floor is a department in itself. You have the IPD, you have the OPD all happening at the same floor. So each floor is a department. And so when a patient comes, patient will come to the OPD, then he can go to the IPD, he can go to the diagnostics, and they can go away. So we just do a simple stacking. This is the basement floor. Above is the lower ground floor where the oncology labs and CSSD, kitchen entrances, lobbies and food courts are arranged. Over that is the upper ground floor where the entrances again, lobby, emergency, radiology and MHC and administrations are put here. Then we have the ICU and the OT floor. We have a service floor because what happens that above floor is the IPD floor. All the services has to terminate in the service floor and move horizontally and not move into the OT floors. So that for any leakage or infection, the OT floor has to be free of all the services. which is happening from the top of floor. So we have a typical 3rd to 12th floor. This is the IPD floor. So there is a simple drawing which has been translated into a built form. And this is how it takes a shape, and the stacking of the floor and distribution of the departments. So we have the general IPD, we have the private IPD, we have the diagnostics and the OPD, we have the faculty sitting right here. Other spaces, the support spaces like waiting, atrium, food courts, and OT and ICUs are all placed, and this becomes the model for our project. Another view from the other side. The model of the project, the hospital block. Again, the entire campus with all the buildings situated on the site. All the buildings are interconnected with subterranean tunnels and skywalks. So for easy movement of the staff and the students, because it's also a teaching hospital. This is how the building appears. This is the hospital block. This is a pediatric block. The food court where the Ayurveda physician has been put there. The different facades. So I'm limiting my talk to just movement of patients, because hospitals are very, very complex and there's not enough time to present all the complexities. Just to name few, like there's 10,000 doors in the hospital, and each door has an address, because each door is different. There's a door which looks the same, but it can only open when there's an access control. Similar door is in another place, will close when a fire is there, or will open when the fire is there. So there's so many kinds of doors, and each door has a purpose and a position. So computing these doors to get it right at its position was a big challenge. Again, services. Services was another big monster that we had. There's 10,000 tons of conditioned air that had to flow into this building because of the sheer size. Now to coordinate this ducts in the hospital building, above the false ceiling and below the floor, was a huge challenge. Now, fine, we used BIM and all to do the drawings. We made lovely drawings, all coordinated, all levels. When the project was given to the contractors, they didn't use BIM. Contractors came at different contract was awarded at different period of time. As a result, one contractor came, he laid his pipe, okay, followed by drawings to some extent, but made mistakes. Very difficult to spot those mistakes. Little level changed, hundreds and thousands of clash happened with other services. So it was very challenging. We had to go back to the table, again sort out the ducts and pipes and all the plumbing pipes, ducts, fire pipes, pneumatic pipes, so many pipes we had to again rework on. So it went on and on. So that was the biggest challenge that we faced, coordinating the services of the hospital. These drawings are just, these drawings are just to segregate how to make the movement of the patient, the staff, and very easy. And we did segregate the entire emergency entry. We will see the drawings. emergency entry, then the general patient entry, and then the private patient entry, because the whole brief of segregating, so we had to, the patients, they should not come in together, but the treatment has to happen at the same time in the same place. So initial segregation happened, they went into their lobbies, the private guys went into their private lobbies, and from there they traveled to, so a lot of drop-off points are there, but it helps the building. Though the hospital has been designed for 50,000 at this moment, the only we don't have that number, because still the hospital is growing up, and it will take probably 5 to 6 years to come to that strength that it has been designed for. So the floor plans, the atrium, you come. Sorry. This is the arrival area where the drop-offs happen. The MHC, the master health checkup, the radiology is placed on the ground floor, upper ground floor, with the nuclear medicine, the emergency again. These are standard placement, always it happens in all the hospital buildings. This is some of the views of the hospital. This is, I just took recently, I mean, the hospital is not occupied they're not using it, but they have just laid. Yes, interior was a challenge with them. Though it's not to our expectation, but there's a huge pressure that hospital interiors have to look like a 5-star hotel, and so Italian marbles and things. But we didn't have any control over it. We had to do it because that was the demand. The international lounge. The lower ground floor again has a dedicated entry for the general patients, and we have a huge oncology department of 1.5 lakh square feet with 9 bunkers, labs, CSSD, dining spaces, kitchen. All these are on the lower ground floor. Now again, coming back to the movement of general patients and the private patient, how do you organize those spaces? So this is the oncology department. This was the oncology department, and then this is how we have segregated the patient, general patient, from the entrance. A drop-off moves like this and comes to the general OPD. Private patients from the upper ground floor, comes from the lift, moves into the private OPD, that's the general OPD, and in between is the diagnostics. The same principle works here, and if they have to go to the oncology, the private patient go into the oncology, the general patient goes into the oncology, and in the bunker area, they all mix up. Okay, let's run too fast. So these are the views of the general side. So there's no difference between the finishes from general and the private side. So this is the ICU. All the ICU and OTO. ICUs are all placed at the periphery for the daylight, and every patient gets a daylight. This is the view of the ICU. Now this is a typical floor of a floor which we talked about cohorting. So this is 3rd to 12th. So each floor is a department which is general OPD, faculty and diagnostics. Views. OPD. Daylighting was the important thing, so we punctured various courtyards to bring in daylight in the central area. Peripheral areas was getting daylight from the windows. Obviously, we have not used much glass. It's all punch windows, but good amount of shading to cut down the summer sun and allow the winter sun to happen. Again, the same slide. Now this is how we will end the project with some scenarios of the patient movement. very simple. It comes with the information area. And then the patient moves to the private side. Then they go to the different floors. And these are very short movements, much within 2 to 3 minutes. The private patients are moving, the general patients are moving. So once the patient comes, they're just taken care in one floor, and that's it. They don't have to travel into the entire hospital to the diagnostics. Back to consult room. Pharmacies are all, every floor has its own pharmacy, and they go out. In a very short movement, everything has been taken care. Okay, so similarly, the idea is that very short movements are there. Okay. I just skip all these slides. It's the same thing happening. That's it. I mean, doctor's movements are very, just see the doctor movement. The doctor can move to the private side, go to the IPD, and the same doctor can move to the OPD. So for everyone, it's very easy movement on the same floor plate. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Ranjan Gupta, for this very elaborate presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner for the session. We have the competition results, but before we come to that, let's get first done with the panel discussion for this session. So let's delve straight into it without further ado. Let me introduce you to the moderators of this session. I request the arrangements to be made for the panel discussion. The moderators for this session are going to be Architect Rudraksh Charan, 42mm Architecture, and Architect Amrita Das Gupta, Founder Studio Code. So they are going to be our moderators. Let me also introduce you to the panelists for this session. Architect Ranjan Gupta, Principal and Partner, PPAL. Let's welcome our panelists with a big round of applause. Architect Ashish Agarwal from SG Creative. Architect Shikha Dugar, co-founder R+D Studio. Architect Simran Oberoi, co-founder Space 5. And Mr. Kapil Kapoor, Director, Gripple System. So our moderators and panelists are requested to please join on the stage. So I would like to hand over it to the moderators, Architect Rudraksh Charan and Architect Amrita Das Gupta.
good evening, everybody. Thank you, everybody, to be here. A small fun fact, Amrita is my senior from Sushant School. And मेरे को थोड़ा pressure था ये moderate करने में. Yeah, she also ragged me when I was in school. So, right. Not on a public forum, please. So, constructability, system challenges. I think we formulated, funnel down the topic initially. We are looking at constructibility in terms of, design getting translated and executed in tier 2, tier 3 cities or complex sites like what Manish was talking about, like a complex terrain or strong context. So, we have a nice panel here and it's very diverse, and I think a very broad and a very important aspect is that the years of experience that has gone into all the 5 panelists here, it's very important that we understand their perspective and their experience about and their challenges of the kind of projects that they have done and or they have experienced in terms of constructability, and how they've overcome those challenges or have in a way tackled those challenges. So I would like to start here with an introductory kind of a question. Ashish, why don't you tell us your take on the topic constructability, system challenges?
Thank you, Rudraksh. So, rather than, we are all in an extended thing, I would start by saying that, the growth and the work that is happening in India a lot is happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities. A lot of volume is coming from there. And also that because people are so well traveled now, they are well aware about things, that the aspirations become that much higher. So the delivery therefore becomes that much more challenging in terms of constructability, in terms of design board and what gets executed on ground. That aspect needs to start balancing out. We cannot completely ignore, and we just were discussing that, we have to look at it as fulfilling whatever challenges that come. Not take it as a challenge, but let's take it as something that we want to do and we should be able to do. So that is one part of it. And again, the whole lot of gamut that is going around with technology development, with, materials, newer materials coming in. The awareness is so strong that people want to be very, very, they want to decide and they want to take a call after due considerations from their designers, from their contractors, what fits on their site, what is the, what will work in long course. These are the things that become very important for decision making and constructability.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you here, because I think the newer material systems are really pushing the boundary of construction, and it is making it fairly independent of the kind of educated labor or the kind of systems that are pre-existing, in the industry right now. Amrita, over to you.
Hello, you can hear me? Okay. So, continuing with that, Ashish, you mentioned aspirations of smaller cities and how there's a certain amount of client education you have to do as well for these projects. So Shikha, I'd like you to answer maybe something on, you're doing a lot of projects in remote areas, and how are you using technology, or how are you educating your clients or the teams you work with to work more efficiently?
So Amrita, what we usually face while we're doing a lot of our projects are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, because that's where the actual growth is happening right now. And one of our biggest challenges is you know, getting what you design and what you visualize to be built over there. And many times, you know, because these places are such, you know, the client is not expected, so especially for some of our projects, the client doesn't expect us to come to site like every month, not even every month. So how do we make sure that what we are putting on paper is actually getting built? And nowadays, if you see, a lot of people don't even take those large prints like we would do in the earlier days to ensure that, you know, what is drawn is exactly what is getting executed. So we've, what we've integrated into our practices, we've actually moved to BIM. And since we have moved to BIM, there's a app called BIMX, for example. We send the site the entire model, and there are, you know, you can click on the model wherever you want, and then that particular drawing opens up. And that really helps us ensure that whatever we are doing, whatever details that we are creating are being executed on site exactly. And now, like, we are going to go visit a project where all the slabs have already been casted, everything has been done. We're just going for a first visit to the site. So there has been no site review. And this really ensures, and also the client has got very interested in this. They're like, now a lot of we have repeat clients, they'll say, yaar, pehle wo model de do hame. So that they can ensure that the contractor has that model, they have the model, their project managers have that model. So that part has, Manish was showing. I mean, if you want to execute those kind of buildings, you really need to get into not just using technology as part of your construction, but also as part of your methodology of, you know, working. So yeah, that's what we kind of do.
Interesting. I agree with the technology aspect for it. I also understand that there is no shying away from technology. But one aspect that is like an antithesis on this is, you know, we were looking at Ranjan's the hospital project, and we could understand the complexity associated with it. And these guys have done it in record time, you know. I was just telling Ashish, I haven't built 80 lakh square feet in my lifetime, so, you know. But with the sense of constructibility, imposing technology, seeing what is resolvable, trying to figure out in that context what are we going to conceive in a way that it can be built. Ranjan, for you, do you don't feel limited in terms of creativity or objectivity of the project?
Thank you. No, not at all. What happens, you are an architect. You think beyond, always. Now, see, in any project, you have to understand the project. You have to understand the brief. You have to go deep inside. You have to you have to do a lot of case studies. Unfortunately, in today's design, nobody does case studies. So if you do case studies, you get to know quite a lot. It's always nice to sit on somebody's shoulders and look beyond. There's always a project. We are not doing anything new. Let's be very honest. So if you understand the project, you can create. See, hospitals are very mundane kind of a building. But now with the understanding of Amrita Hospital, we are very grateful. You know, we have a huge understanding of hospital. Now in our next projects, we are really creating very different buildings. And yet it is a hospital which meets all the medical planning issues. So we don't, so if you make if you do a wrong planning, it will fail. You can't do a wrong planning. And you will never do a medical wrong planning because there are so many experts advising you, looking at it critically. So as an architect, you still have that creativity, and you can do wonderful. And well, Amrita was one attempt with this with new projects that we are doing in hospital design. We are really making very wonderful architecture. And if they are built maybe in the next 5 to 6 years, we'll see some good hospital buildings.
Thank you, Rajan. You talked of lots of layers and the system coming together of many aspects to sort of really deliver Carrying on with that thought, Kapil, could you maybe talk to us about how one of these layers that you layer on is technology and integrating technology into the buildings to also sort of take it further, and then how you do it in sort of more remote areas?
Since morning we've been listening to this word smart. So smart means technology. Now problem here is obviously, as an architect, once you design the building, you give the estimation, you can optimize. But especially in second tier, third tier cities, as Mr. Ranjan also had a problem that, whatever he designed, that was never implemented because the contractors, they were using 2D drawings. So as I said, educating the client is important, but educating the contractor, the whole stakeholders is equally important. And then that's where the system actually fails. So we have technology available, we talk about AI, whatever it is, but if it is not implemented with all the stakeholders, and I say that by my experience, we are doing a lot of data centers, and it's a no-brainer that you have to do everything on BIM. No AutoCAD, nothing at all. So if we are able to implement that in the construction industry with all the stakeholders and it is binding, I think we can get a better deliverables and we can mitigate the future problems that we anticipate.
Now, that you bring out a very interesting point. See, it is very, very good that you design a building, but what happens after a building is designed? Who are the people who are operating the buildings? Challenge. You design a very good functional building with a lot of technologies, but the people who are going to run the building are mediocres. The engineers who, you design a system, okay, you have a very wonderful BMS system installed, but who runs you pick up people with the least salary, and there's enough people available, and they are not able to run the system, and the whole project fails. So it is not only making the building, it is running the building with very good. You pick up the best architects, the best consultants to design the building, that's very fine. But what happens next when you're running the building? You don't have very good people coming to run the building. So that building design.
Very true. So understanding multiple scales, what you're talking about is a very, very complex building, and I know Simran's work. She's been doing some very good farmhouses and large-scale residential projects, and the interesting thing is that she's coming from a smaller city compared to all of us, but is doing work in much larger cities. So it's like a reverse context to us. So Simran, what's your take on constructibility and technology, and how are you tackling maybe an example of something that you faced in your project?
So I think it's more about a collaborative approach.
Closer.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's more about a collaborative approach. Once you're designing a project that spans across acres of land, so you have to keep from day one, as you said, that it's also about the end user, not only about the design. So you have to keep all the stakeholders, the architects, the contractors, and other people who are on board for the project from day one, so that they know the entire process that goes behind designing the particular project that we are doing. As you said that coming from a two-tier city, and when we do like big projects, like big farmhouses, how we are able to manage that? It's lot through a phased construction. So there's a process called integrated delivery. So in that, every stakeholder is held responsible. So there are certain sort of rewards that we align for everyone for the effective delivery of the project. So that is something which has helped me in my practice to deliver the project at a bigger scale along with the issues that we face. And apart from that, I feel that once you're working with bigger sites, there's something called millwork, which we all have been doing in our projects. So that has also aided a lot to our design, to help that design come in shape. So a lot of things is already fabricated, as we saw in the presentation also. And then it's just installed on site. I think that is something which can bring a lot of precision to your design and helps to avoid any sort of errors. So that is something which we are practicing and has really helped me.
Thank you so much, Simran. A question I had, during Manish's presentation, he was talking about how sustainability, I wanted to sort of touch upon, because I think in our discussions between us, we've touched upon the topic and how you take it forward. And so local materials was something we had talked about, but as Manish touched upon, if we all just only use local material, then the local material will run out because the appetite is so much for it. So how do each of you, and this question is open to anybody who would like to answer it, how do you then take on sustainability as an important aspect of constructability and take it forward in your practice?
I think the best sustainability is to build less. Don't build more. The kind of materials are available, they say talk about energy, and I mean, just take an example of LED light. It consumes less energy, but we pump buildings with LED lights. Is it a correct way? I think we have to fall back to our old materials. You build buildings which will last for many, many years. Newer materials, they don't last. All these fancy materials, they don't last. So we have to be very careful. We have to get back to materials which are, okay, readily available, that is fine. But the buildings materials which buildings will last. We have to get back to that.
I agree with you here. In fact, when you just mentioned the aspect of building less, I just wanted to share a small example with you. This is a small article that I was reading. I don't remember the exact location, but this is a very old school, and the number of students were increasing, and it's a school which is hundreds of years old. And the fundamental problem that they were facing with the school was the corridor of the school was too thin. The corridors of the school were thin, and during recess or during the time students were getting out, it became really unsafe because there was like reaction was that we're a rich institution, we should make another building, and the most brilliant solution that came out from the architect was like, no, you don't need to build anything. You just need to keep the exit time of alternate classes 15 minutes aside. That's it. So it's, many a times the solution to an architectural problem is common sense and administrative. They didn't have to build another building. The building just, yeah.
In fact, Rudraksh, it's very interesting when you mention that. And so we do a lot of schools, and coming in a similar manner, so a school has a lot of, I'm going to tie your question, what you were talking about and what Ranjan was talking together. So the way we started doing schools was getting involved in understanding the operations of the school, how the school will eventually operate. So that way, not just purely laying out a plan, but actually programmatically aligning them to each other and to see how the sequence will work and how the actual, in reality, how the school will run it was something that we had to understand. Secondly, a school has a lot of requirement, right? So the corridor space like you're talking about, so there's a mandate, it says you need to do a 2.7 meter corridor or a 3 meter corridor if they're doubly loaded and so on and so forth. So what we landed doing was, because it was a British curriculum school, we wanted to be, we wanted to keep the idea of sustainability in mind. I mean, yes, building more is always a solution. So we said, why not? For all the multi-use, they have this flexible spaces were created within the corridor. Because in reality, you need only 1.5 meters to walk, right? You don't need that 3 meters. So we just increased the corridor space by 0.5 meter and created a 1.5 meter alley for walking and used rest of the space for outdoor learning. So, basically British curriculum has a lot of outdoor learning requirement that they need in primary. So that school became so popular because of that. So that became their USP now, that they have these corridors which are part of the learning thing. So if, as a designer, if we can be conscious about using operations, understanding how we're going to use the building, who the end user is much early on, and not just design because we like to design in a certain way, I think we can make efficient buildings. And then of course technology is there to aid, because you can create scenarios and show it to the client, like this is how it will help you eventually.
I'll just add on here, Amrita, you used two very important words. One is sustainable, the other is integrated. Now the problem is, the system challenge is that none of these systems, like Ren sir also said that BMS doesn't work. It's because most of these systems are not talking to each other, and they have to be integrated. So they have to be open protocol, a command control center where you can actually see the whole health of the building. And we are more people dependent, and we really are dependent on their skills. And biggest challenge is to find skilled labor. So let the system perform with the SOPs that you make. And then you can have a more sustainable, sustainability is not only lead points, it's not the, shield that you have on the building. With simple things, if somebody doesn't have the budget to have those shields, he can still build a sustainable building.
Yeah, I think this is very important what you've mentioned, and what Ranjan was talking about is bang on. You can build them a castle, but if they cannot maintain it, it's a big problem. And deriving from that, I was thinking, Ashish, why don't you take this up? What do you think about high performance materials? Materials that will assist us in constructability, which are independent of context. You do a ventilated facade of a system which can be installed anywhere in the world, and the cladding system installation is so idiot-proof that गधे से गधा आदमी भी उसको perfectly install करेगा, and there is absolutely no maintenance associated with it. So in your experience, you've been working for years, what do you think about high performance material systems?
So, obviously these also, you are saying, you have a point that it's an idiot-proof material, but is that the acceptability, that becomes a challenge as to why, because there is a certain initial cost built up on that. So, clients are not very easily receptive. But yes, going forward, as I said, that the awareness, the challenges, the people are actually willing to spend more. Now, I'll give you maybe an anecdotal incident, but I recently heard that someone in Ranchi engaged an architect from Singapore, and he's paying him 10 because he wants to build a simple house, and he has a budget of 100 crores. So this is what we are talking about.
Yeah. So must be MS Dhoni.
So there is something going on somewhere where the simplicity, we are not thinking simple. We are probably complicating in overuse of things just to be so technologically smart. But I think, as you rightly said, we have to be first humanly smart. And as Manish also said that stop using local materials just because they are local. They need to be preserved for whatever sake there is. What we have also started doing, it's not the first time, but we also emphasize on multiplicity of usage of space. We tell our clients that evaluate how much space are you going to use. There are all these common spaces which barely get used up probably 1 hour in a day. So we tell them, why don't you use that space for different functions, like what Shikha was just talking about. That is how I think we can start to design less, and there is no technology actually involved in that. We are basically talking just common
sense, yeah.
And classic example, Cyber City, when it was growing up, I've been seeing through, everyone used to leave office at 5. So everyone used to get stuck in traffic. So somebody came up with this basic idea, jaldi shuru karo aur jaldi chodo. So some offices started early and they left people at 4 o'clock. So at least those people could move out easily. So, these basic things, I think we need to start thinking somewhere about basics also.
In fact, you use this term multiplicity of spaces. Ashish, I was thinking of multiplicity of or reuse of materials, therefore, like reusing spaces in different ways. So reuse of materials and craftsmanship related to it, but reuse of materials, do you guys feel like there is a space for that in working in sort of cities, which are expanding, but maybe have a lot of locally available material there, which can be given a new life rather than breaking it down, discarding it, and starting from scratch? Simran, would you like to take that?
So I think that we can really look upon retrofitting and reusing the material, because when you have to bring a building to a new use, you can always customize the design of the old building, kind of retrofit it so that it matches the newer requirements. And that way, we will also be able to preserve the going diminishing every day and construct less, as he rightly said. So I think, yes, that is one factor which we should look into as architects.
It's very interesting, but art has become very complex. And we are running short of time. So I'm going to conclude. I understand that. I'm making some points, Amrita. Why don't you make some pointers? We want to conclude this so that people can retain what we discussed in this. One-line conclusions. Anybody?
Think back to basics and don't over design. I think we all have this tendency to over design.
Shikha, what about you?
I think one has to go beyond just the basic architecture that we do and understand the user and what the actual requirements are, so that we build less, we build smart, and we need to we need to do it for our children, I think, right?
Okay.
Because that's what's happening now.
Okay. Simran?
I think let's retrofit and reuse. Short.
Ranjan?
Same thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm conscious of building less.
Okay.
And obviously, very good examples are vernacular architecture. We should look into that and get inspiration out of it. And you can work it out. You don't have to totally depend on technology.
So, I think certification points, checkpoints are important, but sustainability is much beyond that. It is in every aspect of the building or construction we do.
Going back to first principles for everything, really. Rethink the way we do everything.
And it has to come from the policies. I mean, you get extra FAR before you're making a green building. You make a green building, don't give an extra FAR. Why? It doesn't solve the problem. You build more just in the name of an extra green building. So it doesn't work.
So I think with that, time is up. Thank you all very much for all your inputs.
Take any questions?
Oh, sorry, yes. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please, sir.
Any questions?
Yes, there is. Yeah, can you give this mic?
Thank you very much, sir. So, I am Ravijit Singh, and I am a civil engineer, and we are working in tier 3 cities. We are into construction again from the last 28 years. So our challenge is to transfer our energies, our knowledge to the coming generations. So what we are doing, we have created one NPC, that is calling them on a single platform and taking the educational classes to them so that they can have a clear knowledge about what the product is. So what is, we always talk about sustainability among ourselves, but in the first meetings, when the client comes, so we don't talk about the sustainability at the start. So we must have to educate on the ground, on the construction sites, how the sustainability works. So we are coming up also with the cleanest construction sites of the Tri-City of Chandigarh. So we are starting one award. So we should make an effort, I think, to educate the future generations so that we have a clear solution to all these problems.
Thank you. But it was more of a statement than a question, right? Okay. Thank you very much. It was a great session.
Thank you so much. I request the panelists kindly stay back because we have to felicitate you with Smartex mementos. So, to present the mementos to our panelists, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Sanjay Pandit, General Manager from Havells. Can we have Mr. Sanjay Pandit on stage? Let's have the mementos. So let's present the memento to architect Simran Boparai, co-founder Space 5. Next we present the memento to Mr. Kapil Kapoor, Director, Gripple System. Architect Shikha Dugar. Can you present the memento for architect Shikha Dugar? Mr. Sanjay Pandit presenting the memento. Can we have the memento for architect Ashish Agarwal from SG Creative? This one's for architect Amrita Dasgupta, founder Studio Code. Thank you, Sanjay Pandit ji. For the next award, may I request Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Perryware to please come and give away the mementos. For architect Ashish Agarwal from SG Creative. Architect Ranjan Gupta, Principal and Partner, PPAL. Now for architect Rudraksh Charan, founder 42mm Architecture. Let's have a group picture, requesting the photographers. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajneesh Nandan and Mr. Sanjay Pandit for presenting the mementos to our honorable panelists. We have one more felicitation for another speaker, Mr. Manish Gulati. I request Mr. Manish Gulati to please come on stage, and presenting him with the memento, I request Mr. Pankaj Malhotra from Alstone to please come on stage and give the memento to Mr. Manish Gulati. Gentlemen, please stay on stage. Let's put our hands together. Big round of applause for our distinguished speakers. you very much. We have some more felicitations. For instance, we have the winner for the competition of 4th session, which is the final session. This session was on constructability and systems challenge. To announce the winners for this session, may I call upon our jury, Professor Amrita Madan, on stage. Ma'am, please come on stage and announce the competition winners.
To simply announce the names. We again have some absentees, but I'm still going to say their names. Neerav and Khushbu Khant won the first prize from Matra Architects for the Constructability and Systems Challenge. Architect Sumit Saxena, Atrium Design, he's here and he will receive his award. And Architect Ruchika Thapyal from ASID Consultants got the 3rd prize. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for letting us know the winners of the competition. And time to give away the awards to the competition winner for 4th session. May I call upon stage Mr. Saxena, who has won the award for 4th session. Mr. Sumit Saxena, and to present him with the award, may I call upon Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saisha. Congratulations, Mr. Sumit Saxena. Can we have a big round of applause? He has won the award. We also have the winners for the previous session who were not present at that time, but they are here now. So, for the Smart Challenge competition winners, Mr. Gagandeep Kapila, please come on stage, and I request Mr. Sanjay Pandit, General Manager Havels, to present the award to Mr. Gagandeep Kapila. Gentlemen, please step onto the stage. So Ms. Gagandeep Kapila is here. Can we have Mr. Sanjay Pandit? I request you to please come on stage and present the award. Please put your hands for the winner of Smart Challenge. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Pandit, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. Mr. Gaurav Sanan. And to give away the award, may I call upon the stage Mr. Vivek Butch from Gujarat Guardian Limited. Congratulations, Gaurav Sanan. Our heartiest congratulations to the winner, and thank you so for doing the honors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to a very special category of awards from Smartex, which is People's Choice Awards. So, first of all, let me call the first winner of the People's Choice Awards, Aparna Kaushik. Congratulations. Please come on stage and to present Dr. Mario from Lingal Windows to give away the award to Aparna Kaushik. Congratulations, Aparna Kaushik. Thank you, Dr. Mario, for doing the honors. Next awardee is Ravijit Singh. People's Choice Award winner Ravijit Singh. People's Choice Award, Priyanka Arjun, please step on the stage. And to do the honor, may I call upon Mr. Devajit Sen from Higher. May I request Mr. Devajit Sen from Higher? Let's give the People's Choice Award to Ravijit Singh. I request Priyanka Arjun to please come and receive her award. Congratulations. Mr. Deputy, stay back. Congratulations, Priyanka Arjun. For coming and doing the honors. Next awardee, Archana Van Gils. Please come on stage and receive your award. To do the honor, may I request Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Perryware to give away the award to Archana Van Gils. Sarveshwar Lal. Mr. Sarveshwar Lal, please come and receive your award. I request Mr. Pankaj Malhotra from Alstom to give away the award to Dhruv Sarveshwar Lal ji. Together for the awardees, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Next awardee, Gurpreet Singh Shah. Gurpreet Singh Shah. And to present the award, may I invite Mr. Vivek Buch from Gujarat Guardian Limited. Chavla. May I call Mr. Devajit Sen from Higher to give away the award? Next awardee, Mr. Amit Khanna. Mr. Amit Khanna, please come on stage. And to present the award, I call upon Mr. Satinder Chawla from Stan Clothes. Please put your hands together, big round of applause. Please put your hands together for Mr. Parag. I request Mr. Sanjay Pandit from Havels to come on stage. Mr. Sanjay Pandit from Havels. Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saish. We have Mr. Sanjay Pandit ji. Congratulations, Mr. Parag Agarwal. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have award for Mr. Abhishek Oberoi, and to give away the award, we have Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saisha. And to give away the award, we are called on the stage Mr. Satinder Chawla from Stanford. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Can we have Mr. Satinder Chawla from Stanford? On stage to give away the award to Mr. Vikas Agarwal. Mr. Vikas Agarwal, please come on stage and receive your award. Special category of award for our jury, without whose support this would not have been possible. So, to give to our honorable Away the award to Professor Amrita Madan. Professor Amrita Madan. This time receive your awards. I request same from higher to give away the award to our Professor Amrita Madan. Mr. Deva from higher. We extend our gratitude and support to our jury member, Professor Amrita Madan, who is also the curator. So thank you so much for your support now. May we have Mr. Vineet Mati. Vinil Mati. I request Mr. Rahul Tyagi to come and receive his award, and to do the honor, may we have Mr. Rajneesh Nandan from Perryware. I will now request Mr. Sandeep Latwal, Mr. Sukesh Singh and Mr. Rajkumar Singh to kindly come on stage and give away the awards to our sponsors, the brands who have made Smartex possible. So let's give away the award to the brands. Our title partner, Higher HVAC Solutions. Can we have Mr. Devajit Singh to come and receive the award? Mr. Deepak Mishra also to join Mr. Devajit Singh. I request the entire team of Higher HVAC Solutions to receive the award. Smartex is powered by Kajaria. We request the Kajaria team, Mr. Pankaj Sethi, to come and receive his memento. Now we give the memento to our gold partner, Perryware. May we have Mr. Rajneesh Nandan and the entire Perryware team on stage. Let's put our hands together. Next, we would like to thank our surfaces partner, Nika, Greenland. We also would like to extend our gratitude to our smart building solutions partner, Alstone. I would request Mr. Pankaj Malhotra to kindly come and receive the memento. The entire team of Alstone, please come on the stage. The entire team of Alstone, please come on stage. Alstone, our smart building solutions partner. thank our luxury partner, Stanford. I request Mr. Satendra Chawla to come on stage and receive the memento. I invite the entire team of Stanford to come on stage. Stanford, our luxury partner. Our gratitude now to our knowledge partner, Guardian Sangha. May I request Mr. Vivek Butch from Gujarat Guardian Limited to kindly come and receive memento. Thank you, sponsors, and welcome Guardian Sangha, Gujarat Guardian Limited. Knowledge partner. Now may we call upon our smart window partner, Lingen, Germany. I request Dr. H.C. Schmidt from Lingen, Germany to come and receive memento from us, Smartex memento. Lingen, Germany is our smart window partner. We would like to now extend our thanks, our gratitude to Havells, our smart switching partner. May I invite Mr. Sanjay Pandit and the entire team of Havells to come on stage and receive the Smartex memento. Havells. Let's move on to Saisha, Ghar Ki Ronak. Our smart kitchen partner, Saisha, we extend our gratitude and we invite Mr. Mukesh Kumar from Saisha and the entire team of and receive a Smartex memento. I welcome Mr. Sanjay Pandit and the entire team of Havells to come and receive a Smartex memento. Team Havells, please come on stage and join Mr. Sanjay Pandit. I request the entire team of Havells to please join us on the stage. Havells, our smart switching partner. Thank you so much, all the sponsors, all the brands. Now, we have had an enriching day indeed. Now, before we conclude the day, may I call upon Mr. Sandeep Lathwal, Director, Business Mantra Reporter Private Limited, to extend a vote of thanks.
Thank you everyone for making this day very special for Smartex and our sponsors or partners. Without their support, we were not able to deliver this. Thank you so much for everyone, especially the team Smartex who's working day and night since last 7 days continuously. Special thanks to Sayed ji, Komal ji, Priyal ji, Sukesh, Vineet, Salesh, everyone who delivered best to our team. And special thanks to Yash, who is handling digital reachable to everywhere. So, in the last, I would like to say some words which is very special for me that I written 2 days back, and this is the conclusion line from my side. ये आगाज है उस कल का जो हम सबको बेहतर बनाना है. ये आगाज है उस कल का जो हम सबको बेहतर बनाना है, जो हम सबको मिलकर बेहतर बनाना है. अभी तो 2 कदम चले हैं, चले ये कारवा, अभी तो मीलों तक जाना है. I'll announce the entire Smartex team. Please come on the stage. This is our day and we make it best. Please everyone come on stage. Photo session, please, Smartex team.
Requesting the team of Building Material Reporter and Smartex team, please come on stage and BMR team, Smartex team, please come on stage for a group photograph. We have made Smartex 2024 a success. Let's put our hands together. Come on, everyone.
So, our very small team, we are just a team of 16 people, but working like anything day night. And this is just 3 years of Smartex Building Material Reporter. Everyone is associated with us, especially thanks to Ashish, who's making so nice creatives for the Building Material Reporter, and he's individually handling the magazine since last 3 years. So how's the birds? Very high. Photo. Please.
Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a wonderful day. Once again, thanks for Smartex 2024. May this day inspire us to push the boundaries of innovation and create a sustainable future through architecture and design. We invite all of you to join us for cocktails and dinners where you can continue the networking and forge new connections. So thank you everybody for joining us at 2024. My name is Kalpana Mishra. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful time. Thank you.